It all comes down to this. The final race of the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series season. We've been around the United States of America. Everybody just waiting to see what is going to happen. Tensions are high. Chase Briscoe. Does he stand on the precipice, coming in as #1 in the seed? Finished a career best 9th back in the 2022 Cup Series playoff season. Or how about moving that on? The man who's come close so many times. Denny Hamlin, 2nd in the seed, finished 2nd best back in 2010. He's had 15 NASCAR Cup Series playoff wins, 14 of them as a playoff driver. 6 wins this season alone. He comes in as the favourite. William Byron, victory last time out just a week ago, but he won the season opener. 3 wins this season. He's finished a career best 3rd twice, 2 years running in 24 and 23. He's also this year's NASCAR Cup Series regular season champion. But what about Kyle Larson? He won the 2021 Cup Series championship and the regular season. He comes in as #4 in the seed, also having 3 wins this season. He's got 11 wins in the Cup Series playoffs, but anything is on board today. At the end of this broadcast, we will have a new champion. Welcome to the season finale at Phoenix in 2025. Hello everybody and welcome to JB Motorsports' coverage of the championship season finale here at Phoenix. Well, the nerves are in the air. We're 2 hours away from the green flag falling and the race beginning, but we've got an awful lot to build you up to as well. First of all, let's head down and see what the drivers had to say. Let's hear our top 4 contenders, as well as their crew chiefs and the owners of the cars coming into the next. And on the other side of this, in around about an hour and 40 minutes, we'll build you up live trackside with pre-race ceremonies. Sit back, relax and enjoy, and get ready for the NASCAR Cup Series finale.
Media availabilities. We are now joined by our Championship 4 drivers. We have Denny Hamlin, who is the Busch Light pole sitter for the race tomorrow. We have William Byron, who will be starting 2nd, Kyle Larson starting 3rd, and Chase Briscoe starting 12th. We will go to questions. Please raise your hand. We'll get a wireless mic. We'll start here with Holly, then go to Zach and Bob.
Thank you. Denny, Holly Kane with the NASCAR Wire Service. If you could just talk about how important you think this pole position will be, or not, but I would imagine it's important to you.
I mean, it is important. I think it's a little bit less than normal, just simply because I think a fast car is still going to make their way to the front, especially with this new tire, and we got some good fall off. Obviously, the timing line got moved back for the first stall, so it's an advantage. It's small.
Come up here to Zach, and then we'll go to Bob.
Zach Sterniolo, NASCAR.com. Chase, there were a lot of things going on for you in practice yesterday. How did the car feel today? I know that qualifying 12th probably isn't what you wanted, but how did it feel?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday it definitely wasn't smooth by any means, but yeah, I would say, I mean, I felt like made improvements on it, and yeah, I felt like, truthfully, that was a really just bad lap I ran, and was kind of surprised it was even 12th to a certain extent. So yeah, I know that they're going to continue to make it better, and like Denny was saying, there is a ton of fall off. Good cars are going to be able to go to the front. I have no idea what my car is going to do in the long run. I think I ran 7 laps, was the longest I ran yesterday. But yeah, I think if your car is good, you're going to be able to move around.
Going to stay in the front and go to Bob, and then we'll go to Kelly, and then Jenna.
Bob Pockers, Fox Sports. Denny, you seem to have maybe slight concerns about clutch and brakes. So how were they today, and any concerns for tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, when everything's cool, it seems to be okay. Today, everything felt pretty normal to me, so there was nothing alarming today that got my attention.
And for William and Kyle, lots been made of you guys trying to improve at this track. Do you feel like your cars are better than a year ago here?
Yeah, I feel good. I think so far it's kind of what we've been working on and trying to improve. So, yeah, I'm optimistic. I think everything so far this weekend's been pretty solid.
I mean, I think for me, like feel-wise, like it doesn't feel way different than normal like I was expecting, but I felt like pace-wise it seemed a little bit better than what I have been here in other practices in years past. So, but it's so hard to get a true judge on things in practice, so you just really got to see how it's going to be tomorrow.
We'll go to Kelly, then Jenna.
Kelly Crandall, Racer.com. First for Denny, you've approached championship weekend and the eve of a championship race differently throughout the years. How has this weekend's approach been as far as what you've done, who you've been around, who you've blocked out, and all of that? I guess, how do you feel going into tomorrow?
Good. I mean, I think the benefit was winning in Vegas, obviously, because I was able to get so much work done before this week. That way this week is not crammed so much. So been treating it really just like I would any other Phoenix week. There's not much different other than there's just more people, truthfully.
Chase, this being your first experience at the Cup Series level in the championship floor, are you balancing trying to embrace the moment at all versus like game face on, like how serious everything is?
I mean, yeah, certainly trying to embrace it, right? But yeah, I don't know. It definitely, I mean, there's, like Denny was saying, there's just a lot more people, just as far as, media and cameras and everything else. But yeah, certainly trying to embrace it. Outside of that, I don't really feel like it feels any different either. We're still trying to do the same thing every weekend. So yeah, just a lot more people for sure.
Going to go to Jenna and then Jeff on the left.
Jennifer, Associated Press. Denny, over here. I'm over here. Thank you.
Wow, back there. Did you make someone mad or no?
Just lucky I'm not in the bathroom.
You're working your way there.
Thanks, Denny.
Do you have a question?
Yeah. So, is everything going?
He's right behind you. So just watch what you say.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Lightening the mood in this room. Good Lord.
Is everything going too well for you? Is it lining up?
Oh, whammy.
And does the first pit stall, does that help you not speed?
I'm not in the top 10 or even 15, I don't think, of speeding this year.
You've got 5.
I do. Yeah, they're not all the same. Some of them when you're crashed, you just test the limits to right? Yeah, some of them are not real. So, like, competitively, I feel like I've got a couple. I mean, I don't know. It's the pit road. It's got some bends to it. It straightens out, then it bends again. It's got some different characteristics to it. But overall, I feel confident that we can execute this weekend the way we should. And yeah, I mean, the number one pit stall is, years past was a big advantage, right, Kyle?
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
So was my pit crew, though.
Yes, yeah, that too. But it did go away over the last couple years. But it's still, I mean, it's a fraction better. But for myself, it probably takes a little bit of pressure of having to get all of it on my portion rolling. So we'll see how it all goes. But I feel.
Are you getting concerned that everything's going too right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you can only help the things that you can control, and obviously, we'll just do the best we can tomorrow for 312 laps. I hope it's enough.
Thank you.
Go up front here to Jeff.
So now, what do you guys do for the rest of tonight? I mean, not that I'm not like trying to invite myself to whatever you're doing, but what are you like? Do you go to dinner? Do you watch Xfinity race? How do you process the rest of this day?
I mean, I think it's probably different for everybody, but yeah, just have some kind of personal time and some friends and family that are in town. It seems like everyone kind of comes by the weekend, so yeah, just kind of do all that stuff and try to keep yourself in whatever feels normal to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think treating it normal is always good. So, yeah, as they've all mentioned, more people in town. So, yeah, I'll get dinner with my friends and family and watch the Xfinity race, watch Game 7 of the World Series probably, and haven't decided if I'm going to sleep at the house or the bus, but we'll fight that battle when it comes.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'll go back and probably, listen for my wife, how bad the kids have been and how hard it's been all day. And then maybe change a diaper, potentially, hopefully not. And then, yeah, just go to dinner with my family. Then probably look at some data to figure out why I'm so slow. No, I'll just, be at the house. Our kids sleep good through the night. I'm sure tonight now they'll be up all night, but yeah.
Come on, go over here to the right for 2 questions.
I'm Chopper Motorsports today. First off, Denny, congrats on the pole. Over here, raising my hand. So this is your 48th career pole, good for 11 full time.
48.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And 8 of those you've won from the pole. But what I'm wondering is that's an overlooked accomplishment, but how do you see that throughout your career, just on the list of having that consistent speed?
Yeah, I mean, the fact we've only won 8 of those is not great. So I don't know that it directly correlates, but certainly it's always an advantage to qualify on the pole. There's never a disadvantage to starting first and having the number 1 pit stall. So, yeah, I don't know. You just hopefully it's 9. You just try to do everything you can to execute it, but it's just things have always progressed too. A lot of it depends on the racetrack, and I just truly believe tomorrow the best cars, whoever it is, and it could be someone that qualified 20th, can make their way to the front with the tire and the track surface that we've got right now. So hopefully I think it's going to be a battle amongst us 4 with probably a few others sprinkled in there, but yeah, it's going to be fun to watch.
And then one other question for Kyle. Obviously, William and Denny have been in the championship 4 position before, but Kyle, you're only 1 before up there with a championship prior. So I'm wondering just how do you see your weekend right now, just your mentality different from others going into the championship race?
I don't know. I mean, I remember being pretty grounded and laid back in 2021 because we had a great season to that point. So I was pretty content whether we won or lost the championship that we had an amazing year. And then I think the experience that I've had in the Final Four since then has made me just as calm this time. So I don't know. I've felt pretty good about things this week and felt like I've handled it well. Just the plannings of family and friends and whatnot coming out just through the other experiences. So yeah, just glad we're one day away from getting to finally get on track to go race.
Fernando Cruz, Veravisión. I don't always watch NASCAR, but when I do, I talk to Danny. Danny, you got a big fan base in Mexico City. There's a poll going on, no pressure, but everybody is expecting you to do marbles and winning. So what's the message
think
around? Go ahead.
I think it's chat bots that are skewing those polls.
No, I think it's a different one. No,
Yeah.
no, but what do we say to them?
Yeah, it's just appreciate the support. Wish I could have seen you guys this year, but didn't work out. But yeah, it's just Mexico has obviously been a big part of the NASCAR schedule this year. Going down there was a great event, and now the fans, when we raced down there probably 20 years ago, the fan base was big. They loved motorsports down there. So yeah, just tell them thank you, and hopefully we can deliver.
We're going to go to Matt and then Jonathan.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com. One for Denny, then Denny and Chase. Same question asked earlier, but a different way. In the next-gen era at Phoenix, the pole sitter, or the best qualifying of the four, has won the championship 4 of the 5 years. Your reaction?
Every time's different. I mean, I don't know. Did Williams win from last week, just automatically give them all this momentum? I finished last. I don't really think it's just this sport is so week to week, and it's just so it's hard to draw. And I know there's always connections to statistics, but again, there's just more variables this time around, and so it sounds good. It really does sound good, but statistics don't do the work.
And then Denny and Chase, Coach was right there in the trenches with y'all. Saw the picture, Chase, you were with your guys too. On one hand, does that extra pressure create intensity or tension, or is it just nice to have Coach be right there with you guys fighting for this championship with you?
I mean, for me, obviously, I'm newer than what Denny is, right? So just for me, just to get to see how dedicated Coach is. I mean, he's been at every practice session, qualifying session. I mean, he flew to Mexico City by himself just to come watch his race. So yeah, it's pretty cool just to see how involved he is and how invested he is. And yeah, definitely, I noticed him, in the garage yesterday, and I think it just says a lot about how dedicated he is to obviously NASCAR and just how bad he wants to win too.
He is. I mean, he is a workaholic. I mean, that's kind of just you could just drive by JGR any given 8 a.m. during a weekday, and his car's out there. He's just he leads by example, and I think that's how he gets the most out of his people, as he leads by that example of his work ethic. And the guy's invested. He's walking that shop floor each and every day, going to every department, figuring out how we're going to make our cars faster.
We'll go to Jonathan, Wolfgang, and then Cole.
Jonathan Field, the racing experts. William, this is for you. That 24 car, I know it's been 24 years since it last won a championship. Got a scheme that looks kind of calls back to that drought and everything, the championship drought. What can you say to fans, and what would it mean to you to be able to break that championship drought?
Well, I mean, I think it's awesome that I drive such an iconic car and such a cool paint scheme. It looks like a Hot Wheels car. So it's it always looks great on the racetrack, and you always kind of know Exalta's going to do their best to give you something that is just the best looking car out there. So it's nice.
And what would it mean to you if you did break that drought on Sunday?
Yeah, it'd be cool. I mean, it's I think Jeff's been a great mentor for myself, really, since we met in the truck days, and just kind of taking me under his wing and just kind of, giving me little advice here and there. He's never really one to be overbearing, but he's always there. Even before qualifying today, he was in the hauler, so it's cool.
We'll go to Wolfgang.
Wolfgang Monzer from Germany, Rennsport Press Agency. Only one question for all four of you. Coming from Europe, I mean, this extremely hot weather is very unusual. We have already snow over there. Is this a critical factor for the race, this extremely hot temperatures during the race? I mean, when you have cooler weather, you have more oxygen, which is better for you and also for the equipment.
I don't know. It's not unusual for this track, I don't think. I think usually the spring might be a little bit cooler than what this race particular is, and as the schedule has kind of moved back, 1 or 2 weeks from when we used to finish our season, obviously this is a little bit hotter time for this area. But these cars are pretty durable in that sense, and the heat, it can play its role on tire wear. It can play its role on brakes and things like that. But other than that, it's not much different from the cockpit.
And what about yourself in the cockpit? How is the heat situation in the cockpit?
I want to talk to the guys that wear the cool suits.
It's I like the elements for guys who don't wear cool suits. So
nothing wrong with a little luxury.
Okay.
All right, we'll go up here in the front to Cole.
Cole Kusaman with Arizona Republican Speed Freaks. For Chase, you mentioned earlier, kind of going back later tonight and seeing why you guys are so slow. It's been a tough start to the weekend, obviously, but what are some positives that you and the team could take away from what's transpired so far this weekend?
I said slow. I was kind of joking. They're 1, 2, 3, and I'm 12th, right? But yeah, I think just trying to go back and see what I can do for tomorrow. I didn't get a lot of practice laps, so I don't really know what my car is going to do on the long run. So that's the big thing, is just trying to, go and see, how the cars drove differently from lap 1 through 5 to lap 20 on. Just because I don't know how my car is going to drive, but just trying to kind of see how they're going to trend. That'll be the biggest thing.
And then you mentioned the lack of track time, obviously. Is that something where you can kind of collaborate with the other teams, or is having Denny competing with you for the championship kind of limit that?
No, I don't think so. We still can see, everything, right? Whether it's the 11 or the 20 or the 54. So I think that was the good thing for us, is that, after our short practice, we at least could still go see what other guys were doing and what worked and what didn't work. And it's not like it's really foreign territory. Maybe we got 20 minutes of practice. Well, that's what we typically get. So, yeah, I'm not too worried about that.
Thank you.
Go to Davey in the back.
Davey Siegel with Sirius XM NASCAR Radio. This question's for William, Kyle, and Chase, and Denny, if you want to weigh in, you can too. But it seems like this week, and just the last few, the fan sentiment has been overwhelmingly positive towards Denny to get that monkey off his back and win the championship. Jeff did a poll earlier in the week, and Denny got 50% of the vote that people want to see him win. Does that surprise you three at all?
I don't really look at the app, Twitter, so I don't know.
But does it just surprise you, just the fan sentiment?
That's how you know it's called X now.
No, honestly, I'm not surprised, I guess. I think because, everybody likes a, story like that, where somebody nearing the end of their career, all that, is great. So, I can see why people would cheer for him. I'm a competitor. I obviously want to win, but it would be really cool, to see somebody who's put in so much time to this sport and been so close so many times and 60 wins. I agree, so I'm going to want to kick his ass tomorrow, but it's not going to kill me if he wins unless he runs me in the fence again.
It doesn't surprise me. I think anybody with common sense knows that Denny's more than capable of being a champion. You don't win 60 races, and I think it would be a shame, right? If whenever he does decide to hang it up, he would be the best ever that's never won one, right? And I think everybody knows that he's more than capable. And even myself, right? Like Kyle said, I'm a competitor, but if I don't win, I want Denny to win, just so he can kind of have that, on his resume. So I think it doesn't surprise me at all that the fans feel the same way.
All right, we're going to go to Kenny in the middle there, and then we'll wrap up with Reed.
Kenny Sargent with Speed Freaks, and following up on that, Chase, this is for you and Denny, and then Kyle and William. Coach Joe Gibbs, who does he want to win the championship, and who does Rick Hendrick want to win the championship?
I don't think it matters. It pays the same, whichever one wins.
I agree with what he says. I'm a car owner. I can tell you I wouldn't care. Either one.
Yeah, I mean, sentimentally, I would say, yeah, you definitely would rather see Denny win, but it pays the same.
I mean, I know which two he does not want to see win. So
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know. I don't have kids, but you're not supposed to have a favorite kid, right? I don't know, right? Isn't that how it works?
All right, we're going to wrap up here in the front with Reed.
Reed Spencer with the NASCAR Wire for all you guys. With the engine rule, you're running a used engine this week. Do any of you guys know what engine is in your car, and do you care?
I think mine came out of Chase's Martinsville car last week. So, yeah, Cliff and everybody had a long night, Sunday night, getting it out and getting it ready.
I have no clue.
I wouldn't normally know.
I can't believe he knows.
I wouldn't normally know, but Cliff called me Sunday night, so.
Says we're getting that engine?
Yeah.
Must be a good one.
It must be good. It must be good. I have no idea.
I had a similar thing to Kyle. They just told me on Monday afternoon, so.
I know that Denny and I do not have our last week engine.
They said it was, yeah. I just know I have.
So Denny and I definitely do not have our last week engine.
No.
All right, guys, thanks for joining us today, and good luck tomorrow in the championship race.
All right, we've now been joined by James Smalls, the crew chief for the number 19 for Joe Gibbs Racing. James, thank you for hustling over here. I know you had an eventful practice. We will go ahead and open for questions. If you have a question for James, go ahead and raise your hand. We'll work to get a mic to you. We're going to start up front here with Zach in the white.
Sorry. Zach Sterniolo, NASCAR.com. James, what do you suspect happened that led to the flat left rear to start the session, and do you believe everything has been resolved?
Too low in air, too much camber, just too aggressive, I guess. You saw it with a number of cars out there. So don't know if it's been resolved yet. We stopped running there. He had a little bit of a scare at the end. We made a lot of changes through that session. So, yeah, we'll have to look at it more, break these tires down and see.
All right, we'll go to Jeff Gluck, please.
Did you utter more curse words or have laps run in that session?
I was actually calm. So, no, it was fine. So, I think we rolled pit road more times than we ran laps. So, yeah, still feel good about it. The pace there on that 8 laps we did there, I think, was actually really good. And the car is feeling really good. A few things we need to clean up, but not worried one bit.
So how do you not worry then if, I know you can make all the changes and be more conservative, but you didn't get a long run in, so how do you know it's going to be okay?
Because we have a long enough run there to understand where it was going and whatnot, and how we relate to our teammates as well and everything. So, the 20 looked exceptional on a long run there. 11 looked okay, I think. We'll see.
All right, Matt, go ahead.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com. I kind of get the impression, like you said, you're not super concerned. So how much of today and the different woes we saw was almost anticipated, or was some of that still kind of an abnormality, seeing that many issues or failures?
A little abnormal. We thought there could be issues, but to see it as widespread as it was, especially as the session went, you thought it would get better, but people continued to have problems. So, yeah, we'll just have to see. Should be interesting on Sunday.
All right, go ahead.
Eddie Kalegi, Motorsports Today. James, I think it's interesting I think it's interesting approach-wise because the results speak for themselves, and Chase has qualified so well this year, but this is the one race where, for you guys, the only thing that matters is where you finish on the final lap. So does the approach really change at all this week, or is it business as usual like the first 35 weeks?
Business as usual. Qualifying is going to be super important as well, so hopefully we can have a strong run and try and get the number 1 stall. But yeah, track position's always going to be king. So if you can qualify up front, you're going to stay there more than likely.
All right. Lee,
Lee
go ahead.
Spencer, Sirius XM NASCAR Radio and CatchFence.com. Do you think 7 tires is enough for Sunday's race?
Yeah, it'll be fun. So I'm sure everybody will sleep on it and have some better decisions, and probably be no issues on Sunday. So, well, maybe there'll be a rash of them, but we'll see.
All right, James, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. Best of luck this weekend. We will now continue. We've now been joined by Rudy Fugel and Chris Gale. If you have a question for Rudy or Chris, go ahead and raise your hand. We'll work to get a mic to you. We'll start up here with Lee.
Rudy, William was asked after practice if he thought tires were going to be an issue. He just said flat out, no, he's not worried. But it was so quick. It was like he's laser focused on the task at hand. He's not going to let anything else get to him. You kind of see him in that mode this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, that's what the driver should be worried about. You know, when it comes to tire failures, it's not their responsibility. It's ours to make those decisions and them to drive it and take care of them when we need to. Now, when it comes to, you know, durability and like making them live in a long run, that they have a huge part of that. So he knows he's got to take care of that. But yeah, he's worried about what he has to do and just gives us information to make good decisions, hopefully.
All right, Matt in the back.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com. For both of you guys, how much of the issues today were anticipated, or I don't want to imply that Goodyear could have possibly brought a bad batch or something, but is that possibly a factor? How much of it is this versus that?
Yeah, I think this place, it's one of those that's really it can be really tough when you get a tire that you've learned on a lot. You know, you learned on at Richmond, learned on at Loudon, and then you come here and this is you know, it's hot and there's more load here than there is the other two places. So there's definitely some things to learn. At the wheel force test, I think there was some right side failures. So I think we were more concerned about those and what would happen, and the left rears were kind of a surprise. But yeah, this is a track that's tough on tires for what we're trying to do to them. You know, it's definitely what we're trying to do with our situation to make the cars go faster.
Go.
Yeah, I agree with Rudy, but definitely the load is the thing, right? And he's right. I don't think there were any left side failures at the wheel force test. I was a little concerned about left side failures, just kind of knowing where we've been at other tracks, and probably started on the cautious side because I did not want to have a left rear failure and kind of go the other way and make sure that I have a chance to tear down 3 tires, Goodyear, look at them, and know that it's going to be okay, and then I can hopefully get to that edge closer to the race and not in practice.
And then for Gale, do you guys have a clutch issue kind of developing there?
Yeah, I don't know much about it now, other than the throw is a little off, and he's having a hard time with it disengaging, just because the throw gets so long it won't disengage. We're looking into it now. I don't know any more than that at this point.
All right, Jenna.
Jenna Fryer, AP. Chris, how does this feel for you? It's your first Final Four, and the pressure is immense on Denny. So I'm wondering how you're feeling about that.
I'm trying not to let it get to me at all. You know, every piece of advice from many of these guys that have done it before are basically like, enjoy the moment. It's gonna be hard to not let it get to you. You know, you want to be successful, you want to do everything, but like, what happened with Denny not making it before me really has no reflection on what happens this time, right? So I shouldn't let that pressure bother me. You know, it should be separate, right? We're going to come in and do the best job we can and see what happens.
What is your personal desire to be the guy to finally get him a cup title?
I mean, I think that'd be great. I mean, for sure, that's what I want to do. But this situation is, there are 4 really good cars, really good teams, really good crew chiefs. I just want to win the race, right? And I want to be the champion. But it's not necessarily anything for me to come in and get it for Denny kind of thing. Whoever was driving, that would be my goal here. So, you know, would it be extra sweet with Denny just because I know what he's gone through, you know what I mean, and been close? Yes, but I don't know that it changes anything.
All right, John, go ahead.
John Newby, Fanbuzz. So you guys both ran over 60 laps during this practice session. I was curious, with the tire fall that you saw, do you anticipate any changes to any final stage strategy or anything like that?
Really early days on that, but you have to look at it some more and go through it and really To be honest, I think most of the final stage strategy stuff is learned from stage 1 and stage 2. We prepare for stage 1 and try to learn a bunch, and then stage 2 is generally a similar length as stage 3, and that you kind of let that play out and learn on it and run all your numbers. So it's always a learning game because every session is different. Obviously, we're trying to get long runs to get that data to start with. We accomplished that, but it will be way, way different come Sunday.
Yeah, I think if you look at Martinsville, right, that was one where everybody was going to split every stage and everything was going to happen. And by the time we got to stage 2, we're going 90, 120 plus laps, and it isn't much different, right? So I think, you look at the practice deck, you compare it to other practices, you know kind of, okay, I need to expect something different in the race when I got all the cars out there running, laying rubber down the entire time. So definitely that'll be fluid as it goes. I think having tire failures, that could be the thing that changes it, because then we're coming to pit road under yellow, right? So a guy might be more worried about short pitting and getting burned by something like that.
Go ahead, Lee.
Chris, what have you learned about Denny over the course of your tenure? Dale Jarrett was in here yesterday, and having been a JGR driver himself, he said that Denny Hamlin was the best hire that Joe Gibbs ever made.
Yeah, I think I've talked about this before, is just his professional side, right? And I don't know Denny Hamlin working with him on the team, younger Denny Hamlin. I know Denny Hamlin now, right, after he's kind of gone through all this adversity and decided I'm at the end of my career, I'm going to be extra motivated to do everything I can to be ready. And that's the only part I see. I mean, we kind of wore Sim out. He's to the point that we need track data before we could do anything else. Like, we're just wasting time now because we've kind of done so much of that. And then him just looking at the data himself, he is relentless on looking at SMT, thinking about restarts, grabbing all the data he can, more than I've been around any other guy. So I think that's the part that's, changed for him. He would say changed, and that's what I've noticed immediately coming in. I just wasn't aware of how much time he put into that kind of stuff.
All right, Holly.
Holly Kane with the NASCAR Wire Service. This may sound a little bit out there, but do you guys do anything in terms of like giving a pep talk or doing something that's not nuts and bolts? That's let's get this going team. Do you have somebody come in and speak to them this weekend? Anything like that?
Sound like the pep talk guy.
No, I try to have some quick one-liners. That's what I'm known for, is some one-liners and some of that. So, but yeah, no, nothing else. We try to. We have a lot of professionals. I'm lucky to have pretty much the same team for the past 5 years, and this is our 3rd year doing it. So they kind of know what we're up against, and yeah, we just reminders to enjoy it and to leave nothing out there.
Yeah, that's definitely not my forte. I have a couple pit crew members that are really good at it, and we had pit practice yesterday, and one of them was ready to give a speech. We were ready to run the race yesterday. If it would have been there, we were ready to pit. But no, I think more just it's individual talking to guys. You can tell kind of when guys are uptight or when they're not, and you kind of build those relationships throughout the year, and you talk about it then, and we've had some small, we'll go to dinner and talk about things, but no really rah-rah, fire-up kind of speech thing.
All right.
Noah Reed, Kenny Wallace Media. Rudy, you've been with William for a number of years now. This is your guys' 3rd championship 4 appearance. I'm curious, how have you seen him evolve and grow and develop since your guys' time in the Truck Series to where he is now as a perennial championship contender?
Yeah, talk about this a lot, but the biggest thing the last probably year and a half is just the maturity. He just keeps maturing, and what I mean by that is just getting more comfortable with himself and comfortable with what's going on, and not really worrying about the outside factors and outside anything. It's just him and his team, and that helps him ride the highs and lows a lot better, I believe.
All right, Zach, go ahead.
Zach Sterniolo, NASCAR.com. Rudy, kind of in that same vein, this is your 3rd straight trip to the championship 4 now. William said yesterday that this has become business as usual for the 24 team. I know that past experience doesn't mean anything this weekend, but how does year 3 feel different than year 1 with getting to the championship 4?
Yeah, I think it's mostly just knowing what to expect, for the most part, and that when it comes to the outside factors, coming and doing this interview and not getting the debrief, which I'm itching to go get out of here and stop talking to y'all, and it's all those things I'm used to, right? And the rest of it, there's always surprises. There's tires, there's fall off, there's times where you could run forever on tire. All those things are going to different. Who you're racing is different. We've never raced this group, this full group, right? We've raced Larson one time, so all that's slightly different. But it's I think you're just used to it. It's more routine instead of like amped up about just the situation. So we're excited. We want to take advantage of the opportunity, but we're not we're not surprised by the odd situations.
I'm Chopper Motorsports today over here. Rudy, so if you or the 5 team win the championship, it would be Hendrick Motorsports' 15th championship in 30 years, basically 50% of that entire time frame. So if you guys are the ones to get done, what would that mean? Just one, your first championship with William Byron in general, but also being able to add on to that legacy of the 24 car in Hendrick Motorsports.
Yeah, I mean, Hendrick Motorsports is built on a culture from Mr. and Mrs. Hendrick. It's gone on this is year 41. I understand the championships are the last 30. I'm taking your word for that. But yeah, it means everything because that's what we're here to do. He gives us all the tools, lets us do our thing. It gives us all the trust in the world and support. And, that's our goal is to support and give that championship to him and everybody that works there. They've been working there for so long and so hard, and it's just been a long year. So trying to finish it out with a championship it will be huge.
All right, Rudy, Chris, thank you guys so much for your time. Best of luck this weekend.
Coach Gibbs, thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate it. Obviously on good terms to be able to chat on Championship 4 week for you with Denny Hamlin and Chase Briscoe going this weekend to Phoenix in hopes of capturing the NASCAR Cup Series championship. Obviously, last night, you guys had Christopher Bell not advancing, so I know you have mixed emotions most likely. But can you just tell us what the last few weeks have felt like for your organization?
Well, I felt like kind of going into yesterday, it's been, an outstanding year for us. But in pro sports, you can have some tough Mondays, and we're having one today because, yesterday we hate it with the 20 kind of missing being in the playoffs there. And it was just one of those days where, hey, you got to give credit to the Hendrick cars, did a fantastic job, and you got to give them credit on a day like that. But the way everything worked out for us, our playoff schedule is so tough. The 20 has had a heck of a year, but we just wound up yesterday. We just weren't quite good enough to get in. So that part of it is a downer, but we have 2 cars that obviously to be in the Final 4 is a thrill for us. You got the 11 with Denny and Chris Gale and all the emotion and stories that goes with that car. And then you got our first year car with Chase and James just having a heck of a year with the 19. So we got 2 stories there. We're really excited about that. It's just today's been tough to get back excited.
I understand. We're going to go ahead and open for questions now, and we will start with Bob Pockris. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, Coach, Denny has had a few mechanical issues over the last 5-6 weeks. Do you have any concerns or doing anything additional for quality control?
No, we've been on that all morning. We've all got the parts out, looked at everything. And I think issues with the motors are always concerning. You never want that to happen. But I think we kind of have understood where we are and what those parts were and have made adjustments for sure. And really, those parts will not be in the cars for this weekend. So I feel good about that.
And what do you think Denny has learned from the championships that have slipped away that will help him this time?
Well, I think he's the experience. As you know, in pro sports, that's something that you just can't teach someone. They've got to experience it. And I think Denny, over these years, 60 wins and being here for this amount of time, I think you listen to him in meetings, and he really, with the experience and everything, is really good, I think, for the young drivers that are in that room, because he sees things just as a veteran would. He's been through almost everything. He kind of understands it. He works extremely hard in the sim, but his preparation and everything, I think a veteran guy like him, it's hard to, that kind of experience really means a lot. So hopefully our sport is so hard, it shows in how hard our sport is. You got to be able to get to the final four, which we've done with Denny. Now you got one race, and you got to make it happen.
All right. Our next question will go to Nate Ryan. Go ahead, Nate.
Thanks, Amanda. Coach, 2 drivers from Joe Gibbs Racing, 2 drivers from Hendrick Motorsports in the championship 4. It's the second time in 4 years, so this is nothing new for you and Rick Hendrick. But what's it like for you going up against Rick Hendrick in the championship 4? Jeff Gordon was talking last night about how you and Rick exchanged messages a lot just as friends rather than competitors. What's this like, I guess, facing the best team in NASCAR in terms of playoff victories, both as competitor and as friend?
Yeah, what it's like, I don't like it. Okay. Yesterday's a good example. Got to give Rick and his crew over there, the 24 and the 5 and the 9. Everybody over there, 48, everybody was fast. And it shows you what a quality organization and how good they really are. And so, no, I would prefer to go against somebody that's not very good. The problem is that doesn't happen in NASCAR. And so to get to the Final Four is just so hard. And so now we got one race. We know what we're up against, somebody that's really, really good. 2 cars in there for them, 2 for us. And so hopefully this will be good for the fans and everybody in the excitement. Probably won't be good for me. I'll be so nervous and uptight about it. But, to get to the Final Four is a thrill, and we're thrilled to be in it. It's great for our sponsors and our entire organization. You got to give Rick and them just all the credit in the world.
And quick follow-up about Rick, Coach. If you can think back, I'm sure you've told us 1,000 times, but if you can think back 30-some years, how instrumental was he in helping you get into NASCAR? What did he do for you to get a team started in NASCAR, and how important was it just to being in the sport?
It was really, really important for us. And so when I started thinking about trying, you got to remember, I was a football coach. I didn't have anything. And so when both the boys, JD and Coy, we talked about getting in racing. Could we do that? Could you do something in NASCAR? Then everybody referred me to Rick. And thank goodness he was a big Redskin fan and got him to a football game. Get him to tell you that story where his shoes came apart on the sideline and he almost lost his toes. It was so cold. That was the story. But Rick helped us a lot. He let Jimmy Johnson, his general manager at that time, kind of go with me to a lot of meetings. And he just helped and gave advice. And then we started off originally leasing motors and everything from Rick. So it was a huge deal for us. For us to be able to get off the ground, Rick played a huge role in that, and I just really appreciate that.
Great. Thanks. Good luck. Appreciate the answers.
All right. Our next question will go to Dustin Long. Go ahead, Dustin.
Thanks a lot. Hey, Joe, a year ago at this time, you were coming off the end of the season where you guys didn't win the last half of the season, didn't have a team in the championship 4 and Cup. What was that period like, and why did you feel, what was it that made you feel like you had to make the big change with Gabe Hart to change the direction of this organization to where now you've had this great successful season and having 2 cars in the championship 4?
Yeah, Dustin, I think for us, it's never just me making big decisions. And so our team, we kind of all got together. We got people that really care about JGR and have spent most of their working lives here for sure. And so it's a team effort. And so when we talked about it, we laid out some things where we felt like we could really make an improvement. And so that was one of them for sure, getting Chris, move him to be in the competition director. Then that meant Chris Gale moving over and some other changes that we made here with our 4 cars. And so, this year to wind up kind of where we are with all of that has been, very rewarding, I think, for all of us. But you're constantly in pro sports, what I've learned. I said the same thing in the NFL. I think pro sports, they change at a rate of about 30% a year. And if you're sitting still, you're falling behind. And so you got to be on the forefront of what's taking place. And so we kind of felt like some changes were needed for us. And just appreciate all of our guys and the way they've fought this year to get where we are and have the success that we've had.
And Joe, obviously, you're spending a lifetime in sports. You understand how so many people look at these athletes, what they can do as superhuman, and it's easy to forget that they are actually human. You've gone through things in your life. Look, Denny Hamlin's going through things with, he's talked a little bit about his father, the things with his race team. What is it that you see in terms of the human side of Denny Hamlin that maybe most people that sitting in the stands don't see or realize of the things that he's going through and what he's overcoming to try to reach this sport goal as he's dealing with life matters?
Well, you're right, Dustin, in that, we look at these guys, very few people can do this. Get in a car, go 200 miles an hour, compete against somebody. And so when you get one, it's a huge deal for a race team. So for them, though, to be able to achieve that, then there is the whole personal side. It's your relationships, everything. I know I've experienced a lot with JD and Coy not being here. And so you go through those emotions, and sometimes we have a tendency to forget about that and only think about somebody being an athlete. But there's so much to this. And if you think about Denny, where he is right now with Dennis, his dad, and all that the family went through to sacrifice for him, he brings that up all the time. Then everything he's got going at 2311, okay, and then what he's got going with us, you just realize that's a lot. And so I think he's a very unusual person to be able to handle all that. He's also a gifted athlete. So I would say from the time that Denny first came on board, 20 years ago, I think probably where he is today is probably one of the biggest changes that I've seen in a person. And I think a lot of it's because of his family now and Jordan and the kids. There's just a lot there. And so I think our fans appreciate that because they know a lot about the drivers. And certainly our 4 guys are totally different. They got different things that are taking place in their worlds. And so you make a good point. Sometimes we have a tendency to forget that, but it plays a major role, I think, with great athletes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, our next question will go to Kelly Crandall. Go ahead, Kelly.
Thank you, Amanda. Hi, Joe. On the topic of Denny, when you have 2 drivers in the championship, right? I mean, two opportunities to win a championship, and I'm assuming it'd be like asking to pick your favorite child. But how much of your heart, how sentimentally, to try to do this and see Denny again get an opportunity to win a championship? I mean, sentimentally, how much is your heart with him this weekend?
Well, you kind of take a look at both of our drivers in the Final Four. And, you know, if I take Chase first, here's somebody I noticed, I think yesterday on Sirius Radio, they were talking to him about the couch that he slept on for like 2 years while he's trying to get an opportunity in the sport. And to see him, a first year guy, be able to get everything done that he's got done, be on 7 poles, won 3 races, to wind up in the Final Four. So that's a great story when you think about that. All right. Then you move over to Denny. Here's somebody that's won 60 times in our sport. All the things that he does now, he's an owner of a race team. Okay. He races for us. And all he's done over those years, his family, where he is today, when he first came with us, all that's just a huge story. His dad and everything that's taken place there. So it's 2 different stories. And I think for everybody, the only thing that Denny has not claimed is a championship. And so I know everybody asks him about that in every interview. And so if you do that for 20 years, I can tell you there's a burning desire for him to win a championship.
This weekend, getting an opportunity to win a championship, it's been since 2019 since you all have done that. I'm sure you don't need to be reminded of it. Has it felt that long, Joe? Has it felt like it's been a drought or a slump? What have these last few years been like, trying to get back atop the mountain, so to speak?
Yeah, it seems like it's been forever. I think that's the thing about pro sports. You work so hard and you get down, and with our championship, it goes to the last race. And it's really, really hard. And the other thing, you know, you go 38 weekends, everybody's put everything all the work effort and everything they put into preparing our cars, all the people here. It's, when you stop and think about it, so many people kind of depend on this. And our big deal is you want to try and win. You know, I don't think we have any of our sponsors that I've ever got that said it's okay just to ride around the back. They don't want to do that. They want to win. And so that's obviously the goal up here for everybody. So in this case, you're going to have Rick and his 2 drivers. You're going to have me and everybody here, Heather and everybody in our ownership and everybody in management, everybody here at the race, our race shop, our entire team pulling for our 2 cars this weekend. So it's going to be a huge deal. I think our fans love that. It's the best in the world competing, you know, in one race. It should be really exciting.
Thank you.
All right. Our next question will go to Lee Spencer. Go ahead, Lee.
Thank you, Amanda, and thanks for joining us, Coach. Can you discuss the parallels between coaching a championship team in the NFL and coaching championship teams in NASCAR, and have the parallels grown closer over the course of the evolution? Where you first got here, you had the crew chief and the driver, and now it's kind of blossomed into you have got to have the entire team, and special teams, you know, aka the pit crew, has become more important than ever in this sport.
Yeah, Lee, I think the thing, I've kind of said this before, but as far as the 2 sports, it is kind of amazing how much they are alike. In football, you're not going anywhere in football unless you got a great quarterback. Over here, it's what? The driver. Okay. In football, you gotta have a coach that knows what's going on. Hopefully you have a great coach. Over here, that becomes crew chiefs. Okay. And so the 2 sports are the fact that our pit crew guys, it's almost exactly like football. They have mandatory weight training twice a week. They have mandatory practice. It's all videoed and filmed. They're paid bonuses on pit stops. I mean, the two sports in that way are a lot alike. Over here, we got a car, and many times that thing will not obey. It doesn't. It doesn't. You can't chew it out or threaten it. Okay, but I do think the two sports are a lot alike. My role is totally different. You know, in football, I can make it happen. I was over there. I grew up in it. Technically, call plays, make it happen. Over here, I can't. Okay, and so my role over here is totally different. Pick the people, work with the people, try and keep our sponsors happy. And I said, my biggest thrill is trying to pay the bills the first of every month. So my role here is different. I would say this: there are a lot of similarities between this sport and the NFL. Those are the only two I've been in, but it's kind of amazing, really. And you're trying to win a championship. The one thing that we talked about is different. Over here, you have 4 teams. That's a real challenge, really difficult. How do you get 4 teams to work together? I think that NASCAR is really tough from that standpoint.
And you, in your spare time, do a lot of motivational speaking. And when I was in Victory Lane at Martinsville with the Hendrick group, it seemed like they all had a pep rally, you know, talking about loss with the members of Hendrick that they had lost on the plane crash. You know something about severe loss as well. How can you use certain life lessons as catalysts to motivate your squads down to the finish line?
Yeah, I think Rick and I, you know, have talked a lot about that. Our boys and the fact that they're not here. And so we've had discussions about that, and it's really hard. And so we both have experienced that. Yeah, I'm not sure as far as motivating factors. I do know that with my 2 boys, and I'm sure with Ricky, you know, their dream was to be a part of racing and the future. And certainly I think that's what Rick kind of had planned. That's what I had planned. And sometimes in life, you know, God has a different idea. And so we're in a totally different place, both of us. But I think also we share a lot of similar heartbreaks. So anyway, that's part of our life, and that's where we are now. I got my grandkids involved. We got Heather involved. Everything is taking place here. I think my grandkids are a number of them will want to be with the race team and be involved with it. So that's exciting for me. It's not the way I thought it would go, but then again, God's plans many times are not ours.
Thank you for your time, Coach.
All right, our next question will go to Matt Weaver. Go ahead, Matt.
Hey, Coach. Thank you for the time today. You've obviously participated in football playoffs and the Super Bowl, and you've experienced every iteration of a NASCAR championship format. So I'm curious, have you provided NASCAR any feedback from your standpoint about what direction they should go, or what are your feelings overall about this time period we're in right now, thinking about what our future looks like?
Yeah, I think I haven't. But I think they've gone about this the right way. They got a committee. Heather's been on there, and a lot of real bright people are thinking about our playoffs and is this the right format for us going forward? The one thing I would say, one race it is tough because things can happen to you that they're out of your control in that one race. And so I think they've done a good job. I leave that to NASCAR. I hear some rumors about it, and I think we'll probably make a change in there if I'm guessing. But I think that'll be something for the future. And what we're focused on right now is the way we do have our championship 4. And this is the way NASCAR is, and we're in it. And we got 2 cars in it, this is a thrill when we get here because it is exciting. You got one race to make it happen. But that's the way I look at it. And so we got to find a way. And I'm sure Rick's thinking the same thing.
And then with Taylor winning on Saturday and Ty's car, talking about the future of the company and, the way that the family structure is moving forward. Is there something in that dynamic that you've kind of tasked Ty with trying to learn, or from a team management? Like, do you have him doing homework at all in terms of what it's like to run a team in any way?
I think he's so consumed with racing right now. That's been his world ever since he was 2. He's been on something with wheels and after it. And so I think when you're trying to climb the ladder and it is so hard to be successful in racing, I think he's totally focused on that, really. And so, no, I think that's been his whole focus, is to try and win and climb the ladder and be a part of NASCAR going forward as a driver. And so, yeah, we haven't, other than that, he's totally consumed with that. I can tell you that.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, our next question will go to Toby Christie. Go ahead, Toby.
Hey, Coach, thanks for taking time out. You're talking about the parallels to the NFL and NASCAR. As a head coach, a Hall of Fame head coach, you had to mentally prepare your players for that, one game to win a championship. How involved are you with crew chiefs, drivers, and pit crew members, just getting them mentally prepared for the task at hand, which is just a one race to win a championship?
I think over here, Toby, it's mostly the crew chiefs. And they have that close working relationship. They're constantly in the sim. They're going over things with their drivers, and they're trying to climb the mountain, get it done. And so the crew chiefs over here deserve the credit. And I'm obviously in the background. I'm in the competition meetings and stuff, and I share things at different times. But it is over here, I look at the crew chiefs, and it's just the same role that I did play in the NFL. And they're kind of the motivators. They're the guys that make it happen. They're the guys that make the calls. And so that's a very close, tight-knit relationship between drivers and crew chiefs. They really depend on each other. And so this world, those are the guys that make it happen over here. It's not as much, I'm there, certainly around it, care about it, but they're the ones that make it happen.
Awesome. And with the crew chiefs being essentially the head coaches in NASCAR, do you think they get enough credit for what happens on Sundays?
I think our fan base is very knowledgeable. I love Sirius Radio. You hear the fans come on there. Everything on TV on the weekends. We're 38 weekends, which is a huge window on TV and everything that takes place. I think our fan base is very knowledgeable, and they understand. And I think they really appreciate crew chiefs. They know what it takes. Our fan base they're after it. And I appreciate that. And there's an excitement there. When you hear them call in on the radio or have discussions with them, I think they definitely understand how important the crew chief's role is. And so I appreciate that about our fans. And I think in pro sports, they get a lot of attention, pro sports do. And certainly NASCAR does. And people know, I think the crew chiefs are, they deserve a lot of credit. And I think they're keys to what happens here with your race teams.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, we're going to squeeze in one final question. I'll go to Claire B. Lane. Go ahead, Claire.
Thank you, Coach. Thanks for spending the time with us today. I find it interesting because you're such a motivational guy and competitive guy, but really up close, you're so down to earth, right? And I wonder if you could take us through the issues that you had with Chase's car and then Denny's car. Where are you? What do you do? how involved do you get? Then you come back and they digest it, right? But then are you banging on tables? Are you calling? Like, I'd love to hear what it is that you add to all of that and kind of take us through it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to add, Claire, but what we do, we got a great group of technical people here. Our Toyota people, particularly with the motors, which was a huge issue for us. It makes you really nervous, and it makes them nervous because they're perfectionists. So this morning, what we did, we got all the parts, we laid them out, we had a full discussion on where we are, what happened. That's the first thing, and certainly in racing, you want to make sure you understand what did happen. That's really important. What did cause, and don't miss that. I think we've got that detailed, and so the decisions then were made by Toyota. This is what we're going to do for this coming weekend. And so we feel like that we've made the right decisions, and we kind of have discussed what did happen, and we're convinced that we made the right decisions about what's going to take place on Sunday. So I think it's made by Toyota and a lot of our technical people, and I'm kind of a bystander, but I kind of know what they're doing.
I gotcha. And a quick follow-up is on Crew Chief James Small and Chase Briscoe, obviously. I've been interviewing James Small forever, but to see him kind of rise to where he's refreshed with Chase Briscoe after kind of what he went through, what do you see in him to field an effort for the championship finale at Phoenix?
I think, Claire, what he did this year with taking Chase, and for them, every part of Chase's time here, James has been in it. They've been just like this. And so to see them kind of work together, and at first, they got the first pole, and I went, oh, that's exciting. We got one pole. And then they just kept up front, fast. And I think that's the thing that you look for in our sport. You want a driver that's fast, and in order to get there, the crew chief has to help him for sure. And so as their year went, I think they set some records, almost 7 poles, and all that they did this year. I think James is, everybody that knows James, he cares. He is after it. It's a big deal. You can see him worry about stuff. And so I appreciate that, the way he cares about it. And certainly you're seeing somebody like Chase, who came up, sacrificed all that he sacrificed with his family and him, Marissa, everything that they've gone through to get to this level. And it's so exciting to see them have a year like they've had. So none of us expected it. I don't think anybody, I didn't hear anybody in the press say that was going to happen. I think it took us all by surprise.
Appreciate your time. Have fun this weekend, okay?
You bet. Thank you.
All right, Coach. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. And we do wish you the best of luck this weekend in Phoenix.
Thank you, Amanda. Appreciate everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. And a big thank you for joining us here on Tuesday. We have now been joined by Rick Hendrick and Jeff Gordon, who will spend some time with us here to talk about the exciting news of Kyle Larson competing in the championship for this weekend, along with William Byron, who also captured the win on Sunday at Martinsville. So, Rick, I would like to start with you. Thank you for joining us. It was 30 years ago this year that Hendrick Motorsports won their first championship with Jeff Gordon. Can you take us back to that time in the organization, but also what it means to you to be in this position again 30 years later?
Well, I was thinking about that this morning and how hard it is to win a championship. And I remember very well the couple of days leading up to the banquet, calling everybody I knew, thanking them for helping me all of my life in racing, and so excited to share it with everyone, and being in New York and just really letting it sink in what a NASCAR championship really meant. So it's pretty special. It doesn't, in some ways, it doesn't feel like it's been 30 years. In some ways, it feels like it's been a long time. But I'm really thankful for Jeff in that first one, and hopefully we can get number 15 this here in next weekend.
And Jeff, for you, you know, you've had the opportunity to compete with Hendrick Motorsports both as a driver and then now in the role that you get to be as vice chairman. But can you take us through kind of what it felt like in '95, obviously for you, but how does it feel to have the 24 in addition to Kyle, obviously, but to really have the 24 going for that championship victory this weekend in Phoenix?
Yeah, thank you. I'll second Rick. It's hard to believe that it's been 30 years, and a lot has happened at Hendrick Motorsports since then, with a lot of wins and championships by multiple drivers. So it's been exciting to be a part of that. Obviously honored to be a part of that first one with Rick and this organization. I think all of us here on campus at that time saw something that was special and was building, and the resources were there, and the people, and I think you look back to the years leading into that they were close. At that time, it was nobody can beat Dale Earnhardt Sr. And so to go into that '95 season with a new car, enough experience with the team, and led by Ray Evernham, and everything that Rick provided, you just knew right away that we had something special and had a shot, and we're running up front each and every weekend, winning races early in the season, leading laps, but you still just weren't sure if you could pull it off and beat the Intimidator. And so that was very special. And I just feel like ever since that accomplishment, this company has been on an unbelievable trajectory to continue to keep that success going. And now it's all about maintaining the legacy that's been built over the last 30 years.
All right, we are now going to go to the media for questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll work to get in as many questions as we can in the time that we have. And to kick us off, I'm going to go to Lee Spencer. Lee, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us, gentlemen. Rick, kind of interested in hearing Cliff Daniels talk over the weekend. He was saying that that he was reading Sun Tzu and had assigned it to the members of the number 5 crew. And it seems to me that way back when Ray Evernham kind of got with the number 24 team, it was that same thing, that same ideology that he was trying to spread among the team.
Well, that's a great leader when they can motivate the people. I know he had them reading different books, and it's that extra effort, that extra special oomph that you put into the team, preparing him for something that important. I mean, for us to go up there and William has to win or Chase has to win, and then for Kyle to have to beat the 20 car, you can't show up with just the normal enthusiasm, and you got to have tremendous preparation. And I'm just so proud of our guys for the hours they put in and the way they work together, and all the crew chiefs and drivers. And I know Jeff's going to echo that. But our guys met the trucks at 2 in the morning to get the cars off, and because with NASCAR's rules, you have to run a seal motor, and we want to run them again, put them back in the cars. Our guys are just relentless in execution and preparation, and I think it shows. And Cliff's a leader. I mean, we all read the Maxwell books on leadership and servant leadership, and I think he just takes it another step. Ray did the same thing. All of our crew chiefs are the same way. I think they kind of lean on each other, and it just builds that extra energy that we need to go show up and perform.
And Jeff, when you were there and won that first championship, the intensity that was surrounding that team, it seems to have kind of carried through Hendrick over the years. How do people maintain that intensity and that drive that takes them to the finish line?
Yeah, I think it started with Rick and the culture that he built coming from the automotive business, and then incorporating those things into motorsports, the way that he wanted to see this company run, and the type of people that he felt like were important to be a part of it. And so that foundation was there, and then you started seeing, as the success started coming, and guys like Ray Evernham and Chad Knaus, and now you have Cliff Daniels and Rudy and Alan, and just guys that have won championships here, and the type of leadership that they have displayed. It's and each team has its own unique personality. I think they all lead in a strong way. They all work well together. But Cliff has his style and surrounds himself with the guys that fit into the culture of Hendrick, but also into the culture of that team. And then you have Rudy that leads. Both him and William are a little bit more quiet, right? They're a little more reserved, but they speak loud on race day and in their performance. And Kyle, I think is a very confident driver, drives anything and everything, is very well regarded as one of the best out there. And Cliff feels the pressure to deliver him that car and that team, and surrounds himself with people that want to do the same. And I try not to take it for granted because I've been around it for so long. But this is that reminder of days like Sunday and what's happened every minute since then, of how special this place is and the people that we have here, and how bad they want to go out and win and live up to the expectations that Rick built over the years.
Thank you.
All right, our next question will go to Bob Puckris. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, for Rick, Kyle hasn't won since Kansas in May, his longest winless streak since joining you. So I'm curious, how much do you think the month of May maybe had to do with that? And how have you seen Kyle kind of react to, I won't call it a slump, but just kind of this mini winless streak?
Yeah. Well, he's Williams led the most laps this year, and Kyle's number 2. They both led over 1,000 laps. So I don't know that that's a slump, but he did have some. It was a downer in May. We get out and we didn't do what we wanted to do at Indy, and then he comes back in Charlotte and loses it on the first or second lap, and that was a emotional roller coaster, and the team's got to get back up on their feet. But I look at what they're doing now, and he was in a position to win the race at a plate race where we haven't had a lot of success with that car, and he ended up running out of gas. So, and there's a lot of races he was leading the race, and a caution came out and something happened. But I'm excited about going to Phoenix with both cars. I think he's got the bit in his teeth right now, and I don't think you can deny William Byron for what he's accomplished this year and how close he's been in some races. And the guys have worked hard on this our flat track, short track program, and Kyle's ready, and so is William. So I'm looking forward to this coming weekend and trying to get another championship.
Speaking of William, obviously he's won the Daytona 500. I'm curious, do you feel like, is there any challenge for a driver who's won the Daytona 500 to kind of keep that intensity throughout the year? We've kind of seen that team have its ups and downs as well.
Well, I know Jeff can speak to that too, because he's won Daytona, and you come off of Daytona, it sets it up for the year for you. You're a Daytona champion, and that's the Super Bowl. But then you got to run all the races because you want to be a champion. And you're going to run through down times, and we may be behind as an organization at certain tracks, and we got to work hard to get better, because everybody in the sport, there's a lot of competition out there, a lot lot of guys that can win any race, and things fall apart for you. Cautions come at the wrong time. You're speeding on pit road, or tire gets away like it did with Chase and caused you an opportunity to win a race. And but Daytona is special. But I think right after you win Daytona, you realize that, hey, we gotta be up in the points. We gotta win races. We gotta advance. And there's a tremendous amount of pressure all year long. And William had a fast start, and I think you can't take away the Daytona 500 championship as a champion, because a lot of drivers go through their careers and never win that race, and that's one that everybody wants. So, but I don't think after 2 or 3 races you can't live on that. You gotta move on.
All right, our next question will go to Claire B. Lang. Go ahead, Claire.
Thank you. You know what I've admired about the two of you for a long time and have watched is how freaking competitive that you both are. And yet it doesn't appear that way on the outside. You're not pushy, you're not mean, but so competitive. You guys, this finale weekend, you guys eat it for lunch. I mean, it's what you've done. Can you guys, without sharing any secrets you can't tell me or being too basic, tell me what the week is like at Hendrick Motorsports? More meetings, more, are you pounding on doors a little more? Because you are both very competitive, and so is that place.
Well, I'll go first, but I think Jeff will tell you they know what to do. And, we can't, the best thing I can do now, I'm not speaking for Jeff, but I can stand back. I've talked to all of them and said, listen, I'm proud of you. We got 2 cars out of the 4. Now let's go get it done. You don't want to put any more pressure on them than they already have. But now Jeff's lived it from a driver and now the vice chairman, so he's seen both sides of it. But I can tell you there's nobody any more competitive than the 2 of us are. And I remember one of the first races we went to when he wasn't driving and we ran like mess. And we got on the plane, he was all excited, going around to everybody, and I was like, man, what are you celebrating about? He was just pumped because he was in another role and he was watching, and I was mad and frustrated, but we're super competitive, and we always talk before the race. Hey, where are you going? I'm going over here. But I remember when we were in Phoenix last time, we had couple of cars in the show, and my wife asked us, well, why aren't all 4 of them in there? And we said, well, we're blessed to have 1 in there, less or 2.
Yeah, if you think he and I are competitive, let's get Linda on here. He lights a fire under me, I will say. Sometimes I get my mindset, okay, what can we do to support him and help him? And Rick has always done that, for everybody here. So that I look at the role now of, guys, what do you need? What can we give you? What are we not doing? Or, on this, can't drive the car, can't work on the car, can't do a lot, can't pit crew the car, but the resources or whatever you need is here for you. And that's what Rick has always offered. And it's been amazing. And our guys will tell you, there's nothing that they're lacking from that side of things. So, now, sometimes when maybe I am taking a little bit more of a step back and not getting fired up, he gets fired up, and then that gets me fired up. So we work off of one another. It's exciting. It's fun. And it just, it's just one of those things that I think our teams appreciate how involved Rick is and how much he cares about it, and how driven he is, and how competitive he is. And I think for me, being one of those competitors gives me a bit of an edge of, I do know what they're going through. Cars have changed, championships and some things have changed, but I do know what they're going through. And you try to analyze personalities and say, what does that person need to get a little bit more out of themselves, or what do they need right now? Is it a pat on the back, or do they need, crack the whip? And I think Rick reads the room better than anybody I've ever met in my life in any situation. And so I've learned a tremendous amount from him of when to back off and when to maybe light the fire a little bit more.
And very, very appreciative of you guys. A really quick follow-up. Rick, in my heart, I feel like no matter what's going on in the news or who wins the championship, despite the legal things that are going on with NASCAR, the championship format discussion, all of that is intertwined in us talking about the finale and who's the champion. How much do you hope that to the end of the year, some of that and the champion gets the due no matter who it is? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, listen, everybody, those 4 drivers that are going out there in those 4 teams, that's all they care about is winning the championship. All the other stuff that's going on, I mean, that's not even on our radar. We want to win. Joe Gibbs wants to win. And Jeff has coached William at Martinsville because nobody's been more successful there than Jeff has, and we've won 30 races there. I can't believe it. But Jeff coaching them, hey, he's been there, he knows. But those guys, William's been there 3 times now in a row, and he's won a championship. So our guys really know what to do, and they are laser focused, and we don't pay any attention to anything other than, as Jeff said, what do you need? How do you want to get there? What do you need that you don't have? And I think, and give Jeff a ton of credit, the connection between the crew chiefs and the drivers all has been so good. I don't think there's any team, any organization that has the kind of relationship between drivers and crew chiefs that our company has. I give Jeff a ton of that credit because he's there with them. He's been a champion. He's been a driver and an owner. So he feels it all. And I think right now, I think he said it best. If nobody else cares about the championship, we do. And I know everybody does. So it's going to be a hard-fought battle, and we'll go get it done.
Thank you so much to both of you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, our next question will go to Jenna Fryer. Go ahead, Jenna.
Thanks. Hey, Rick. Yesterday, Joe Gibbs did his call, and he was asked a question about how you helped him get into NASCAR. But he said to ask you about you going to the NFL to see him coach in Washington, and something happened with your shoes, apparently. He wants to ask you.
Oh, yeah. Biggest mistake I made in racing was helping Joe Gibbs. That's the biggest mistake. But no, Joe, I can't believe it, but Joe has been kind of one of my idols, and I love the Redskins. And so when I got a call from him, and I went up to camp, and then I went to a game when they were playing the Falcons, and I think it was in playoffs, and it was cold, and I got off the tram, and I started toward the field, and the bottom came off of my boot. I had one of these, I guess, mountain boots I hadn't had on in a while, and so the bottom came off. So I go down on the field, and I'm standing in water, and it's freezing and sleeting, and I got no shoes on. I mean, I got the bottoms come off of both of my boots, and there's Joe Gibbs up there, and I'm like, should I go up and try to ask him, can he get me a pair of shoes or something, And afterward, I told him, he said, well, you should have said something. I said, man, all those bodyguards around you, if I'd walked up to you, I'd probably been put in jail. But no, Joe and I've had some good times, and we've had some sad times together, and there's nobody I respect any more than I do Joe Gibbs, and a great organization he's put together, and I admire the man for his strength and what he's gone through. I lost a son. He's lost both sons. and we both had plans, and they kind of got shattered. But we have a bond and a friendship that no matter what happens on the track, we talk during the weeks, and when I win, if I win 2 races, he's on me, and I tell him, now you've won 3 or 4, now it's time to quit and let us have a chance. So we want to win, but we have tremendous respect for each other.
Thank you very much.
All right. Our next question will go to Scotty Powell. Go ahead, Scotty.
Thank you, Amanda. Rick, Jeff, thank you for joining us. Honored to speak to both of you. I know we've been talking a lot about the championship, but I just want to get both of your perspectives of this year overall. It seems like it's been a great year for Hendrick with Chase and winning a few races, and obviously with William and Kyle and Alex had a great start to the season. But overall, how would you look at this season? I know the end goal obviously is winning this week and getting the championship, but kind of looking from the 30,000-foot perspective, what's your overall thoughts of this year?
Well, I think we won the regular season championship, and for a period of time there were 1, 2, 3 in the points toward the 3-quarter mark, and that's all you can ask. If you can be competitive, you led our two of the cars have led the most laps, William with the most and Kyle second. So if you can lead laps and be competitive, Chase won the shootout or whatever, the first of the year, the Clash, and then and he's won 2 races. Alex he was in the points battle right up there toward the middle to the end of the year, and he just had horrible luck. We knew where we were short, and we knew we had to work on our short track stuff, and our guys they go through every race thinking about Phoenix, and I'd like Jeff to elaborate on that. But I think when we look back and we have a car that's 2 or 3 years old, and Ford and Toyota had a shot at making their stuff better, and we had to work our butts off to be competitive and look at areas where we thought we needed to improve, and our guys did it. And I think that's all you can ask. It's a very competitive series, and you're not going to get out there and win every week, and you're going to have tires, you're going to have bad timing with cautions. Those things are going to happen, and I look at it like if you can lead, and you're not going to win races. You can be lucky sometimes, but you got to be able to run up front and lead and win stages, and I think we won more stages than anybody. So, Denny did win more races than any of us, but at the same time, William dominated Charlotte and came up short. So you gotta just try to be competitive every week in order to win.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would add to that is, you look at the last few years and who's won the championship in Phoenix, and that's really, you respect that, what Penske's been able to accomplish, but at the same time, you are driven by it. So, with this format, one, we recognize, how those points that you accumulate through the regular season are very important to get you advanced far into the playoffs. So you certainly focus on those things. But if you're going to win the championship, if you're going to make your way into the Final Four, you got to go through Martinsville, and you got to go be competitive at Phoenix. And we've been getting beat at those tracks recently, and feel like that was a top priority. And I would say throughout this year, we've been gaining on that because of the amount of effort that's being put in by our engineering group, our crew chiefs, and the feedback from the drivers, the communication with everybody, our teammates at Chevy, as well as Chevy and their engineering group as well. That this is a top priority, is to get to this point in the season, go to Phoenix, and have a shot at the championship. And if you had asked me 2 months ago, were we ready? I would say we're gaining on, but maybe not there. If you ask me today, I say we're ready, and we're excited about the opportunity. And it's only come from a tremendous amount of effort and work by our group and the season that they've put together.
I just one quick follow up. Obviously, you're always trying to stay competitive. So What are the things you're looking at for next year? I think Chevrolet's coming out with maybe a new body style, and in particularly, I kind of want to address Alex Bowman. You know, that Bowman seems to be the team that's kind of just like running in the fourth spot always. What is the emphasis that you put on the 48 team to try to get up there with Chase and William and Kyle?
Well, I think the pressures, they put a lot of pressure on themselves, and but they had a good start on the year, and there have been some tracks that Alex was our best car, so no different than trying to work on the short track program. That team is working hard on getting better everywhere, and I think they're showing great signs. But you're always gonna have someone that's following the rest of the group. And if you remember, Chase wasn't having that good a year or so ago, and now we've stepped that one up. So Jeff will tell you there's a tremendous amount of focus on the 48 because because of our sponsor and just our pride. But I think Alex will have a good year next year.
Yeah, obviously the 48 and what that number means to Hendrick Motorsports throughout its history, there's a lot of pride there for a Hendrick car, but specifically the 48, when you look at the 7 championships, right, that have come from that car. And so we want to keep that going for the company, for the people that work so hard on that car, as well as for our sponsors. What I would tell you is a couple things is that team has contributed tremendously to the success of this company, to all of our teams. I mean, they add a lot of value in what they bring, the information that comes from Blake and his team and Alex. So, we know that they're very valuable, but we also know that there's things that need to be improved there. And it's a big part of our focus in this off season is giving Alex, giving Blake the tools that they need and making sure surrounding them with all the things that then can help strengthen their team and just button up some of those things. I'm with Rick. I don't think they're that far off. When you're at Hendrick, expectations are high, especially when you look at the performance of the other 3. But I think those guys are right there. They're already contributing a lot. And I think that, a few minor adjustments, and I think those guys can be right there in the hunt. We've already seen Alex very capable of winning races, going deep in the playoffs. And we think, there's a lot of promise there for next year.
Rick, Jeff, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck this weekend. Hopefully you can get that trophy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next question will go to Dustin Long. Go ahead, Dustin.
Thank you. Hey, Rick, I'm just curious, what will be the words of wisdom to your teams racing for the championship, or have you already given them your words of wisdom for this weekend?
Well, you know what I've been thinking about? I was thinking back when Jeff and Terry Labonte were racing each other for the championship. And I was so concerned about, okay, if one of them wins and I go to victory lane, what's the other guy going to think about? He's going to think, well, I was pulling for that team. So I've already rehearsed what I'm going to say. I'm going to tell both teams, look, when you look up, I'm going to go shake the loser's hand or the guy that finished behind and then go to victory. I hope that's the problem I have. I hope that I'm going to be dealing with going to victory lane. But I'm going to tell them both, and this is what I tell them every week, hey, you guys have done a heck of a job. You've really won by being here. You've put yourself in this position to win. And no matter what happens, we've got the big mo for next year. When you can have 2 cars, no matter how you get there, that we've got a lot to be proud of, and we'll be, whatever happens today happens. It's a race, but we'll have a lot of momentum going into next year.
And also, Rick, I know through the years we've seen you at the track a lot. I know you haven't been able to get out here as much this season. What has this year been like I know you're still involved, obviously, but not being at the track and not having, being there in a physical presence as much at the track this year? What has it been like for you in this kind of a adjustment?
I've really enjoyed wearing Jeff out on the phone.
I was going to say, he is there every second. You just don't see him.
I'm in constant communication with Jeff Andrews and Jeff Gordon, and I have to remind Jeff Gordon, don't forget me now. I want to talk to the driver when we win. And one race, he was standing in victory lane, but he never handed the phone off. So I wouldn't speak to him for a week. I wouldn't even talk to him. I said, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm
I
going to
told
talk
him,
to
I said,
Andrew.
I'm so sorry, boss. And, you know, I can't remember. I said something about, you know, I just wasn't in a position. He goes, that's not true. I saw you on TV. The camera was showing you. You were standing right there. You just didn't give him the phone.
Listen, no, I think my job is during the week and when the crew chiefs are back here and knowing what they need. I'm trying to run 100 dealerships and I've also had an operation on my leg but I do have the ability to listen to every guy and to monitor what's going on and be the Monday morning quarterback. Why did you do this? Why did you do that? You know, but I'm very confident in the people we have. I miss going every weekend, but there's a lot of other things I have to handle. But no matter where I am, I'm in constant contact with the guys. So hopefully you'll see me more next year. But I kind of like my role as I can watch, listen, and critique. No, I'm just kidding, really. Those guys know what to do, and Jeff and I from the beginning to the end of the race, except handing the phone to the driver. Doesn't do that part well, but
I made up a little bit this past weekend.
yeah, you did. You were really quick, but no, I from Jeff Andrews to Chad Canals to all the engineers and Jeff Gordon there. You know, I'm so confident in the group we have and the way they execute. You got to know your place, you know, and I love to go to all the races, but then there's some times that I just can't make it. So, but I've been wrestling with his leg for about a year. But anyway, what were you going to say, Jeff?
But I was just going to say, what he doesn't wrestle with, I mean, he knows what the engines come off the dynos. He knows what, you know, we're working on in the wind tunnel or on sim. I mean, it blows my mind how engaged Rick is and how engaged he is on the automotive side in every meeting and you know, how important that business is too. He's got a lot on his plate, and I've never seen anybody that has the capacity and the energy to be involved in the things that he's so passionate about, not to mention collecting cars on top of that. So yeah, he's an incredible leader for us to know that somebody is there that is that involved and engaged in everything we do.
Thank you. I appreciate
All right, for Mr. H and Jeff, thank you guys so much for your time. We really appreciate it, and a big good luck to both of you this coming weekend in Phoenix.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
So we are gearing up then for the start. Just 24 minutes until the invocation goes out, and we will be underway here for the NASCAR Cup Series. Our radio coverage ready to go. Denny Hamlin leading as well, currently on 540 points. William Byron 5,035. Now remember, it is capped at the moment, so the seed coming into it does actually look a little different. It goes in with Chase Briscoe on the seed as well, ahead of Denny Hamlin, who starts on pole position. William Byron is the third in the seed, but he starts second. Kyle Larson, third in the seed. He starts as well in fourth position. But Chase Briscoe, who is top of the seed, he runs down in 12th for the start. So we've got around about 23 minutes to go until all the action. Let's cross back over and join a little bit of stock car action. And that comes to you as well from the wonderful Speedway at, well, guess where? Scunthorpe. Enjoy. What a wonderful atmosphere it was down there at Yorkshire as well. It was Scunthorpe Speedway. What a brilliant way to go about on a afternoon. Now, we are about 9 minutes away from the green flag going out, but it is time, all set, for pre-race ceremonies to get underway. We are going to be witnessing a lot of action and a lot of intrigue. As per usual, JT is on course and ready to go as he will introduce us into all of today's action. Stand by for the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series to conclude. This is going to be something very different and very, very epic. 281 watching live, over 4,000 already in our 2-hour pre-race show as well. The top 4 in the championship have just literally been announced onto the circuit alongside Sydney Sweeney, who's out there for some reason. She just turns up every now and then, we guess, coming into it. So it's going to be at 1:15 that we're going to have the invocation. That's around 8 minutes time as well. We will get going. But it is stand by, because this is Phoenix, the last time we're going to be here for the Cup Series season finale in a couple of years as well, before we head over next year to Miami. I hope everybody's looking forward to that one. But here we go then. It's time to kick off our pre-race ceremonies for the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series season. Here's JT. Maybe this is the year to keep dreaming, because luck has been on his side. He's rolled the dice in Vegas, and it's awarded him with a place in the Championship 4 at Phoenix. Denny Hamlin wins the opening of the round of 8, and now it is game on for Phoenix in 3 weeks' time. Hamlin is through. Hamlin is through.
At the checkered flag, Chase Briscoe has just scored the most significant win of his life. Chase Briscoe has won at Talladega, and by doing so, he's clinched his spot into the championship race at Phoenix. Into the championship race at Phoenix. On a weekend where perfection was needed, William Byron has been perfect, and he races his way into a walk-off win at Martinsville and into the championship race at Phoenix. Championship race at Phoenix. They needed perfection. They won the pole. They led the most laps. They had the best pit stops. They win the race. And William Byron is through to race for a championship. Championship. He takes Hendrick Motorsports number 24 to victory lane at Martinsville, and also for Hendrick Motorsports, Kyle Larson will get the final spot into the Championship 4 by 7 points. 7 points. Eliminating Christopher Bell, along with Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney, and Chase Elliott.
Now just 5 minutes away until pre-race ceremonies here at Phoenix. 4 Titans, 1 track, history awaits. Don't go anywhere. started with 16 drivers, then there was 12, then 8, and now there's 4. It's 312 laps between them and the title. We are just 3 minutes away from pre-race ceremonies as we prepare to crown the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series champion in the desert heat of Arizona.
Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? I travel the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something.
I think that I should warn you. There's something about to change. We're standing at the border where history is made. History is made. We're cranking up the lights now so everyone can see. It's all happening right now. We're gonna make you believe. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to get crazy. It's gonna be loud. I've got that lightning inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, oh, just you watch. I'm stepping into fate. There is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made.
45 seconds.
I'm cranking up on the throttle. Victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made.
Series last night, and we know the NASCAR Cup Series Championship, one of the hardest to win in all of sports. Time for today's pre-race ceremonies from Phoenix for Championship Sunday.
On this championship weekend, we would like to take a moment to recognize all active military and veterans. We ask that all of our race fans who are currently serving in the military or those who have served on behalf of this great country and their families to please rise. On behalf of all of us, we thank you and are honored for your service. Let's give these brave men and women a round of applause. Please rise as you are able. Remove your hats. And veterans, render a hand salute as the Avondale Police and Fire Department Honor Guard present our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from Impact Church, Pastor Travis Hearn.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky. Lord, thank you for not only friends and family, but thank you for another breath in our lungs, another beat in our heart. Lord, we're reminded of Psalm 118, verse 24, that says, "This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it." Today, we rejoice in our friends, in our family. We rejoice for this competition. God, we pray for the protection and safety over every driver, every crew member, every official, God, and every fan that is watching around the world. We pray this in Jesus' mighty name. We all say, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem. Please welcome Tony and Emmy award-winning actor and singer, Darren Criss.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave?
312 laps, 4 drivers, 1 title. Time to decide the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series champion. We'll get the engines fired next here on NBC Sports.
Yeah, we're going to be firing the engines very shortly as well here as we prepare for the green flag. 312 laps to come ahead of us here at the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race here at Phoenix. Alongside me in the commentary boxes at the moment is Jack the Lion, and Omi's here as well watching on. JT will be with us shortly. He's on his way back from Brands Hatch as well. Well then, Jack, here we go. Final race of the year. Everyone on the precipice. Is it going to be Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin, William Byron or Kyle Larson? But already Briscoe's had problems after a flat tyre on lap 6 of his practice run. This is going to be a crazy week.
Doesn't feel like the season's over, man. I don't want the season to be over. I've loved covering this season. It's been fantastic so far. I think the best storyline would be Denny Hamlin. I think the best storyline would be him, and I think all 4 drivers here today are fantastic race car drivers. But I am going to go. Initially I said Chase Briscoe. I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to go with William Byron.
Regular season champion, of course, coming into this one. Won the Daytona 500. He's won 3 races so far this season as well coming into it. He's got 2 playoff victories. Texas back in 2023. And that 3rd win of the season I was talking about was last time out at Martinsville just 7 days ago. Locking himself in as well with a minus 36 advantage. Jack, can Byron win it again here today and make it exactly everything? A sort of Joey Logano style championship?
I wouldn't say it's a Joey Logano style championship because I feel like Byron's overall been one of the most consistent drivers throughout the year. He might not have a lot of wins, but he certainly has been generally up in the top 10 pretty much every race. I think he's been really quick this year. I think he'd be a very deserving champion for sure. And obviously it would be incredible to see that number 24 car win a championship again. For the first time since 2001.
It looks like we could be in for a lot of action as well. Hello to everybody in the chat as well. I hope you're having a wonderful time as they get through. Omi's already on it quicker than me on this one as well. Memory Aviation as well says, I miss the days when NASCAR drivers were also mechanics, not just drivers. Nathan said, what's up everyone, I have Kyle Larson and Chase Briscoe winning the championship. Well, let's head back down to NBC and get the pre-race ceremonies. It's time nearly to fire up the engines.
They say every season comes down to one moment, one race, one final leg. Command has been given. I've felt that before, the silence before the start. In swimming, I chase seconds. In NASCAR, they chase speed. Both demand precision, endurance, control. When everything inside you says push harder. I know what it means to find that last ounce. The one that turns effort into gold.
Greatest Olympic champion of all time.
Now, these drivers chase their own finish line. Denny Hamlin, chasing a championship dream 20 seasons in the making.
60 wins is massive.
Chase Briscoe steps into a golden opportunity at Joe Gibbs Racing, hungry to seize his first title. Kyle Larson, gunning for his second crown, solidifying his legend behind the wheel. William Byron, chasing a boyhood dream, carrying the legacy of the iconic number 24. In the Arizona sunlight, under the championship heat, everything they've worked for comes down to this.
Get the season finale underway.
In the desert, under the roar of the engines and the weight of legacy.
Time to crown a champion.
This is the final leg.
Well, why not wait till the championship race to bring in the greatest of all time? 23 gold medals is all that he had. Just incredible to set this up and what it means to these drivers. Just an incredible afternoon. You really have to get things going here very soon. You're glad to do that. Let's go to Dave Burns.
DJ, what about Michael Phelps talking about that last ounce, the one that turns effort into gold? Chase Briscoe has done that 3 times this season, winning first at Pocono, then domination at Darlington that told the team they had a potential champion, and then triumph at Talladega. They put him into this championship 4. He's been tested already this weekend. Yeah, it's been rough just to see if he has the mettle to be the champion. He'll see at the end of today, Kim.
Well, Dave, for the 3rd straight year, William Byron is contending for a title. So what makes this year different? They have more momentum headed into this race than ever before. In fact, they arguably have the most momentum of any of the Champ 4 teams after their performance last weekend in Martinsville with their backs against the wall. Talk about tested. They won the polls, swept the stages, led the most laps, won the race, earned the fastest lap. That is the very rare and perfect 61-point day. Rudy Figo called last weekend a great dress rehearsal for what it will demand today. Parker?
Well, Kim, for his teammate Kyle Larson, who is widely regarded inside the garage as one of the most naturally gifted race car drivers in NASCAR and maybe the world. At 33 years old, he's already got 32 Cup wins and a championship. Recently, he's talked about legacy and what kind of numbers and accomplishments he wants to leave behind. But today, he's got a chance to join 2 of his heroes, Tony Stewart and Jeff Gordon, as a multi-time Cup Series champion. To do it, though, he'll possibly have to snap a 23-race winner streak, the longest of his Hendrick Motorsports career. He rolls off 3rd, Marty, and there's a quiet confidence at number 5 team that they've found their form again at just the right time.
Parker, earlier this week, I asked Denny Hamlin, who has the most pressure of the championship 4 drivers? He said, honestly, it's probably me, just because I know I only have a few years left to race, and this might be my final shot to win it. So my mentality is to certainly go out and seize the moment that's right in front of me. So there are plenty of motivating factors for Denny Hamlin today, but there's no bigger motivator than winning the championship for his dad, Dennis, who has been very sick lately. Denny told me this week, I have no doubt in my heart this will be the last time my dad will get to watch me race for a championship. I have no bigger cheerleader or hype man than my dad. I want to win this for a lot of reasons today, but wanting it for him is honestly all that I need. Brad, as a team owner, what's your last bit of advice to your driver?
Yeah, I want to make sure my driver is focused on what we're getting ready to do. The emotion can weigh on you. You got to get rid of that. I want to have a direct conversation. Go take care of business.
And DJ knows you got to calm the nerves once you get inside the race car. Let's get the engines cranked for Championship Sunday for the NASCAR Cup Series.
Phoenix Raceway. Please give a big NASCAR welcome to multi-platinum singer-songwriter Jordan Davis. He is here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Take it away, Jordan.
Driver, start your engine!
You can fire it up whenever you're ready. Step forward.
if you put the championship 4 side by side right where I'm standing and walking, you would not begin to fill the quota for putting the dog leg here at the Phoenix Raceway. That's because 5 is usual. 6 to 8, yeah, that's expected, because if you can cut them across right here, drivers like to get the jump on each other when the green flag comes out. Yeah, it is amazing. Parker talked about how rough it is down here, but drivers are very, very selfish, and this is one of the only tracks on the circuit where you can take a legal shortcut. They'll do it all day today. Your first chance to see it happen here at Phoenix comes up next.
While the fight begins, let's take a look at where we're racing today. This is what? It's Phoenix.
Buckle up. NASCAR Cup Series heads to the Arizona desert for one final showdown at Phoenix Raceway. After 35 weeks of exciting battles and unforgettable finishes, one driver will be named the 2025 Cup Series champion. The pressure's on and every lap counts as drivers battle for 312 laps around this unique short track. Phoenix challenges even the best of drivers with its blend of flat corners and elevated banking. The track's short length means drivers will also race in tighter packs, with less room for passing opportunities. We caught up with 4-time Phoenix winner Joey Logano, who's quite familiar with overcoming the challenges this track has to offer.
Phoenix is just one of a kind when it comes to the track layout. The 2 different ends on the racetrack are maybe more different than any other track we go to. And then you throw in the dog leg. You can shortcut it and makes restarts really exciting. It's no surprise to see cars 5 wide in the middle of the corner there.
Today, Denny Hamlin, William Byron, Kyle Larson, and Chase Briscoe are looking to bring home a championship of their own. Kyle Larson is the only driver in the Final 4 with a championship after winning back in 2021. Denny Hamlin has made 5 Championship 4 appearances, but has fallen short time and time again. This year, he's gone to victory lane 6 times. Will today be the day he gets the most important victory of his career? Chase Briscoe is looking to cap off his impressive debut in the number 19 car with a win today. This is his first Championship 4 appearance in the Cup Series. Does he have what it takes to run up front at Phoenix today? William Byron is coming off of an impressive win at Martinsville, where he swept stages, raced his way into victory lane, and secured his spot to race for a championship. Who will go down in history as the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series champion? It's time to watch and find out.
We're getting set then for the championship final race. Let's turn it up. We are all set to go for the final race. It's the championship decider of 2025. Welcome to Phoenix Raceway. The last time for a while we'll be having the final race of the year here. Let's check in with NBC as we head into the action today. The cars leave pit road with Denny Hamlin chasing his first ever title. Let's join the NBC boys as we get ready for the green flag before myself and Jack are up in the booth with JT and Omi.
Jeff Burton, Steve Letarte, we are ready to go. Jeff, 36th and final points-paying race in this season. It comes down to 4 drivers who could win. What are we going to see?
Well, I think what we're going to see, Larson, Hamlin, Briscoe, Byron, obviously Hamlin, the veteran, a lot of young superstars trying to find their way. We can talk about their stats, their wins, all that, but what really matters today is heart. You have to have heart, you have to have courage, and you also have to have the mind to know when to make that aggressive move and when not. This is a long race. You have to be in position take advantage of other people's mistakes.
Stevie, it's an important day for others as well because they want to finish the season on the best possible high.
Yeah, for the grand stage, the spotlight is on the championship floor, but for others, and this includes former champions, it's all about having a great run for them. Think about Kyle Busch making his 750th start in a long, long winless streak. Or how about Joey Logano, the reigning champ? This is the last race. He gets to take the green flag as the champion. He's not in the championship for today. Or how about a potential champion in the future, that 45 of Tyler Reddick, drives for Michael Jordan. Everyone thinks he's a favorite each and every weekend. He's winless. Would a win today kind of put a little bit of a bow on the 2025 season?
All right, let's check out today's starting grid, brought to you by Linktree, and show you who is starting where. Well, top 3 positions are filled by 3 of the championship 4. Denny Hamlin doing what he needed to do, and the last 2 wins of his 6th this year have come from the pole position. Row 2 is Kyle Larson, who starts behind his teammate William Byron. Austin Cindric shares that 2nd row. Ryan Blaney on row 3 with Carson Hocevar. Back to row 4, Josh Berry and Alex Bowman. And row 5 is Chris Buescher and the outgoing champion from Team Penske, Joey Logano.
We have to go all the way back to row 6 to find the 4th of our championship 4. That is Chase Briscoe, starting alongside Kyle Busch, as I just mentioned, making his 750th start. Row 7, Ross Chastain. Daniel Suarez, his final start for Trackhouse, will be moving to another team next year. In row 8, we have Eric Jones and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Winless so far. Maybe he can get that walk-off win. Row 9, Chase Elliott and Noah Gragson. Back in row 10, Brad Keselowski and Christopher Bell. 4 wins this year, including 3 in a row earlier, unable, though, to make this championship 4.
It has been a career year for Ryan Preece, who starts on row 11 along with Zane Smith. They're just ahead of teammates from 2311, Bubba Wallace and Tyler Reddick. Row 13 sees Ty Gibbs line up alongside Austin Dillon, Cole Custer and John Hunter Nemechek on row 14. And the 15th row sees Justin Haley in his final drive for Spire alongside Todd Gilliland.
Row 16, you have SVG, 5 wins at the road courses this year. He'll start next to Riley Herbst. Back in row 17, we have Cody Ware and Ty Dillon. Back in row 18, we have the Phoenix, Arizona native and J.J. Yaley. He'll be starting next to Casey Mears. And then back in row 19, another Arizona driver, Michael McDowell. He'll be starting next to A.J. Allmendinger, who had a big crash in practice and was unable to qualify.
Jeff, when you're in a situation like this, it's the big day for the Championship 4. How difficult. You did an amazing job with that interview with Denny Hamlin, who was full of emotion after seeing that piece. How do these Championship 4 keep the emotions in check?
Well, this is where they're actually happy. Now they're in their environment. They get their helmets on. They get in the seats. They now can start focusing on the race. All that other stuff gets behind you. You start to just mentally start focusing on the race. Introductions are done. Conversations are done. We have a mission. We've been talking about this race, not only for a week, but for potentially years by some teams. And now you just got to go execute.
What are they?
That is absolutely the case. And it certainly is going to be the situation coming into it, Jack, that we have got to see. Denny Hamlin, he's going to try and become a race winner. He starts on pole position. But this is the 19th time, Jack, that he has been in the playoff final. The most of any of the drivers on the grid. Just listen to this: 20, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, and 6.
Those were under the chase format.
Yeah, but he's been one of the most lucky drivers on the planet.
He is an interesting one because he seems to have luck strike him at just the most inopportune moments. This happens both, by the way. With him, sometimes it's of his own making, sometimes it's not.
Well, hello everybody.
I think he might have it today, though.
I've got a feeling Hamlin might have it. Hello everybody, welcome to the commentary box. JB here. JT will be with us shortly. Jack's with us in the booth. Omi's watching behind in the background. 4 drivers, 4 pieces of paper in front of me, alongside Hamlin, Briscoe, Byron and Larson, all with stats of information. It all comes down to this then. 312 laps ahead of us. We've had a season long of racing. Hamlin lines up on pole position. Byron is alongside him. Larson's in 3rd. And Briscoe blew a tyre. He's back in 12th. It's time to begin for one final time in 2025. We are ready. Drop that green flag. Hit the accelerator. And let's crown a champion. The NASCAR Championship race at Phoenix is green. Hamlin immediately goes low below the line. He clears ahead of Byron. Larson settling into third position as well. The top three status quo as Byron desperately tries to go up high. Several drivers still below the apron line trying to come onto the exit of turn number 2. Back onto the backstretch. Remember, here at Phoenix, there's 2 pit straights either side to try and contend with. Hamlin leads Byron. Larson, the top 3 staying the same. Joey Logano's moving up a couple of places. He's down now at the moment in 10th position. Let's see if that changes over the line. But Hamlin leads the race. Logano gets up to 9th. Great start, Jack, as the field spread through.
Oh yeah, good start, good, nice, clean start. Briscoe remains where he is, I think, actually. Briscoe, of course, the first 3 drivers start in the championship all started 1, 2 and 3. Briscoe, who qualified P12, poor qualifying from him. He's currently battling with Chris Buescher for 10th position. I think he will get it here.
Yep, he's battling side by side in the Bass Pro Shops livery cars on the outside line, running up high. But Buescher just giving him enough room. We've got Christopher Bell side by side as well with Daniel Suarez in the 99 and the one of Ross Chastain. Chastain trying to come up alongside him here and having a little bit of contact. And Austin Cindric has passed Kyle Larson as Logano goes late on the inside of Bowman. Down at turn 3 and 4, over the line through the triangle section at 1. And here we go again. So Hamlin and Byron still 1-2. Let's open up the main track map for you as well back at home. As we've started lap 3 of the race, you can see the information data to you as well. Hamlin leading at the moment as well. It was his 5th pole position of the season. He's 16th in his NASCAR Cup Series career, and he heads to Phoenix 2nd in the seed at the moment. Byron actually runs in 3rd seed. Larson runs in 4th seed. Briscoe, who was top, as we mentioned earlier on the show, he had that blown rear tyre in practice on lap 6 as well. AJ Allmendinger, though, was sent to the back of the field, remember, after a flat rear tyre on his 5th lap. Bell had a flat rear tyre on his 11th lap. So that's something we've got to watch out for, Jack, as well as the punctures could still come through in this race. Like we saw back in the March race, tyres are going to be critical here.
Yes, and I'm going to say, based on the weather, I thought I'd give an interesting stat. I think we might have just had one of the only seasons in NASCAR history where we've not had a single rained out race.
Wonderful! That is just what we like to hear.
And there's no clouds coming for today, so we are all good, I think.
It's unlikely that
in
we get
all 3 national series.
All 3? Seriously? That's insane.
All 3. Not a single rain. Not a single rain-shortened race.
2025 certainly is the year.
Thank you, 2025.
Yeah, and thank you as well to everybody who's watching our coverage as well. Hopefully you're enjoying it as we now watch Denny Hamlin building up a 7/10 advantage lead to Byron in 2nd. Cindric's running in 3rd, and he's closing in on the 24. Larson seems to be happy running in 4th position at the moment, but we're watching Chase Briscoe. He's in 10th, pit road.
And Jeff, when we met with him Thursday, he was very open about completely changing his style here at Phoenix. Learned some from his teammates, learned some from other drivers as well. But Jeff, when you're in a position like this, one race to decide a championship, how risky is it to change your style that you've done for years at a racetrack like Phoenix?
Well, Marty, I think it shows the maturity of Denny Hamlin. At 44 years old, many drivers get stuck in their ways. I do it like this. I won 60 races. Why do I need to change? But he felt like he couldn't win this race doing it the way he was doing it. He spent a ton of time studying, understanding what other drivers were doing, and then he went to the simulator and just drove the car like that, taught himself how to drive the car, and then Steve, he had also the wisdom to say, okay, our setup's not going to work. If I'm going to drive the car this differently, we're going to have a different setup. And then his team got brought in to build this setup to his new driving style.
Yeah, and I think as well as Jack, that Hamlin at the moment, yeah, he's had 60 career race victories, but in the playoff season as well, he's had 14 race victories. None of them have been for a title, and he's been in contention so many times before. This is all seeming to line up that this could be his year. He's 9/10 ahead. You have to drive differently when it's the last championship race. You have to drive differently when there is so much on the line.
Well, all I can say is I don't want to jinx anything here, because I'm rooting for Denny to get this win. But I'm very aware that it's likely, there's a good chance it might not happen. Byron's a strong driver here. Larson. Briscoe got his first ever win in the Cup Series at Phoenix. He's still going to be a strong contender. But I would also, for the actual race win today, ignoring the championship for a bit, I wouldn't count any of the Penske guys out. The Penske guys, I think, they're always really strong here at Phoenix, as Cindric is already showing.
It's really strong as they come through. You can see him now. Look at this, running in 10th position, starting in 12th, trying to close back up as well. As we take a look at the Bass Pro Shops livery and the number 19 car. How much is Martin Truex regretting that he's not in that car this year? He's had that 19 car was a little bit where it's handed to Briscoe, but it's had a great season, it's had a great run, and it's closing it in as well. Let's take a look at the history. Go on, Jack.
There's the history here of the 11 car, driven by Ned Jarrett, 2-time Cup Series champion. Hale Yarborough, 3-time Cup Series champion. Darrell Waltrip, 3-time Cup Series champion. All champions have driven that car, most notably for, arguably, in my opinion, one of the best team owners the sport has ever seen in Junior Johnson. What a guy that is. The guy who discovered drafting in NASCAR, by the way.
And don't we have a lot to thank for him as well, with how much we've seen drafting at the moment. 299 laps to go. It's lap 13 of this event. The field now, as you can see on your screens, getting a little bit spread out. Denny Hamlin leading at the front. He's the blue dot on your monitors to keep through. Byron in second. Larson is in fourth. Chase Briscoe running up in fifth position, but there's still a lot to play for because stage 1 runs to 60 laps. Stage 2 runs from lap 60 to 1, I believe 185, and then the last one runs to 312. So there's a long, long break to come through here that you've got to manage. So far, no signs of tyres that are having issues after push laps at racing speeds that we were worried about after practice. That already is a big advantage to the field because we were expecting at least 1 or 2 punctures in the early stages. We're riding with the 11 though of Denny Hamlin as he comes through turn 1 and 2. You can see in the background the Toyota sign on the hill as you come into turn 3 and 4, very reminiscent of the Hollywood sign at the Los Angeles bridge back a drop as well. The Arizona heat though is baking the field right now as we run behind Bubba Wallace. So we're now aboard with the 17, looking behind to Daniel Suarez, and Jack Suarez starting his last race with the Trackhouse team before he gets switched over next year, and he's got a special livery as well to say goodbye. How interesting is it that Suarez didn't get picked up for another year at Trackhouse? They wanted to move Connor in as quickly as possible.
I think Connor has earned his way up to Cup in just 1 year. And realistically, if you look at Trackhouse, at the end of the day, Suarez is the weak link. You've got SVG winning every road course race ever. You've got Ross Chastain, who is a guy known for outperforming his equipment on numerous occasions. That guy was getting top 10s in JBMotorsports cars back in the Xfinity series. I don't know how he was doing that. At the end of the day, he also won a crown jewel this year. Suarez has generally, outside of the 2 wins he got, including one of the closest finishes ever, pretty underperforming in all honesty, and I understand why Trackhouse elected not to keep him on for another year. That said, he has signed a 1-year contract with Spire, so we'll see how he gets on there, replacing Justin Haley, who's off to the Truck Series.
Yeah, Justin Haley going down there as well. Haley's moving, so this is what happened. Sharky and friends can be keeping us in the loop as well. Last race of the 2025 season. Let's end it with an epic race as well. Let's hope the big one happens. Well, it's unlikely at this type of circuit, but
Phoenix.
Yeah,
that's not happening.
Any type of accident though could still happen. Let's not forget this.
We've already
is
had the truck race. Not possible.
Yeah. So keep on moving as well. Photo finish. Any moving trucks. Kalu is pushing their Xfinity program. Byron for the championship. Dark Horse coming through for Ryan Brain next year. Question is, where will Kyle Busch go in 2027? And Bob says Connor knows he's going to face a tough task next year, especially when he's with Trackhouse coming in. Busch is staying with RCR.
Busch is with RCR next year.
But there was a rumour that
27, don't know.
Yeah, because there's a rumour that he's going to retire in 27, isn't it? 26 is going to be swap.
No.
Yeah,
no, I don't think he's retired. He said before he wants to keep going until Brexton is 15, his son.
So how long have we got?
About 5 years.
About 5 years. Yeah, that seems to ring a bell.
Then he wants to run full-time in trucks for a little bit.
That would be a good run.
Win a championship there, and become the first NASCAR driver ever to win a championship in all 3 series.
That would be nice. And we've seen how quick he is this year.
One of the all-time greats.
Well, his only win this season has come in a truck race, hasn't it? Let's not forget. A couple of, where was it, Miami?
Atlanta.
Atlanta, yeah. So
Photo finish with Stuart Friesen.
not bad at all. Oh yeah, he ran Miami and missed out, didn't he, on the truck race, but got the Xfinity and the Cup to come into it. Just to come back in, by the way, talking about drivers' ages, Denny Hamlin, 44 years old from Chesterfield in Virginia as well. This could be his last chance at a Cup Series title. Just listen to these stats. Finished third in the Championship 4 race back in 2014. And then got eliminated round of 12, round of 8, round of 8, round of 16. 3 years on the trot in the round of 4, where he finished 4th twice and 3rd again. Then got eliminated round of 8, then the round of 8, then the round of 8. And now, once again here as well, Jack, he's in the Championship 4 race. He desperately wants to finish on top.
First time in the Championship 4 in the next-gen era. Of course, I still remember in 2022 where he was going to go through, then Ross Chastain decided to complete the fastest lap in Martinsville history to get through with the Hail Melon, as it has become known. Somehow, he lost because of a Hail Melon, and I still love that move. I agree with banning it, but I still think it was a good move. There's Kyle Busch battling with Tyler Reddick.
This is down in position as well for 17th and 18th on the circuit. As you look further down, currently Hamlin leads, Byron second by 0.8 per second. Larson's running in 4th, about 2.8 back to Hamlin. Briscoe's 8 seconds back, running in 10th position as well. So not much going on yet as Busch goes up high, coming into turn 3. Runs a little bit deep actually, so I think trying to cut down low. Reddick might have the traction zone, but no, the 8 still works on the outside line. 2 different lines trying to be formed here at the moment, Jack.
Yeah. I'll add on to the Busch thing. To my knowledge, he wants to retire once Brexton turns 18, like completely.
So he's got...
Once Brexton turns 18, he wants to retire from racing completely just to focus on his son. So his son's been doing well in Bandoleros, I'll give him that, though.
So he's got 15, 16, 17, 18, 4 seasons effectively to try and make it up to winning that truck series. So he might even retire early if he does it in his first to go, and I wouldn't put it past him. As you look, Busch again could take in the wide line, the middle lane sort of coming through turn 1 as it runs back up. There's the flag stance, that's out of 4. This is now 1. Different here at Phoenix, remember how it usually is. The sort of pit entry apron has changed over with it being a re-manoeuvred circuit back when they did the modifications. Exeter turn 4 now has the start line, and it loops down into sort of a mini trialable section. You can see on the circuit how confusing it is, but this is the 19 Jack and the season it's had so far. This was in practice with all the tyres going down. It just kept on going throughout all of them coming in. Briscoe had one coming in as well. Bell, Riley, Herbst have one. They're all just struggling, but so far so good. 28 laps down, no one reporting a puncture.
Yep, doing all right so far. I think we've obviously got a different... I think it was just hotter on the practice. I don't know how hot it is at Phoenix right now, but I think it was just hotter during practice as they approached the first lap car, I think this is.
Yep.
That is Casey Mears, who is doing, I think, what is his... surely his... I think 490 something cut start. I think he wants to reach 500, Casey Mears, though, to my understanding. He wants to reach 500 cut start. He's on 494 today.
My goodness me. You just think, don't you, as well, how much he wants to get into it. He runs several laps down, but then again, I don't think the pace would be the same without him in these days. It's sort of like...
Getting paid.
Yeah, he's getting paid to do it. Just runs in the back. Riding on board,
He's used to it. He was with Jermaine Racing. He was used to it.
He was. There's Carl Larson running in 5th position at the moment. Carl Larson running in 4th position at the moment. I should correct myself in one saying. But is that Cindric on the back of Byron already? Are we hitting lap traffic with Casey? We are hitting lap traffic with Casey. We need to get the identifiers out there quite quick now because the 66 causing a bit of issues and splitting the pack up to come through. Who are the sponsors for Connor Zilic?
For next year or?
For next season, yeah.
Red Bull's definitely going to be one of them, I think.
Well, it's Trackhouse, isn't it? So that's probably a given.
Yeah. And I imagine WeatherTech will be one as well. Although they sponsor SVG as well, so I'll be interested to see who want to get sponsored. Red Bull's the one I'm 100% like certain of that he'll get, because he's a Red Bull driver.
Imagine it'd be, it'd be similar to what we have in Xfinity, really, wouldn't it? They tend to move over and swap over several times. So I'm not too dissimilar to what's happening, but so far so good. They might bring Roto Rooster as well coming over. That's a possibility. I know Xfinity are looking at sponsoring a couple of drivers in the Cup Series now that they are no longer the Xfinity Series event. Yeah, last night, the last ever Xfinity race. Next year it becomes the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series to come through. So, how do you feel about that one as well, Jack? That Xfinity now no longer the sponsor of the series, we're going back?
Well, I think the cars won't be as fast as Xfinity Internet anymore. It will, however, be as reliable as O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Yeah, it's kind of just like in for one, out for the other, isn't it? So
I will say, big shout out to the two guys who ran every single Xfinity Series race during that era. Shout out to Ryan Sieg and Jeremy Clement. Big shout out to them. During that time, Jeremy Clement's even collected 2 victories as an owner driver. Very impressive stuff from him. I would be surprised if we didn't see both of them back next year, though.
They will be back, hopefully, as the 19 of Briscoe has gone round the outside of the 21, Josh Berry, for position. That's number 9 out there on the circuit. So finally, Briscoe trying to make some manoeuvres. That's the first move he's done in 27 laps. Still only one leader so far here today. It's the pole sitter, the 11 of Denny Hamlin. He's got the maximum run as things currently stand. We're 17 minutes into this race. Average speed runs at about 123.619 mile per hour. 25 laps to go in this stage. Green has been for all 35. 277 laps to go. You're back with us in full picture on the NBC feed as well. You've been watching side by side, as you will do for the majority of green flag running here today, if you're watching stateside. So far, so good in this race as we ride on board with the Monster Energy livery of Tyler Reddick in the 45 car. And that's running down in 18th position. We cut back to the leaders there, Jack. Hamlin's dropped he dropped about 0.4 of a second due to the traffic. And Byron's right on the back of him now as they come down in towards turn number 3. So we're getting the action zone. Byron might try and jump Hamlin to come out of 4. Over towards turn 1 again now. Listen to the 24 sim. Down 2 gears, takes the high line, tries to get the traction. Hamlin just ahead. Byron's able to pick up the accelerator much earlier than Denny. Denny running the low, tight line, the slower line. And Byron running up high into 3, which enables him to sort of do a pivot on a 90-degree acute axis to shoot back down to the low line and get right underneath Denny. Gained a 10th on him in the last lap. He's now following Denny below the yellow line, just riding up. He's got the 44 up high coming through as well. That's JJ Early, so he can't do anything around there. And Hamlin's struggling to pass him as well as they come into 3 once more. Hamlin goes down low. JJ knows that's going to keep the traction. And now we've got the 20 of Bell battling with the 21 as well of Josh Berry. Berry's going round the outside. This is over 11th position. Berry breaks late. Bell goes through. Berry goes into 12th. Daniel Suarez coming in. We're now watching the battle for the leaders between the 11 and the 24. You're in side by side if you're watching the States. The 44 is going to block the 24 though, Jack, and that gives Hamlin just a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, gives him a little bit of room. JJ Yaley in the 44 car this weekend, as he very often is. JJ was last week running some sprint car races from what I saw actually. I don't know how well he did, but I saw he was running them. So shout out to him, always paying attention to his routes, and William Byron has now got past E44.
Wonderful news to come through as the action continues on. Still pushing, riding with Byron with his telemetry data. He's going at 130, 140 mile an hour through the corners, desperately trying to hold it through. Number car Jennifer's, come on Denny, don't let Byron catch up. The gap at the moment 4.5 tenths of a second. Last lap time, fastest lap, says Thorne, says Blaney has the best last lap. That was the case. Now we've got, the last lap time was Blaney. Best time still Hamlin, 27.752. Look at the traffic though, Jack. They're all getting everywhere. It's tensed up everywhere.
Actually built a little bit tight. So a little tight in, a little free off.
This is Byron's ready.
It sounds crazy when you're talking about a two-time Daytona 500 winner as a pivotal moment in his career, but last weekend in Martinsville has still got everybody talking about the way that this man, William Byron, went about winning that.
But Denny Hamlin knows that he's got to find something different. What he's been doing in 1 and 3 and 4 wasn't working. So now look at him. He's trying a different line.
Yeah, and Byron's trying to go right down low, almost into the pit lane entry. Now, that's critical, Jack, because you're not allowed to go past the commitment line. And Byron was mighty fine close to that. Hamlin's now getting through on the inside line of the 10. So he'll clear Ty Dillon. But the 24, Byron just can't get traction. He can't find time. And now the 10's pushing the 11 through turn 1.
It doesn't really matter though that these first two stages. I would say what matters right now, just keeping your car clean and keeping it ready for the final stage.
So why is Byron pushing like this is the final stage? He's going absolutely crazy out there.
Bragging rights.
Bit of mental gamesmanship then ahead of the last session.
Maybe.
Byron clears the 10. Traction zone's back on. There's Jeff Gordon, and we heard him in our pre-show. If you're joining us as well earlier on, very relaxed, very respectful as well to Joe Gibbs and Rick Hendrick coming through. They were both on early on. Of course, going to be respectful to Rick Hendrick as his co-owner of Hendrick Motorsport, but still, absolutely wonderful traction zones between all of them, as we heard from Coach and arguably Jeff Gordon, one of the greatest of all time in NASCAR, coming to him. Never understood the hype with SVG. SVG at the moment running in 31st position. Still, Jack, getting used to the ovals. But he did incredibly well at Talladega, and he was doing incredibly well at Martinsville. He likes certain ovals, but this one I don't think he's quite gelled
Briscoe's
with.
been passed.
Briscoe has been passed. That's by Buescher. So Briscoe's down into 10th position. Buescher's got back through, and now Briscoe's trying to turn the low line. You saw him slam on the brakes as well. The front of the bodywork jumped up. He's trying to take the tight inside line. Buescher's giving him just enough room, but the Ford swings round the outside. Briscoe takes 9th. Buescher down. Well, yeah, Briscoe now down to 10th. Buescher's back up into 9th position after going around the outside of turn 4.
I thought I'd explain the hype behind SVG. The reason that people hype this guy up is because of how good he is at road courses, not ovals. Ovals, I reckon he's figured out Martinsville fairly quickly. I think he'll figure out the rest. But the reason he gets all the hype is because he is a beast on the road courses, like an absolute monster. Like, he won by like 24 seconds or something. Like, this guy is near unstoppable, and you have to give him respect for that, in all honesty.
Oh, absolutely.
You just gotta give him some respect. Like, road courses are such difficult tracks to drive on. They're always my favourite races of the year, because you get to see so many different drivers that you don't normally see up front, or even on the grid.
Yeah, look at Hamlin now, who's battling with the 7 of Justin Haley, who is, as we said, going back to trucks at the end of this season. So this is his last race. He's side by side. Hamlin sweeps through. Haley should just give him enough room. Does so, but Byron's right in the back trying to find a way through as well. Now we can move to the 71 of Michael McDowell. Still nothing. Still struggling. McDowell's had a terrible year, hasn't he? Let's face it, he's had a pole position once, but Michael McDowell, compared to 2024, a shocking 2025.
Let me see where he is in the standings right now, actually. Hold on. This is him just trying to get... by the way, can I just say, I love the scheme that Michael McDowell has on that car. With the Tide scheme. It looks absolutely fantastic. Tide schemes will always be a love for me. Michael McDowell, 21st in points. So, be fair to him, he's ahead of both his teammates. I'll give him that. He's ahead of both Hocevar, and he's also ahead of Justin Haley in 31st. Haley's had a horrible return to Spire.
Pit road. See what William Byron does in the 24 car here. Go to the top. Yeah, there you go. I love this move. Go somewhere different. Look at that run on the outside. Got him.
William Byron intensifying the pressure to Denny Hamlin.
He's trying around the outside now as well, down in towards turn 3. He's going to keep it side by side. This is incredibly close. Got the 35 down low. This is about bragging rights. Byron threads the needle. Hamlin nearly tips him. They're touching side by side, coming down in towards turn 2. Feisty aggressive manoeuvres, and Byron takes the lead. Hamlin backs out of it. He didn't want to spin him, but he's still keeping it low. But that was close, Jack.
Yeah, great battle there. I thought Hamlin was going to turn him for a second. But it is, and Riley Hertzberg desperately just trying to keep out the way, while having his own battle with Shane Van Gisbergen, the 2 rookies in the field this year. By the way, no battle for Rookie of the Year. Shane Van Gisbergen has already won it, due to him being in the playoffs. Yeah, just trying to stay out the way there, Riley Hertz, and Byron has taken the race lead in that number 24 car. And with all the storyline that surrounds Hamlin, I think we just have to point out how nice it would be to see the 24 host the championship yet again.
It would be amazing. He won the regular season championship, so many arguing that Byron deserves to win this one, as we see the 2 and the 12 side by side with each other further back on the circuit as well. Battle for 3rd position between Cindric and Blaney. Desperately trying to hold it in. And still now Byron lapping the traffic at his own pace with 5 to go in stage 1. Lapping the 42 of John Hunter Nemechek, goes down low through 4. This will be the end of the first stage. Byron wants that bragging right that you're on about, Jack. He wants to get a little less conversation, a little bit more action. Byron came down to touch Hamlin before the pass. They both nearly went into each other, Bob. I agree with you. Go on.
Yeah, and guess what? This will also help them for positions on the next restart. But here is Ryan Blaney, who has now caught up to Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, he passed Cindric, and now he's past SVG for lap traffic. He's right behind Hamlin with 3 to go. This might actually be a manoeuvre soon. Would Hamlin let him go? Because then he can either line up alongside Byron or just behind him on the restart. I'd let him go, wouldn't you?
I don't know, to be honest. No, I don't know if I would, to be honest.
Blaney very close on the inside line. Hamlin knows he's there. He's going to give him just enough racing room. Byron on the low line. Hamlin sort of dancing in the middle as they come out of turn 4. Up towards the control line. 3 to go. They're side by side. They're nearly touching. In fact, coming through 1. Blaney giving no room to Hamlin out there. He's squeezing him towards the wall. Blaney really is pushing. That was a bit aggressive from Ryan. Very aggressive. And he's through. Hamlin calls it out. He doesn't want to get the traction out, so Hamlin lifts. Blaney just ahead for second, but Hamlin's keeping that high line in track. But the 42's giving the turn to the 12. But Hamlin should have better tyres. And the 42 now gets passed by the 12. The 11's trying to come into play with this. John Hunter Nemechek doing John Hunter Nemechek things. You don't know where he's going to dance around on the inside of the field. He's got up high now. Hamlin's taking an incredibly low line. Both him and Blaney are below the yellow line. He's now the 11 side by side, but with 1 to go here at this stage. The first honours of this championship race. The green checker flag comes out to end stage number 1, and it's our regular season champion who will take it. William Byron wins stage 1 of the NASCAR Cup Series championship race with Blaney second. Hamlin will come home 3rd, Larson in 5th, and Briscoe rounds out the top 10. Now, Jack, this is a very interesting restart about how they're all going to line up and get new tyres.
Absolutely. This tracks with practice, in honesty. The Hendrick cars were better on the long run, with Denny better on the short run. And Blaney, obviously, better on the long run.
William Byron in that 24 car. What a history it's had. Dancing, pushing around on the top, breaking the bumpers. Jeff Gordon certainly lived a life, didn't he? Is that 24 car about to go back to championship victory lane? So 250 laps to go in this one as we come into it. We've done 60. Stage 2 runs for 125 laps. Jack, what was your moment of stage 1?
There wasn't much going on, to be honest. Just chilling. Really. Not much going on.
This next stage should take around about an hour and 10. Just for a reminder to you back at home. Stage 1 belongs to William Byron. This is also our first caution of the night. We're going to get our first pit stops coming through. Bowman, Bob says, Bowman, good run, finishes 7th in the stage. Thorne says, all of you Chevy and Toyota fans better be happy. Blade didn't make the playoffs. Go Larson Go says, Draft King X coming into it as well. Jojo says that stage 1 belongs to William Byron. And Draft King going Larson. Certainly fans there as well. Hamlin said he's good for the first 10 to 15 laps. So I don't think he's going to take fuel just at the moment. Are we actually going to see pit stops coming through? Do you reckon that could be a factor? Byron's got the lead of the race now, and he's not coming in yet. Would you give a track position on the restart in Phoenix?
No. You don't want track position at Phoenix. No, this is a very track position based track for the next gen.
We asked, by the way, a comment as some cars starting to get ready to dive into pit lane. Who's going to be the champion? There's a poll going on. 9% only say Chase Briscoe. That's quite shocking to me that only 9% say Briscoe. Denny Hamlin's on 38. Byron's on 23. Larson's on 30. Let's send it back then over to our colleagues at NBC as we get ready for this start. Oh, stage 2 here will be 125 laps. Tension's still rising here. Pace car out on the circuit, so back to NBC.
NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by BrezTree. Please visit us at breztree.com. And by Progressive. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV and motor insurance. Visit progressive.com. Earlier this weekend, Chase Briscoe was awarded the 2025 Busch Light Pole Award. Briscoe won more pole positions than any other driver this year. He was the top qualifier with 7 races, including 3 straight. However, he didn't get that yesterday, and that put him back in the pack in 12th. He worked his way forward to 10th in that first stage.
Pit road, obviously a crucial part of this championship race. We talk a lot about the pit stops, but sometimes it's the pit stall. This is the pit stall for the 24. Look how dark the concrete is. All the tire rubber that's been put down over the course of the weekend with the different races that's going on. Well, if we look to the right in pit stall 1 of Denny Hamlin, both in the truck and the Xfinity race, the drivers complained about not a lot of traction out of that pit stall. So look how clean the concrete is on this 11 pit stall. Chris Gabehart, competition director Chris Gale, the crew chief were both in last night with crew members after the Xfinity Series race, scraping the rubber off, literally scrubbing it with water and cleanup trucks, trying to take all the debris, all the rubber off. I mean, look at the side-by-side. This area over here is just so dark, while this right here is so clean, and you just wonder if it's going to really help just the acceleration out of that pit box 1.
Tide Pit Road is about to come to life, and here they come, led by William Byron. Dave Burns, take it away.
Chase Briscoe will be the first one to hit. He only made up 2 positions from 12th place starting position. He called the car really, really loose at the right rear. Also had a vibration, but he couldn't find the bottom of the track because that loose is in the right rear, Parker.
And Dave from Kyle Larson, he said, I absolutely lost my right rear there. Just abused it too much. They're going to loosen him up in the center of the corner so he can exit straighter. 4 tires for him, Kim.
And for William Byron, he said tight in and through the middle. Got to get the wheels straight for exit. Little free exit. Overall reasonable. He said, I'm just telling you stuff to tell you, Rudy. So just tiny air pressure adjustment on those 4 fresh tires, Marty.
Kim, it's clear that Chris Gale has to go to work on the long run speed for Denny Hamlin, especially since this run in stage 2 will be even longer. Hamlin's going to need more turn, especially in turns 1 and 2. Then it snaps loose off the corner as well. And Lee, we have talked about the mechanical issues for the 11. He said once again, the clutch pedal is long, and we are early in this race.
Good stop from the 12 team for Ryan Blaney, so to the 19. for Chase Briscoe. He needed that. He was able to leapfrog Austin Cindric and Chris Buescher. Championship 4. It is all to play for here today in Phoenix. What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna
do? Lap 65, 247 to go. Stage number 2 with 120 left on the board. So we asked who was going to be the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series champion. Chase Briscoe's at 9%, Denny Hamlin at 38%, William Byron at 24%, Kyle Larson at 29%. So 311 votes so far. Get your votes in. That poll will close with 10 laps to go in stage 3. Well, JT is back with us. He's going to be joining us shortly up here in the commentary booth as well for the second stage. Jack, just coming back to you quickly. The race off pit road now gives William Byron the advantage at the front, and that's going to be feisty as we get going.
Yeah, hopefully anyway. I mean, the battles have been particularly feisty so far, and I think we'll stay calm. I mean, no one's crashed into each other. No one's done what Eckers did last night and completely destroyed somebody. I think so far it's been pretty calm. By the way, Eckers apparently did apologise to Sieg after the race. They had a chat about it, which is good to hear.
I like that. Well, I'd love to get Omi's thoughts soon as well coming into this one.
To the person in chat quickly. Harrison Burton is in NASCAR. I assume you just mean the Cup Series, though. He is still in the Xfinity Series. He will be full time with Sam Hunt next year, which is honestly a pretty good move for him. Sam Hunt's a good team. I genuinely believe that team's going to win a race someday.
Still ready for the restart.
Yeah.
Go on.
Oh, by the way, just to let you know, Daney's won the race. He's in the lead now. He's won.
Let's go back over.
Stage 1 over here at Phoenix Raceway on Championship Sunday. William Byron, very impressive, comes off pit road in second. Denny Hamlin led much of that stage, but fell back to third. DJ, your impressions of stage 1?
Yeah, I think Denny Hamlin showed he has the speed in his car, but a little adjustment. I'm not concerned about Denny Hamlin at this point in time if they can make the right adjustment, other than the fact that you brought up about a clutch issue. Surely not again.
Yeah, how about William Byron? He showed that long-run strength last week at Martinsville, Brad, and clearly it's in the 24 again today.
Yeah, that's been a huge adjustment because all season long it's been more short runs for this 24 car. They adjusted last week. They've got today. Denny Hamlin's usually the long-run expert, so let's keep an eye on that. It's going to be interesting.
And Lee, after all that, the race off pit road, Ryan Blaney up front. We kind of predicted Team Penske might be in a position to win, and Blaney's got him there to start stage 2.
He does indeed. And if we come up getting ready for the green flag, I can welcome back our colleague Josh Turner, who was with us again. And as he sees Blaney, Byron, Hamlin on the front row, he's going to be thinking, what on earth's about to happen? Well, we're about to get ready to get going. We'll check you in, JT, and throw you in at the deep end. Hello, welcome.
Hello, did I miss much?
Byron getting very close to getting taken out by Hamlin. But so far, nothing at all. Not a caution, not a thing. Stage 2 coming up. That might be a little bit different, though. The championship finale, Stage 2, goes green here at Phoenix. We're racing, and Byron does not get the getaway he wanted. Blaney completely jumped him. And now Hamlin's going down the inside line as well. Larson's tucking in behind. And here comes Briscoe. The 4 championship rivals are together on the circuit. 2, 3, 4, and 5 as they come through turn 2. Byron's trying to get ahead of Blaney already. He sweeps up and, well, realistically, Blaney's also lost several places, JT, as they're passed by half a dozen cars coming into turn 3.
Yep, now through turn 4 we head across the line, and it is still Blaney in front. Hamlin, Byron side by side. Hamlin has got his nose in front, but he at the moment is very nearly clear of the 24. He is clear now as they head down the back straight.
We're watching from Kyle Larson running in 4th position. Briscoe's down to 6th place as well, so he's lost out on time. Hamlin's trying to go around the outside of the 11 and try and get Praises back up together. This is lap 72, still sweeping in. Look at the toe that the 12 is giving to the 11. If I was Hamlin, I'd try a slingshot coming out of one of the corners. He's literally hooking onto the back bumper of the 11. Can he swing it in? No, he can't. This is amazing from Hamlin, though. He's properly showing old school and new school with this car.
Yeah, absolutely. As Blaney still in front, but Hamlin is getting to pounce. Caution's out.
Oh,
and
round.
The 42 is around.
Nemechek goes round again. And I did say he was doing...
Too long, Nemechek.
Yeah, he was doing Nemechek things, wasn't he? So he stalled it as well on the back straight. So caution comes out on lap 72 with 2:40 to go.
I reckon he had some contact there.
He had to have.
Odd place to spin.
In what, middle of nowhere, yeah. Has to have. What do you think? Mid-pack battle that he just got turned around, or was there a tyre gone down, maybe?
Racing deal, probably.
Well, the leaders go through. The fact he hasn't driven back as well indicates to me there's something else. I hope he hasn't stalled the car. Are they getting the refire? I think tyre, personally. Front left looks a little down. I can hear the car revving of some kind. AMR team making the shield to block it out of the way. Well, that's an unusual one, but then again, he is an unusual chap. Caution out then. Lap 73 of 239. Let's take a look at it, Jack. What do you make of it?
Alright, here we go. You can see basically none of that.
Already round.
All I can see is him spinning down the backstretch. I have got nothing for you there. I have nothing for you there either.
Did he just drop it? Oh, here we go.
No.
4 wide. And he gets tagged. Is that... Oh, hang on. He just drops it.
No, he gets tagged, I think, by the car just below him.
Was that
I think that's Todd Gilliland.
He was running further back where he was.
Definitely
The yellow car.
Couldn't see who tagged him coming through on our graphics. We'll see if that comes up.
Denny Hamlin is reporting a possible clutch issue.
Oh no! Nemechek's got going with a puncture. Pit road.
And speaking of that, let's head there now. Let's get some updates. Parker Kligerman, kick us off.
Well, Lee, for Kyle Larson, who's currently in 4th right now, there was a lot of discussion as he got to the end of the first stage about his tire wear and how he felt like he abused the right rear, but they also had some interesting comments about some of the competitors. Take a listen.
Would you be able to see what Williams looked like? Because he was much better than me at the end.
Yeah, we're going to find out. And we heard the 11 call out over the radio. They had one small cord on the right front also. They said their right rear did not have one.
So you heard there just comparing to his teammate there, William Byron, also compared to Denny Hamlin and some of the cording they saw on the right front, which they had as well.
So that's part of the tire we talked about. Goodyear intentionally built a tire that will wear out, lose speed, and some of that is just the rubber coming off the tire.
So just got going in the second stage. We're under caution. First race caution of the day. We'll reset things and get going when we come back.
So, lap 75, 237 to go, and the caution out for the second time. Blaney leads Hamlin, Byron, Larson. Larson back up to 4th, so really the top 4 haven't changed a single position since that restart. Same old, Jack.
Yeah. You passed Riley Hurst. All I've really got for them.
Hello, host far in 5th. What? Give me a story on that, JB.
Qualified well.
Pit stops went really well.
Nice.
Pit stop qualified well. I think that's really all I've got for you on post so far.
Yeah, you can tell I've just got back from Brands Hatch, can't you? I've not even taken my coat off yet.
I've just been given like 47,000 photos have been sent to me.
Oh, absolutely incredible. The joys of having to wait an hour to get out of a car park of a big event that's sold out. The absolute joys.
How was Brands Hatch?
Very good, actually. Phone signal was as good as a chocolate teapot. Lost connection at 10 AM. Didn't get it back until 7 PM.
Wow.
So I had to go via Omi because I could message him using satellite, not mobile data. So yeah, the fun stuff. So thank you for being my flying pigeon, Omi.
I must admit, we did wonder where you were. I was with Nina, and we were going like, "Where's JT? Why isn't that text? What's happening?" You're back with us from the adverts on NBC. 10% of you say that Briscoe is going to be champion. 38 say Hamlin. 23 Byron. 29 for Larson to come through. I want to say, hope everyone had a wonderful Halloween, and hopefully your start of November is going very, very well indeed. Sounded like Joe Logano had cut out the engine there, just on the back stretch as he lifts and coasts. There we go. Shut down the engine, as I presume, as well. Save fuel. Let it coast. So it's doing that, you run the risk of the thing not restarting. We've had that a couple of times before as well. Here it is, off it goes again. It's always disconcerting to hear the stop-start nature on the back stretch as well. So Hamlin second, Byron third, Larson fourth, Briscoe in fifth. Yeah, all right, fair. JT, the fireworks, did you enjoy them? Was it a good time?
Yeah, it was all right. Trucks and fireworks at Brands Hatch. But to get this back NASCAR related, guess what goes on sale next week?
Tickets?
Early bird tickets for, I believe, are we at American Speedfest 14 now? Or
I think it's for
stock, but I do have enough to disengage right now. Yeah, that's the only advice I give you is to pump it up as long as it's coming back and you're getting enough clutch stroke where it's still operable. You know, if the pedal drops for some reason, let me know and then you need to pull it back.
Steve, you mentioned the issues mechanically for the 11 team this year. A clutch took them out when they had a winning car at Kansas earlier this year. So what is in Chris Gale's playbook that he can maybe do to help his driver, or is Denny on his own?
Denny is basically on his own. There's nothing you can do. That clutch goes, it goes. You're either looking or you're not looking. I can hear Alan Beswick in the grandstands. If anybody's at Phoenix, let us know. Into the restart zone, then Blaney down low on the inside. On the outside high line will count Denny Heimlin. The green flag is back out. We're racing once again at Phoenix. And look at that! We've got Larson battling literally door to door with William Byron, who's going to sweep down low. He's going to try and get the 12. Coming down there into turn 2. Hamlin saved around the outside. Hamlin takes the lead. Blaney jumps back like a sack of spuds. Into second goes Byron. Larson's going to take third position. He'll try and keep up high. And can he take second? Larson goes, lay on the brakes, Byron stays in down low. Fabulous couple of corners, and now Hamlin leads Larson and Blaney. Down into fifth, Byron to third. What a start, JT.
Hamlin leads by 4 tenths. It's lap 81 of 312. Your lead is Denny Hamlin, who's had 2 cautions for 15 laps. 4 lead changes, one of those cautions for the stage break, one of them for John Hunter Nemechek spinning. So as we head in towards turn 3 and turn 4 across the line once again, it's Hamlin, Larson, Byron at your top 3. Who starts 4th, Blaney down to 5th.
JT, you've covered the Truck and Xfinity Championship races this weekend. You said they were going 7 wide at one point last night. We got 4 wide going on here now, 5 wide as well. How close is it to just a big wreck happening?
Yeah, 7 wide we had in the trucks on Friday night. That was very fun indeed, as we have battle for second on our screens at the moment, with Larson and Byron in that battle. Back in the mid-pack, Bowman is on the inside of Briscoe and Cindric.
Jack, what do you make of that restart?
Move from Hamlin, absolutely fantastic. Just shows how good his short run car is. Those mechanical gremlins might catch up to him though. He has a clutch problem, obviously.
Yeah.
Chris Gale, his crew chief, basically said the best advice he can give is just pumping it up. The clutch issue is that his gears are not changing as fluidly as you would like. I don't think it's terminal, but it's not nice.
Hamlin's pulled out a 1.7 second lead at the front of the session as well, so Larson now back in with Byron.
He's already 1.6 seconds ahead, is Denny Hamlin. He's absolutely flying.
He's not going to lift.
1.8 seconds.
He's not going to lift until he sees gold on the checkered flag for this championship, is he? He's going to go all out. He knows this could be his last chance that his dear old dad could have a shot of seeing him crowned champion. His dad's been incredibly ill over the last couple of months as well. And he said in media day about how much it's going to mean to him if he can win it with his dad watching on as Blaney goes to the inside line. Getting through on traffic as well out there with Hocevar.
Across the line we go once more. Hamlin still 1.8 seconds out in front. This is Bell up the inside of Cindric. Battle for 9th. Meanwhile, just behind in 11th place, Ross Chastain, who will look to go around the outside of Bell, dives to the inside, they go 3 wide into 3.
And there was a little touch there from the back of Chastain on Bell, as we see the 21 of Josh Berry now trying to find a lap champion. Here's the Napa coming through as Chase Elliott as well. So, still pushing battle on power. Hamlin, Larson, Byron, now 1, 2, 3. Briscoe down into 7th position as well. Look at Bell swinging through. He's trying to get ahead now of Ross Chastain. But this is down in over 10th position. Bowman runs in 8th, Chastain 9th, then Bell, Cindric Berry, Elliott, Busher, Reddick all trying to find some traction. And they're all now going 2, 3 wide.
Yep, and very spread out 2 wide. Elliott on the extreme inside, Berry on the extreme outside as we head now in towards turn 3 and turn 4. It's Cindric just ahead of Bell at the moment. Cindric cuts the dog leg, Bell doesn't, but Bell gets position. Here comes Cindric back down the inside. They're still side by side as they head down the back straight out of 2.
They keep it running. Listen to the wonderful Ross! Daniel Suarez is nearly into the wall coming out of turn 3 as well. He got a little bit loose for wear. And now look at this. Side by side, Brad Keselowski. The first time we mentioned him today, battling with the 34, as you say, boys, of Todd Gilliland. And look, that's Bubba jumping down all between lanes. Something's wrong with Bubba. He's dropping a hell of a lot of positions right now. He came up from the top lane down low. Yeah, something's wrong with Bubba Wallace. Not sure what, but yeah.
On the track at the moment, but he is incredibly slow and he is off the pace. Is Bubba Wallace. We'll see if we go yellow or we stay green. He seems to have fixed it and he's back up.
I think it was a problem with the clutch shift. I think he got stuck in gear, but I think he's got going now. So he's had loss of power, I think, on the rodeo. Let's listen in. NBC.
You just see it's just not up to speed, not up to power. You don't see any smoke out of the tailpipes. That would tell you it's an obvious engine issue, Jeff. But, you know, these engines are electronically controlled with the ECU, so it could be a sensor, much like your car at home, Parker. If the sensor doesn't know what the engine needs, it's not going to run properly.
Right. It's just Denny Hamlin as well, isn't it? He's fiddling with the controls of the 2311 team's cars in order just to make sure that
a message is where that throttle is right now. They're obviously trying to cycle through and figure out the problem.
Throttle issue. Thank you very much, Parker. Down there in the pit lane. So it's a throttle issue for Bubba Wallace at the moment. He was dropped as low as 72 mile per hour, JT, on that backstretch. Wow.
Yep, and he's still off the pace. He's not as off the pace as what he was, but still off the pace, this 23 car. He may even get called in by NASCAR themselves if he continues.
You hear the frustration from Bubba Wallace.
Like that.
Yep, he's not happy, is he, as well, with that
Off
radio?
throttle, apparently.
Oh, no, that's what it is. Just got, and that's hard to fix as well. On traction, the car might have to come behind the down pit road and just fix that with a little bit of a tweak. Hamlin leading by 2.9 seconds. He is checking out. Come on, Denny. I think the whole world's behind you at the moment.
11 against the world.
What happens here? His father, Chris Lambert, keeps saying, hey, make sure it lifts, make sure it goes. But to your point, Hamlin seems to be experimenting right now. Said the turn's better, but what is he learning in this experiment, Jeff?
Well, look, I like what he's doing here as long as he doesn't damage the tire, right? I like the fact he's just pushing his car as hard as it will go to understand what they will need for, number one, a short run. This thing gets down to the end, you get a 20-25 lap run. What does my car need to do better? And then number two, if I'm going to push, you see Bubba Wallace coming in the pits now. If I'm going to push hard for the entire run, where does it go? Can we make it? What is it? What do the tires look like? What adjustments do we need to make? So, you know, this, unlike all the races throughout the year where they're racing for stage points and all that, they're not. They're racing for just the best finish of the race. So is this team experiment a little bit here just so that they know what they need in any scenario? Because if you get a long green flag run at the end of this race, what are you going to do?
Right. It looks like they're the most hated driver in NASCAR might actually win the championship at the moment. Dropping the hammer says, can't stand Hamlin. Thorin says, I'm not behind him, never will be, except for him retiring. Well, Texas, earlier on in the year, the underfloor of the car caught fire. Then in Kansas, the car stalled on pit road and they had to push him out of the box. There was a permanent problem with that clutch. It happened again at Talladega just a few weeks ago. They had to push him out of the pit box as well. They just did not start on clutching. That was in early on. And at Martinsville just a week ago as well. You saw the smoke billowing through on the inside line. And Hamlin was around on the inside line, JT. Not the greatest couple of weeks for Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, but he's still here. And Bubba Wallace now in the pits and in his pit box. The team looking at that. William Byron in P3, not really any balance complaints, just a little lazy, little tight, not bad.
Not bad at all. As Hamlin watches on, and that is, oh, I thought it was Bubba getting out of the car. It's the mechanic getting out of the car.
NASCAR has told Bubba Wallace to pick up the pace, but I think he is headed into the pit lane.
He's been in the pits for 2 laps.
Okay.
We've just seen him on the screen. As they come through, there's Chase Briscoe running in high. I mean, Briscoe's done incredibly well, hasn't he, JT, to get back into the championship contention. He had I think, a stellar year, but it's quite unusual seeing him in this situation right now, where he came in as the top seed. He won Darlington and Talladega this year, 2 playoff victories that he needed to. Career best 9th back in the Cup Series playoffs. But this is his first time in the playoffs. I don't get how, the championship 4 that is, I don't get how he's been able to do it. He's just been electric at the right times, but now today it's all gone.
Yeah, back with Bubba Wallace on pit road. They're looking at the rear of the car. And they're seeing if they can fix it, but the laps will keep ticking. With how many laps he will lose here at pit road.
So we're on side by side, so you're seeing the same pitch as we are stateside if you're following along with us on JB Motorsports. There's your race leader, 43 of 125. Denny Hamlin leads this race. Just pure brilliance coming through at the moment. As the action continues on. That pressure just keeps on mounting as they come through. Just saving some photos. Hamlin, Larson, Byron, Blaney, Briscoe, Hocevar, Logano, Bowman, Chastain, Bell. That's your top 10 then Berry, Cindric, Busher, Elliott, Reddick, the top 15. Jack, question to you. When we move next year to Miami for the season finale, would we get a more action-packed race than what we've got now?
Yeah. I don't think that. I think that's without question. Absolutely. Phoenix and the next gen car just are not the best, to say the least.
It's been give or
Bubba's
take.
just come out the pit lane, I think we just saw.
Ah, yes, Bubba has just left
Yes,
pit lane. How long was he in there, JT? Because I can't see the... What was it?
7 laps down.
7 laps down. Casey Mears is 34 laps down. He's had work done as well, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, he's just done so.
He had fluid leaking, I do believe.
Was that him or the car? An age joke. Casey.
Now down the inside, this is Custer trying to go side by side with Sawyers. They cross the line down in towards the dogleg, and they are. Caution's out.
Oh, it's SVG! He's blown a tyre!
Oh.
SVG's blown a tyre! Smoke up the back. Right side tyre. Maybe?
No, there you have it. Said it spun out.
It spun out for them. Oh, and the 19!
Oh, Briscoe!
Briscoe's got a puncture! The rear right has blown!
That's not a...
And the second time this weekend, the tyre lets go! And the 19th hope of the championship looks completely done now! One of our championship 4 with a rear blowout on the rear right, under caution! Unbelievable, JT!
Yep, this won't help, but also he'll have to go to the rear for pitting too soon. On top of that, they'll get they'll struggle to get that rear right tyre off. They do now, as this goes away, but drama here in Phoenix.
We were waiting for something to happen with one of the Championship 4, and for the second time this week, it happens to Chase Briscoe. Happened in practice, and it's exactly the same, JT. Rear tyre fails, just completely goes. And that happened at the start of the lap as well. He had to do the entire lap. Oh. Listen in. You can hear him,
That's where it goes.
Oh. JT.
A completely separate incident to SVG.
Yeah, 2 different ones. What happened to SVG? Is that a separate issue with the tyre going down?
No, apparently he spun.
Let's have a look. Here we go. Top of the picture, the white car. He's going to brush the wall. He gets up loose and just loses the rear. Over the bricks.
Just lost it by himself.
Yeah.
Now that's
360.
But that's the same part of the track where Briscoe's tyre went down. It's the
save SVG, well done.
Yeah, nice save actually, SVG. But JT, that's the same part of the track where the tyre went down. So
it went down turn 3. That was exit 4.
I was wondering if there was something on the circuit that could have cut something. SVG's got going again, so no puncture for him. But now, Chase Briscoe running 28th, but he will go to the back of the field, which I think is still 28th, if I'm not very much mistaken, JT, due to the lap traffic.
Yeah, so
wow.
They will circulate that out under caution. Lap 109 of 312 here in Phoenix. Currently, your order: Hamlin, Larson, Byron, your top 3. Blaney, Hosvar, Logano, Bowman, Chastain, Bell, and Berry, your top 10.
Let's head down to NBC.
You can overcool them. Just so much going on. This 19 car of Chase Briscoe, it's going to be very interesting to see, A, what kind of damage they feel that flat tire did, and what they feel they can repair. Let's listen into the 19.
I don't know what caused that, but I had a vibration that whole run again. From the very, very start, or? Yeah, from like lap 3, I would say. It was pretty, terrible, but I mean, it was noticeable.
So Friday in practice, they had a flat tire, and then they were really unable to run a lot because he kept talking about vibrations. There's Coach Gibbs, obviously concerned, looking on. So a couple things. What can happen is the tire can be damaged, it can lose air, it can go flat, and Jeff, as a driver, you can have no idea. The other thing that can happen is these tires have belts in them. And if you get low enough on air, whether that's your setting or maybe you just run something over and the tire goes down, it can break one of those belts internally, and it just picks up like a harmonic, kind of like a little bit of turbulence, like a high-speed turbulence in the tire. You heard he said it all the way from maybe lap 3 of this run.
And he said a vibration again, because he talked about a vibration on the first run of the race also. Right. You get to the point as a driver, you're like, hey, they all vibrate. Why am I going to say it, right? So he was given that information after the fact, because he had a vibration in practice, had a vibration on the first run. Why do I need to keep repeating myself?
All right, ball goes from the track to pit road. The ball gets tossed. Special teams, it's like, you sit around for 15, 20, 30 minutes, Diff, and then you're expected to jump into action.
Keep in mind, the Hendrick duo, the 5 and the 24, their respective pit crews have been spectacular this season. Do they do it again, Parker, and are they able to leapfrog Denny Hamlin? We'll find out. Let's go to tight pit road.
That would be the hope here for the 5 team. They told him he's being beat in turn 4, and Kyle let them know he's trying to be delicate on the right rear, and that's very hard to do. They're going to continue to loosen him up in the center of the corner to try and help him on exit, Kim.
Parker for his teammate William Byron said no big balance complaints, just lazy that run, and I didn't benefit on the back end of it. He said my tires weren't happy. I wasn't going to go for it. I need my tires happy. They did make an air pressure adjustment on those 4 good years, Marty.
Denny Hamlin told Chris Gale it's really good for about 18 laps, and then the tightness returns. Remember the clutch issue for the 11. Does it affect their pit stop? Answer is no. Hamlin comes in with the lead, and I'm pretty sure won that drag race against Kyle Larson to keep the lead.
That was close, though. Good stop from the 5 team. That was really close between the 11 and the 5 of Hamlin and Larson. Again, here's the reason why we're under caution. One of the championship 4, Chase Briscoe. Tire issue. Fortunately, it happened under caution.
Lap 111, 201 to go.
And hit wonder right there, by the way.
Yeah, it was. I was just thinking that. Michael McDowell's the free pass, as JT's mentioned. But yeah, that was a bit bizarre. 112, 312 as well, so 200 to go. Jack, what do you make of all this melee? A championship defining change.
I don't know if it's championship defining, because I think that Briscoe could still come back from this. The problem is, out of the championship 4, he's very clearly 4th best, and that's going to be a struggle for him. I don't know the last time that 19 team was even in the championship 4, to be honest. I think...
Truex.
I don't know if they ever made it with Truex, actually. Let me have a look. Did they make it with Truex? I think they did in 20... I want to say 2019?
2020, didn't they?
Maybe they did. I don't remember. Hold on. Let's have a look. 2019. No, they did not make it in 2020.
Oh, so it's 19.
2019 is one of the... I think the 19 has made the Champ 4 twice. 2019 and 2016. 16 would have been Carl Edwards. What was his final race?
Oh, remember Carl Edwards, don't we? What a driver. So now, I think we have to discount Briscoe a little bit. I know you say he might come back. But if you do discount Briscoe, as he's out of it, you've got Hamlin, Larson and Byron 1, 2, 3 for a championship fight with 200 laps to go. This is...
Clutch issues are getting worse for Hamlin.
So you've got Kyle Larson, who in this situation would be the legend. He's won the 2021 playoff and regular season. You've got the runner-up, which I'm sorry is Denny Hamlin. And then you've got the rookie, William Byron, in many respects, who's finished 3rd twice, back-to-back, 24 and 23. It's all playing off now, isn't it? There's Phoenix, watching on the hill for free, some great action. Don't blame it one bit. This is going to be absolutely brilliant. Let's return to NBC.
Discussion continues. This topic of discussion continues with Denny Hamlin.
So let's go on board with this Toyota on board. Just let's peer into this pit stop and specifically what Hamlin does and how he does it and watch the clutch. So Jeff, let's go on board and see what Denny does. You're in second gear coming into stop. Watch his right hand.
Watch his hand. He's coming. He stops. And now he puts it in gear. So right now his foot is on the clutch. He is holding it, holding it, holding it. It means the clutch is operating properly. Watch his hand, never moves it, dumps the clutch, and off it goes.
Yeah, because he pulls in second gear, so he only goes from second to first, like a motorcycle, right? He downshifts one time. I was wondering to see if we would see 2 downshifts. That would take it all the way to neutral, allow his foot to come off the clutch. So currently, it seems like the 11 has enough clutch to perform the pit stops, so we'll have to just keep an eye on it, though. Remember, still 198 and at least 2. I would expect probably 4 more pit stops during the race.
Tension's rising. Have a look at this time by then, because it's going to be Kyle Larson restarting with Denny Hamlin alongside him on the front row. Byron drops back into 3rd position. He's alongside Ryan Blaney on the outside line. Into the restart zone then. Green flag is going to be in the air. The green flag this weekend with ABB restart zone. The green flag falls. We are racing once more. Hamlin gets that low line. They all sweep down below the apron towards the end. Get the pit lane cut off. Hamlin is increasingly the gap, but he's going to move up and block Larson. Byron's trying to come in down low. We're running 3 wide currently mid-pack as we still see Byron and Blaney battling. Now we've got Carson Hocevar in there. Top 3 status quo. Hamlin, Larson and Byron now coming through. Chastain to the inside line of Hocevar. Down through turns 3 and 4. Still 3 wide further back. Elliott in the battle, but JT, good restart, clean restart.
Yep, good and clean. That's what we like. Lap 117 of 312. Denny Hamlin, your leader. We've had 3 cautions for 24 laps and 4 lead changes. It's Hamlin, Larson, Byron, your top 3.
Still pushing through as no one from the top 3 changing position. Josh Berry's around the outside of the 20 of Christopher Bell. He's going to try and go around the outside of Ross Chastain. He can't quite get the 77. He's going to try with the 1 and then get a little bit loose coming through turn 1. But okay so far. Thanks for the comments in the chat. A lot of appreciation there as well for the love of the channel and love of the sport. Keep it through. So Bell now losing out another place. Chastain battling. Berry's gone wide on the outside, and that's towed. Bell with him. Chastain swings it down there. We're watching on board with Joey Logano. Not in the hunt this year. Won last year here at Phoenix to win the championship. JT, I don't like how close they're getting to the barrier. And this is now on board with Chase Briscoe. He's dropped incredibly far behind. Briscoe, I think he's out of it. Look out, he's dropped like, what, 2-3 seconds up the road? He's fading fast.
Yeah, but he's still got time here until hopefully be able to get back up the order. So, and I can tell you why. Briscoe's radio vibration still there, or is it good? Briscoe, terrible.
Oh, Briscoe might be out of the race, Jack, and looks like it's going to be out of it.
Yeah, this is championship over for Chase Briscoe. Hamlin, I think he'll be all right, though. As long as he keeps his revs up, I think he'll be fine. Just needs to not mess with the clutch, like, at all.
Back straight we go. On board with that 19 car of Briscoe. He's currently down in 10 seconds.
Yeah, currently still pushing. Hamlin on top as they through. Here comes Hamlin, just crossing the line. We've been green for about 3 laps. He's already pulled out a full second to Larson. That's more impressive than anything. You can see it now. We're riding on board with the 11, just lightly touching the clutch.
Clutch, dude, it shoots me out like it's right on the edge of engaging, disengaging, because now from the bottom out point, if I let the quarter out, it's engaging, so it's not far from not engaging. At this point, let's just don't mess with the pedal anymore, just in case we only have so many uses of it. Let's just don't get ourselves to where we run out.
Boy, there's a lot there, Steve, that sends off alarm bells for this 11 team. Number 1, Chris Gale saying, hey, don't engage the clutch. Use it as minimal amount that you can, because we may only have so many uses. And then he came on the radio after that, Steve, and said, listen, You cannot cool the car under caution. That's out for the rest of the day. So Denny Hamlin will not be able to cool the car under caution. And Steve, you want your driver to be able to do that so the engine's ready for that restart.
Yeah, so a lot to unpack. Let's just remind everybody, the clutch systems on these NASCAR vehicles, it's a hydraulic system. It's not a mechanical clutch, it's a hydraulic clutch. So when he says the clutch pedal is long and has some sort of hydraulic issue, Jeff, you mentioned that they bled it after practice, got air out thinking that resolved it, but something else is allowing air back into the system, because here it is again. So instead of pumping it up like you would brakes, now he's advising his driver, hey, you know, if it slips at all, it's going to burn the clutch discs out of this thing. We might only have 4 or 5 good uses, so you can't cool the car. I don't want you to use it extra. I don't love anything about what I'm hearing out of this 11.
I'm starting to get worried, JT and Jack. JT, if that clutch fails, he's out of it completely, because they won't be able to fix it. The championship goes to effectively Larson or Byron. We keep ticking them off one by one, but surely it can't go again for Denny Hamlin. He's been so close too many times. This can't be the year it goes wrong.
We shall see, because we still got
a long way.
187 laps to go.
Not even halfway.
But in this stage,
it just came back at the end. That's typical for Jay. I feel so sorry for you. You might have just died and then he came back right at the end. Try again.
yeah, we've still got 59 laps in the stage.
There we go, got that. So, really weird. But I've had that before where Mike's died mid-sentence as well. I think this is a feature. Sometimes if it's not...
I worked out what that really annoying issue was, where it was dying every single second.
Oh, what was it?
You know how I had the 4... By the way, absolutely nothing is happening on the circuit.
No, nothing
You know how we have the 4 box with the 1 input, the 4 outputs?
Yes.
Well, I had that on the other side of my desk to my bus mixer.
Ah.
So I had to plug my XLR
into the adapter
of my headset into another XLR cable into my bus mixer, and it didn't like not having that direct connection between my headset and the bus mixer, so it didn't like the extra loop that it...
Yeah, because it's a phantom power. Interesting.
It had. Battling with Byron, yeah.
Yeah. There's a bit of lag, but we're back. Still pushing on as they've gone side by side over their stateside. Blaney's going round the outside of Byron. This is over 3rd position. Coming out of turn 3, trying to run it through. Down through 4 into 1. Byron's blocking every opportunity. But Jack, you said watch out for Blaney. As soon as he gets a taste of the lead, he goes for it.
Blaney's one of the faster guys on track when it comes to Phoenix. He won the He's finished 2nd, I think, the last 2 championship races. He heads down the inside now of William Byron and makes the move up into 3rd place. There we go. I just had to wait for him to clear him.
So now the battle is on, because if Hamlin does fall out of this race with problems, Larson becomes the champion. He's running in 2nd by about 1. Maybe just over a second as well coming into it, JT. So it's close, but Hamlin leading by 2.5 seconds. He seems fast without a clutch than with a clutch. That is how impressive it goes. But you can manually select without a clutch. It's sort of, you still have to press the clutch pedal, but you can sort of, if you get the revs high enough, you can slot the gear in without needing a clutch.
Yes, they just need to manage this problem. Does the 11 team of Denny Hamlin. Back to Logano, who's in 10th. He's got Bowman behind him in 11th. Bowman will go round the outside, on the outside line as they head through the restart zone. It's not the United Rentals restart zone this week. I believe it's the Geico restart zone we have here in Phoenix as we head out of the dogleg into turns 1 and 2.
There's a new sponsor coming up for that restart zone. As we see the 19 passing the 35. So that's Chase Briscoe finally getting ahead, both of Cody Ware and now Riley Herbst, who's running in 29th. So Briscoe's on a charge back. Yeah, there's a new sponsor next year. I can't remember if I found the name of it, but there is coming next year a new sponsor.
Well, a brilliant helicopter angle we have here of the campsite when there's a race going on, which tells me that we're either going to an ad break or coming back.
Back.
Ad break.
Do you know what I'm finding interesting?
Go on.
Simon Patton, a friend of mine, of course, a MotoGP journalist. I've said for years that every race series needs a... Yeah. Oh, never mind. I can't say that, but an O1. He said, I've said for years that every race series needs an O1, and NASCAR's looking that they have an absolute superb O1 who loves playing the role. Cheers for Denny Hamlin, could say. But Simon does not like the Championship 4 with the run-in of this format.
2.6 seconds out in front of Kyle Larson. And then William Byron sits in fourth behind Brian Blaney. Tell us more, Kim Kuhn.
Yeah, Lee, in third of the championship drivers, which is where he's finished in the hunt the last 2 years. So what did they learn in those Tampa 4 appearances the last 2 years? Rudy Fugle told me the first appearance, they were strong early, led laps, but when the shade crept into the track, they took a big swing and got behind. Last year, he said we did all we could, but we weren't the best car, but we were willing to make a bold call. So how does that direct their race today? He said we've got to keep up with the racetrack, trust our instincts, and know we are capable. Right now, Parker telling his drivers stay in touch with the front of the field. There is still 49 laps to go in this stage and a lot to gain.
And Kim, that's been the same for his teammate who's hoping to stay in touch with leader Denny Hamlin, number 5 of Kyle Larson here. He's just been struggling with the right rear tire, and I want to say the impression I'm getting is that the 11 is just that much faster than the 5 right now. Kyle's been very descriptive as we go on the HendrickCars.com onboard about how he's trying to be delicate with right rear, take care of that tire, but this is really all he has. The team has continued to try and loosen him up in the center of the corners to help that car be straighter on exit, but Kyle's just not been able to find the feel he wants. And Jeff, when you see a leader like Denny bolting away from you, and this is all you have, what do you try and do in that car? What do you try to tell your crew chief about what you need when you see a car that much faster in front of you?
Well, Parker, I think that's the key. I think communicating to my crew chief and the team, hey guys, here's where I am slower than he is. Here's what I'm struggling with. We cannot do anything to control his car, right? Nothing we can do about that, but we can our car. And where is the speed? How is he able to drive this much faster than me? And you just got to communicate. Team's got to go to work.
Yep, got to go to work, JT. Go on.
You are probably thinking about the new 4-brand Premier sponsorship partner lineup with the new one of Freeway Insurance that's joining that. They have announced that the Phoenix race in October next year will be the Freeway Insurance 500, but linking back to the restart part of it, they're not sponsoring the restart zone itself, it'll be the Freeway Insurance choose rule.
Ah, that's what it is. So another thing we have to throw
It's the choose part of it, but the restart zone will still be varying by track. Here it's Geico.
Wonderful. And of course, this race doesn't have a sponsor because NASCAR put it on themselves. This is the championship race. And it could be the last ever championship race, depending on what the format could be next year. We've got to remember that as well. It could all change here for the action. What do you think, Jack? Will we go back to a 34, 36 race calendar?
No. Not happening. I think we're the most likely situation is we keep the playoffs, but we go for a 3-3-4 format. 3 races, 4 races. But it's more based off points in the final 4 races, which would add to some level of legitimacy. But please, just get rid of winning you're in. I beg you. Please get rid of that.
I've said for years, get rid of winning you win and make it a points-based playoffs. You've got actually more interesting action.
I mean, I'm a full 36 race guy, but realistically, winning your in's the dumbest part of the entire playoff.
Yeah, because if you the whole season. If you win the playoff race, get rid of that. Because it makes it so much easier. So much
Update
easier.
from Briscoe, by the way.
Go for
This
it.
thing feels like it's about to rip in half.
Oh, it's still not good. Still.
Hello, host of us.
Carson's running in 5th place, and with half of the... Hang on, Briscoe's moved up to 22nd position, by the way. But yeah, honestly, I've got a feeling that Josephat might be off for a 3rd or even a 2nd here today if half the championship lot keep falling out.
I'd hope so. Been very solid this year. He's been about on par, maybe a little bit better than he was last year.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Briscoe
Last
says...
year's Rookie of the Year. Doing good today at Phoenix.
Even to update you, Briscoe says that he feels like that tyre's about to burst again. So even as the whole thing's going to rip apart, he feels like the end of the tyre's actually going to go very, very soon. I wonder if they might box him in. Yeah, I wonder if he has got some form of tyre rub or something going on out there that's creating a little bit of an issue. Look at Bell going super high up. JT, it's something we saw earlier on in the March race, wasn't it? A couple of tyres blowing out, but this is getting a bit ridiculous.
Yep. Chase Elliott, meanwhile, the 9 car in the 9th place. Of course, won here in 2020. Did Chase. I'm talking about that Napa car. Napa Pace trucks today at Brands Hatch. They had a Napa stall, and we just went in, and Napa were like, "Do you want a pen? Do you want a mug? Do you want a keyring? Do you want Napa mints?" So I've got. They just gave it all.
Oh,
they just gave it us all.
Someone hit
this
the wall.
was
that's the
Busch with a flat tyre a couple of laps ago.
Kyle Busch, rear right flat after hitting the wall. Just pushing up. Amazing. We stayed into green flag conditions. We are riding with him now, and he's back out on the circuit. Where did he lose positions to? 34th position. So Kyle Busch now down to 34th position. Thank you very much, NBC, for giving us that 3 laps later and not actually showing us it live. That was shocking as they come through. A lot of action.
You gotta be fair to them. They were mistaking it with Kyle Busch's normal speed this year.
Caution's out! Into the wall! That's the 16! AJ Allmendinger's hit the wall quite hard. He's out of the race. Front right suspension is broken. AMR safety crew there within 5 seconds. But that was a lock-up and straight into the wall. I wonder if a tyre did go. Well, we need to see a replay of how that happened.
That's a backup car.
Yeah, it is, after he's crashed.
That's a backup car.
Well, yeah, he had a crash, didn't he, in practice after a tyre failure. Is it another one? Let's have a look.
I think it is another blown tyre.
He's third in shot. Straight up, yeah. And that's a heavy hit to the safer barrier as well, actually. But another blown tyre, this time front right for the 16. This is what happened on Friday in practice. Same place, out of 3 and a 4, bang, hits the wall. Just cut below the apron, but you can see the air escaping there, JT. And now that's 2 accidents this weekend and 2 heavy hits into the safer barrier.
Yeah, it was a little later where he lost it on Friday, but same corner. Allmendinger was on pit road about 15 to 20 laps ago, according to Seth Eggert, apparently, but it's been a very rough couple of weeks for AJ Allmendinger.
Briscoe says that the vibration is worse when he's on the pedal. Let's head down to NBC.
You know, competition-wise, and now we're starting to see some more flat tires, some more issues, people trying to push. I imagine we're going to see all the leaders pit here, though, with over 30 laps on their tires.
And next time by, 34 laps left in this second stage. They're coming your way, Parker.
Yeah, for Kyle Larson, he came on the radio and said, "I don't know what to tell you, but it feels like at any second I could kill the right rear tire of this car." There was a long description about maybe what they could do. Cliff Daniels said, "I know what to do here." He's getting 4 tires, kid.
And for William Byron, he just said it swings the rear more. The back of the car is absolutely not engaged. I am not able to carry carry a lot of speed, so they will make a slight adjustment for tires, Marty.
Kim, Denny Hamlin has played his hand today, showing a willingness to push the car very early in the run. He says it still takes steps of tightness, but it's better than it's been all day long. We'll watch that clutch issue, but it goes off pretty clean here on pit road in another drag race, Dave.
The 19 of Chase Briscoe picked up 11 spots on that run, but it was a terribly vibrating 19 car. He said it vibrates the rears down the straightaway when they get to the corner. It vibrates the fronts. He called it violent.
So you may have noticed before the caution came out, Ryan Blaney did get Kyle Larson for second. Here is AJ Allmendinger's contact with the wall. They stayed as they were. The race on pit road. Hamlin still in front.
Hamlin, Blaney, Larson, Byron, Bell, Chastain, Hocevar, Elliott, Berry, Logano. Takes it in on the race off pit road. As we continue on, lap 152, 160 to go here at the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race, the final of the season. Before we head on down, we'll be back at Bowman Gray for the Clash, before heading over as well to the Jewels at Daytona, and then the season opener, Daytona 500. JT, just if all goes to plan. Remarkable run up at the moment we're seeing. Moby's having a lot of fun out there. JT's getting everything set up as well back home. As we get the tension rising for the restart of this session. Oh, he's got Napa milk. Very nice. Let's get into, oh, a sweetie. He's got Napa's sweet mint. So 9% of you say that Chase Briscoe is going to be the champion. We've had 679 votes so far. 41% say Denny Hamlin, 22% say Will Byron, and 29% say Kyle Larson. Vote closes with 10 to go in stage 3.
Can I give praise to the truck drivers who only wrecked the track once today?
Yes, because that was quite exciting.
After taking out the whole pit gate yesterday, they only wrecked one barrier today, which for 5.5-ton racing trucks at 100 miles per hour, which can accelerate as fast as a Porsche 911, JB. That is how good their acceleration is. But yeah, they actually kept on schedule, and there was an oil leak down into Paddock Hill from TCR UK. That ended up with 3 cars in the gravel. And a very lengthy red flag, as my program very nearly falls off. But we are into choose, JB, ready for the next restart of this championship race. What has happened with the international feed timing scheme?
It's gone really wrong.
Why is it so far off the left?
I thought that. Anyway, pace car's coming. We're getting ready to go green this time. Hamlin, Blaney, Larson, Byron, Bell, Chastain, Hocevar, Elliott, Berry, Logano, the top 10.
Still at 312, so we can still do this. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't even see that whole run, so.
They're still waiting. They're still going to push. Green flag goes back out. Hamlin on the low line, Blaney up high. Byron and Logano, green flag. We're racing again here at Phoenix. Smooth restart. Hamlin's going to jump ahead by a country mile. Absolutely no way he's missing any of that. We're 4 wide further back. Byron trying to come in. Larson just trail braking. Byron nearly hitting Blaney, and Bell's dropping back massively. That's going to cost Chastain and Hocevar. Blaney in second. Byron trying to take the low line, JT, but no change there.
Yep, across the line to complete this first lap after this restart. 29 to go here in stage 2. As we head now in towards turn 2, we spread out 4 wide once again. But out in front, it's Hamlin, Blaney, Byron, Larson, your top 4. It's lap 157 and 312. We've had 4 cautions for 30 laps and still only 4 lead changes.
Briscoe's in a bit of trouble. He door bangs the 17 and the 48 chops him off as well. So Briscoe really is getting into the meat of it in the mid-pack. He's being shoved around everywhere. He's trying to now slip between the inside line of the 21 and the 17. He goes that sector. It's going to turn up, so he needs to get back on the power. Nearly spins it out for a second time as they keep on chasing. Now the 17 drops back, but Jack, a good restart so far, and that's better and better.
Yeah, decent restart. Got Briscoe just on the inside here of Bowman. Just behind them is Josh Berry as well. Briscoe had a little bit of contact there. I don't know if there'll be any issues that come from that. But I wouldn't say Briscoe's out of it yet. He's currently in 11th position. Not out of it yet. No, he might be 12th by the end of this lap. He's going right round the outside of Alex Bowman. He got well loose there. Jeez.
Listen, thank you, JT. Whoever's modding that YouTube chat, thank you very much. As we keep on the access, Hamlin, Blaney, Byron, Larson, Bell, Chastain, Hocevar, Elliott, Logano, Bowman the top 10. Larson side by side now, still battling hard as they come back. The 19's just trying to find some traction through and still can't find the traction in at the moment. As look at that, touching the wall! Chase Elliott getting slung right up there by the 22 of Joey Logano, bouncing off, coming into the trial section. Now we've got the 19 trying to come up there. Now, if I was wise here, Jack, I would not let them come through because Briscoe's going to tail onto the back, but that's going to be... I was going to go down low. That's an accident waiting to happen. Logano backs out of it, Elliott stays there, and the 19 goes through, takes 2 into 1, but he's going to lose traction now. That's very tight. Logano comes back down low. Elliott's going to back off. Logano needs to not fight and needs to cool back, and he's done so, Jack.
Yeah, I would do exactly what the 19 did there. That was an accident waiting to happen. I want to get past both of those guys as quickly as I can. Elliott and Logano having quite the physical battle. So yeah, immediately Briscoe's just like, I want to get past these guys as quick as possible because when y'all crash, I don't want to be involved. Also, I know it sounds weird hearing a British person say y'all.
By the way, up to JT, who's our moderator for at the moment, just getting all of it sorted with some spam in the chat. That's coming in through some, bots that are in there. Might have to change the chats to subscribers only for a few moments just to get rid of them, but that never usually works to come through as the action still comes through. Hamlin, Blaney, Byron, Larson, Bell, Chastain, Hocevar, Briscoe, Logano. But I tell you what though, Jack, I agree with you. Briscoe closing back in. He's now in 8th position. He's not out this title fight yet, is he?
Yeah, sorry, I think you should check. Can we change the chat quickly to subscribers only? Because we are getting absolutely spammed with bots. There are more bots here than Manchester City has fans.
Well, this is going to be very interesting.
Thanks for the views, guys.
There we go. I've changed the chat to subscribers only to stop the madness and get JT's reaction back to the commentary. Hello, JT. There we go. Hello. Yeah, well, he's busy. He's smoking everything that's coming through. Denny Hamlin still attacking like crazy as they swap back through. He's got the lead of this race, but Blaney is closing him down. Jack, to go back to what you were saying earlier on, Blaney, as soon as he sniffs it, he wants a race win. He's cleared out Byron and Larson. He's setting off after Hamlin.
Yeah, Blaney... Very good drive around Phoenix. I don't know, has he ever won here? I'm actually having a look at this. That is an insane stat. Hold on. He has finished second at the season finale 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous, and that's 4 top 5s in a row at this very racetrack, and he's on for a 5th in a row today. Of course, one of those, he won the championship, didn't need to win the race.
Yeah.
Ross Chastain won that one.
All the stats that come through provided to us by NASCAR, and also NASCAR stats, NASCAR communication, NASCAR info, all of our day-to-day running order of this order. Now that the chat has been restored, if you do want to chat with us here at the moment, it is on subscribers only, so hit the subscribe button and we can then chat with you. We will hopefully open that up back to the public later on in the race. Just let the bots disappear for a few moments as well. Hamlin is battling for the lead of the race here. Now, even if he does lose the lead to Ryan Blaney, he will not lose the championship, because it is all about, if you finish ahead in your championship top 4, you are winners. So really, he doesn't need to fight Blaney that much, Jack, but he still wants to.
And that's what's interesting to me. I'm looking through this. Blaney has never won at Phoenix in any of the top 3 divisions. Despite his amazing track record here, he has never won at this track. So I'm sure Blaney will want to get a win here, just for the record books. You win at a track, that's still pretty cool. I mean, look at Kyle Busch, he's practically won everywhere.
Yep, Ryan Blaney's had 19 starts here, 3 wins, 9 top 5, 13 top 10, only 3 retirements, best of second 4 times. That's insane, as you said. JT has fixed it. And, it's a blocked turn. JT has been absolutely fantastic. He's blocked it. So is that safe to unlock the chat now then? Yes, it is. I'll unlock it now. Well done, JT, and all of the moderation team.
Can we get some love for JT in the chat, please?
Yes, the chat is unlocked. You can now talk. Well done, mate. That was brilliant.
WJT in the chat, guys.
I am still keeping an eye on it, though.
Yeah, but that stops us being spammed.
Look for the lead with 15, 14 to go in the stage.
Stops us being spammed. Hello, everybody. So we had to switch it off. But, again, JT's been amazing and has managed to fix it all.
Yeah, we got some love for JT in the chat. Let's go.
JT is great. Well, at the moment, I want you to get your... we've had 735 votes on who will be the NASCAR champion. Briscoe's up 9%, Hamlin 41%, Byron 21, Larson 28. But right now, we've got Hamlin going up high, Blaney trying to swing down low, coming out of turn 3. And this is critical. Blaney, I really hope he doesn't spin Hamlin out. But don't forget, also, we don't have a Ford in the playoff championship 4.
And I think this is why everyone was saying we can't let a Penske make it. Because they are monsters around this track. And Ryan Blaney is proving why everyone could not let a Penske. This is why I said, oh my god, we're finally going to get an interesting Champ 4 in the next gen. Because Penske didn't make it. And they're monsters around here. It's scary.
Won last year, of course, let's not forget. You're side by side with us if you're watching in the States, by the way, on NBC. But yeah, you're right. Last year, Logano walked away with this race. This year, Hamlin's trying to. But stage 1 went the way of...
more popular than he's ever been right now.
Yeah, he is. JT, you're getting a lot of love right now in the chat, even for Formula E Zone. Hello, Formula E Zone. Why aren't you a moderator? Let's make you the moderator.
Formula E Zone. Who's he?
Sort that out.
Who's that? I don't know.
Why was the chat locked? We had a lot of bots, but we've unlocked it now. 10 to go in stage 2.
Blaney's closing in here.
Is he going to go make that move, Jason? Would he risk it, or would he just stay behind him for this stage?
Let's see, but he is catching.
No stage points really that's needed today. Doesn't really matter. It's an all-out war. Hamlin's still 3 tenths ahead. Remember, reportedly no clutch. Starting on pole, finished 3rd in stage 1. Best running of the Championship 4 driver for all but 16 laps. And he's led all but 26 laps in total today, Jack. He's absolutely flying.
he's managed to find some long run speed, which is pretty good. Outside of a certain Ryan Blaney, he's kept everyone phones going off.
Sorry, that's I can't talk.
That is the YouTube bot prevention services.
Ah, okay.
It's lap 178.
I didn't know YouTube actually did something useful for once.
Leader is Denny Hamlin. We've had 4 cautions for 30 laps, 4 lead changes, but that could change because here comes Blaney around the outside and Denny Hamlin for the lead. 7 to go in the stage.
Still pushing hard. Hamlin, Blaney, Byron, Larson, and then it is going to be Christopher Bell running P5. Briscoe has made it back into 7th position, so we'll try and push as hard as you can.
Yep, down the back straight we go in towards turn 3. Hamlin still in front of Blaney. Blaney will go out wide, but isn't close enough. 6 to go in the stage.
We've done it for 11 years, Steve, and we hear drivers talk about kind of the same thing. The guy running first and the guy running 10th. They all say, I'm loose on entry, tight in the middle, loose off. But somebody can do it better and faster than the other one. Overall grip is what makes short run speed, and clearly these 2 cars have the best overall grip.
Puncture, Dylan!
Problem.
Dylan's got a puncture! Front! The front right's gone down! He's down low, so we might not need a yellow with 5 to go in this stage. We'll stay on the comments as well.
Well, Richard Childress, they won the championship yesterday, and they've had 2 blowouts today.
Horrible, horrible. So they're still pushing.
Pit road, though.
Yep, so we stay green with 5 to go in this stage. We'll stay on battle on this main camera. Hamlin staying out there. Look at this from Blaney. Blaney could have a go here. You've got that feeling he could, but he's just not wanting to push it. He doesn't want to risk sending up the inside, causing a problem and taking Hamlin out, especially with Byron and Larson closing in. But he's Ryan Blaney. He can go for the move if he needs it. He should feel able to go for the move. Just keeping it in. Keep on. Oh, and Hamlin's looking very loose. He's keeping it through 1 and 2. Blaney running him back. Yellow's out. Oh, Dylan's round. That's tied, Dylan.
Well, one Dylan's gone, the other Dylan's gone now.
It's a Dylan affair. Oh, rear right blowout. Rear right's gone.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
1 Dylan with the front, 1 Dylan with the rear. And that will end stage 2 of the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race with Denny Hamlin victorious, Ryan Blaney 2nd, Byron 3rd, Larson, Bell, Chastain, Briscoe, Logano, Hosfar and Elliott. And, well, he just lost the rear actually coming into it. Was that a tyre blowout or did he just go high?
I think he lost the rear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a surprise. Here it is. No, it's already gone down.
Yeah, no, yeah, Kyle.
Yeah, it already went down. That is a blowout, yeah. It's already got down mid-corner. Yeah. Oh, well, there we go.
It's made it to pit road, though.
I believe I've now been tagged in a post I have to sort out. So, action on. It's all go, go, go. Oh, what a lovely photo. Still on pushing, pit road.
Yeah, you know, I've known Denny a long time. If you weren't around in the pre-race, Jeff, when you talked to him, we showed, you know, that piece that Joe Gibbs talks about what it meant to have Denny on board, and they talked about Joe's late son, JD, and then you asked just a simple question, Denny, about family, and the emotional response, I think, took us all by surprise. That's just not the Denny Hamlin we've seen. He's always brash, kind of poking the fans, but there was this different reaction. It just instantly confirmed, I think, what we all expected, that this weekend is different. There's a lot going on around this 11 car, and it was really a moment to see Denny that emotional before the race.
I tell you what, Denny also, he's let himself, he showed himself to the fans recently, right? He's gotten where he's more, I feel like he's very comfortable with himself and, you know, teasing the fans, messing with the fans. But if you look at who fans wanted to win coming into this race, the majority of them were pulling for Denny Hamlin. 2 years ago, they didn't say that. They weren't Denny Hamlin fans. A lot of people boo Denny Hamlin. He's polarizing.
I think that
But he's
Vegas race
comfortable with that.
was a turning point, right? Where he said, I normally stir the fans, but today this is for you.
Well, I think it's been a year-long thing. I think that, you know, his podcast where he gets out, talks to the fans, gives an honest opinion, even if it, you know, he'll be honest about himself. The things he needs to be better to the stage in.
Stage 2 ends. Hamlin victorious. JT, the caution's back out again.
Yep. Green and white checkered flag waves from the starters stand. Denny Hamlin is your stage 2 winner officially. Which is perfect time for NBC to go to an ad break, of course. Pit stops coming up soon here in Phoenix. 127 laps to go. It's the final dash for the NASCAR Cup Series Championship trophy.
Sorry, I wasn't actually paying attention to going through. What an actual run. This is looking great.
Yeah. The behind the scenes chat is a hive of activity right now. Anyway, moving on. Let's get you through the lineup and the order before we go to pit stops here in Phoenix. It's Denny Hamlin who won the stage, Ryan Blaney second, Byron third, Larson fourth, Bell fifth, Chastain 6th, and for anyone who counted out Briscoe, Joshua Birch. He's back up into 7th after his problems earlier on in the race. Joe Logano 8th, Carson Hocevar 9th, Chase Elliott rounds out to the top 10. Alex Bowman 11th, Berry 12th, Gregson 13th, Chris Buescher 14th, Eric Jones rounds out the top 15. Then it's Shane Smith, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Brad Keselowski, Tyler Reddick, Austin Sidwick, your top 20. Ty Gibbs 21st, Gilliland 22nd, Daniel Sawyers 23rd, Riley Hurst 24th, and Cole Custer 25th. And it's Kyle Busch, Michael McDowell, Ryan Fries, Justin Haley, and JJ Yeley in 30th. The first showing as a lap down, so that should be the free pass, yet to be confirmed. SVG, John Hunt, Neva Chet, Cody Ware, the other cars 1 lap down, 2 laps down, Austin Dillon. Behind the wall is now Ty Dillon. Casey Mears is 35 laps down. AJ Allmendinger is out, and Bubba Wallace is 88 laps down. But there is JB, if he is paying attention. There is Denny Hamlin.
Have a listen.
I think we might have a tire going down. I mean, I'm left side of the car. 12 just said it's flat, left rear is flat. Just be ready on the left side.
Talking about the jack with the left side being
Yeah, sorry, JT, go to that radio. Go on, pit road.
for the 11, that those last 3 laps of the stage weren't under green. Dave.
Chase Briscoe is still in this, pitting from 7th position. He ran the fastest lap of anyone with 4 to go in this stage. Air pressure adjustment for a car that's too free in 3 and 4, Parker.
Kyle Larson said, I'm sorry, I don't know what to do, referencing he just cannot get the right rear tire to last inside that 5 car. They're going to continue to make changes, Kim.
And for William Byron, he said, I'm not sure exactly what I need. 3 and 4 on top of the racetrack, 3 in and off. They did make an air pressure adjustment, Marty.
Jim, I agree with Steve. This could be a massive break for Denny Hamlin. You saw that flat left rear going down. They're having trouble getting that left side tire up. This pit crew's done a fantastic job all day long. He's going to lose several spots here, but still a good break to catch that left rear. And they're lucky that was not under green for those final few laps.
A good break, but as expected, a slower stop. I imagine that flat left rear, it is so hard to get that left side jack post kind of in. So let's just watch this jack man. He's going to come around, try to get underneath there. You know, yeah, so he ends up, it looks like it spit the jack out. He had to do it a second time with a second jack.
Slow stop Hamlin.
Go for it, Jack.
Yeah, slow stop Hamlin. I think he might be all the way outside the top 10 now. That's really, really unlucky. He couldn't get the car jacked up properly.
We'll get the reorder. Is that what I think I can hear, Joshua Birch?
No. me?
Flo decides now is a good idea to do his daily AI bird stuff with 1,132 people currently watching.
Look, I've been busy with Nina all weekend, and I've just been told.
Anyway, it is under caution, so it's a good time to get it all done. That is your daily reminder if you still do Duolingo. Let's go to chat, which I can actually read.
Yay!
Now? Yay! Hello, Regine. Welcome in.
There, done it. Happy? Capiche?
Foreign saying, that is how I'm thinking, but I just spent time with the wife, or maybe I'll have a PS5. I've gone in mid-conversation here.
They're talking about Denny Hamlin possibly retiring.
What? No, really?
Okay.
He'll retire in 27. He'll retire in 27. And I'll miss him, because he's someone I think the sport... He's one of the most unique personalities I think the sport's seen in history, to be honest. And I think the sport has, in a lot of cases, been lacking big personalities recently. Although Jesse Love and Connor Zilic are definitely two, in my opinion, very big personalities. You've got Carson Hocevar. Good ones out.
The rejig of the order, JB.
Yeah, go for it.
Denny Hamlin -10, P11. Kyle Larson lost 14 spots all the way down in P18. So it's William Byron P2, Chase Briscoe P5, Hamlin P11, and Kyle Larson P18.
Wow.
So still under caution here. It's lap 192 of 312, 120 to go in this championship race and the end of the season.
Let's check in with NBC.
Ball stage for next year's $1 million drawing, Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR.
Love that excitement, and congratulations. All right, let's get back to those pit stops, and let's talk about Kyle Larson in the 5.
Yeah, Larson currently in 18th, Jeff. It seems like they have a lug nut issue from what we hear. Let's see exactly where it happens. We come to the right side, tires off, tires go on. Everything's pretty good. On the left side, though, you're going to see slow on one of the corners, and what happens is the lug nut is supposed to stay magnetically attached to the socket. You're going to see right here that kind of slow pull in the rear, but the front, oh, we should see that again. The guy in the front reaches to his belt, grabs the extra lug nut. It was absolutely well orchestrated and very well prepared. So good job on a bad situation for the 18 right there. See that guy right at the bottom pulling it off. Just great work. These things happen over the course of the year. You just have to be prepared. And that was a good recovery for a bad situation. Same for the 11 of Denny Hamlin. We talked about the left rear tire being flat. Jackman leaves the right side, goes to the left. He's going to try to get this thing up with the first jack. He goes under, makes an attempt. By rules, he has to make an attempt. You see right here, it just won't work. He goes to the second jack, and it jacks up. The rules are clear. During a pit stop, you are only allowed to use one jack unless the car falls off the jack or the second jack can't be used, and now you're allowed to use the second jack. So the 11 quickly knows they're going to need that second jack, but they don't go to it right away. That would be outside the rules. That crazy attempt by the jackman makes that 11 situation 100% legal. That is absolute great pit coaching.
To the green flag with 120 laps to go, making 119. Byron on the outside, blading down low. The green flag falls, and now Byron has an opportunity to become the champion. He'll swing it down low, bouncing down over the apron between turns 1 and 2, keeping it 3, now 4 wide as now Carson Hocevar tries to come to Chastain in the middle of the pack. And watch out now for Denny Hamlin, who's got a real problem down in 11th position. He needs to get back in contention, JT, and he's falling already in the mid-pack, trying to find ways through. So's Kyle Larson. Great restart.
Look at Briscoe, though. He's already up to 4th, but as I say that, Chase Elliott fights back to try and take that position away. Denny Hamlin right down to the inside, and he'll go 3 wide to try and gain some positions. We're nearly 4 wide, a little bit further back with Larson.
Larson battling with the 4, the 11 battling with the 48 as it comes through. Larson getting a tap from the 43. Hamlin going down low and almost risking it all to get through on the inside line there as well. So they really want to get rid of this early on. They don't want to stop. They want to keep pushing JT as hard as they possibly can. Forget 3 wide. I saw 5 wide. Hamlin's going to attack here for the 48. He doesn't know he's there. He's going to continue coming down low. He's got to make sure he doesn't hit Bowman and almost comes up into the side of the 77.
Yep. Meanwhile, battle for the lead. Blaney going round the outside of Chastain for second. Byron starting to pull away a little bit, but Blaney pressuring Chastain for second as Blaney goes to the inside line at the moment, but 3 wide with Kyle Larson in the mid-pack.
Larson, you feel like his moment's away from losing it. He's side by side with the number 4 as well to try and take back in contention. Now we're seeing Hamlin trying to go around the outside of Hocevar. Larson passes Noah Gragson and just about gets him clear at the exit. We're staying green so far, but you feel like it's a pressure cooker as Briscoe goes around the outside of Ryan Blaney to try and take 3rd position and send after Chastain. Still trying to come through, still trying to find that pressure as they push round. That's very tight, but the 19's made it back up into 3rd position, Jack, and now he's Briscoe. He was out of it with a blowout. He's still in the mix. This is an amazing shoot. And look at Josh Berry on the inside line down there of Bell for 7th position, almost wrecking in front of Hamlin. Wonderful shot right now, the action zone as they come into it. Jack, this is a great race.
Yeah, I was just waiting for the stream to load for me. Yeah. Chastain seems to have caught up decently. He has won at Phoenix in the past, obviously back in 2023.
Yeah, one of our previous winners of the 5. We'll watch it now. He's chasing down Byron. Has Chastain got an option here to get through? Can he find the traction? But Byron's so slow. And Hamlin's on the inside of Bell to take 7th position. So Josh...
I can't imagine Bell would fight that hard.
No, he hasn't, and Berry's pushing him harder. Chastain's going for Byron, but Byron needs the win here because he can't let Briscoe overtake him. 19 might still be able to be in the championship. Lap 200 with 112 to go. This is amazing. What a race. And look at Chastain right around the outside. Desperate to find the action. This is stage 3, the final stage of the year, the final action, and it's all go today.
Chastain looks round the outside as Byron defends that inside line as we head through turn 4 across the line one more time. We are lap 2, our 02 of 312, 110 to go. Here is Larson on the inside of Bell. This is 8th and 9th position. Hocevar getting involved, gets very close to Berry's rear left corner, but just backs out a little bit, does Carson Hocevar. Battle for the lead at the moment.
Hamlin is reporting that gear shift's getting a bit worse, so watch out for that clutch.
Yep, as Byron has pulled 3/10 of a second out of Chastain that last time by.
Oh, this is a race, isn't it? This is the last race of the year, and it is so exciting. Do not leave the room. As the 77 trying to come through.
2023 won the race despite not being in the championship hunt, and he told me there is nothing better than going to victory lane at the last race of the season. We have no agenda except to win here today. He's been battling just a loose condition, just swinging the back on throttle. They did make a wedge adjustment. Crew Chief Phil Surgeon told him, you will start this run tighter to make you better on the long run. Right now, Dave Chastain in that 2nd position.
Tim Chase Briscoe is running in 3rd just behind him. And you know who is not surprised? His crew chief, James Small. When I talked to him this morning, he used the word theory a couple of times. That's because on Friday, their practice was limited with the flat tire issues they were having. They only got 24 laps, where many got 60 laps. And he said, I'm working on theory, but I believe, in theory, our car is as faster than our 3 rivals for the championship. Here he comes.
He runs third. His team
runs third at the moment as they continue to push. They cannot risk this one. This is epic. Simply to put that, epic. I can't wait for this. Look at this! Chastain goes in low! Briscoe trying to find it. Briscoe's, look at, and he's going for it! Chastain loses out so much momentum! Briscoe sails through on the inside line and takes second position. Chastain losing out now as well to Ryan Blaney, but he's fighting back! He's fighting back! Side by side through turns 1 and 2. Briscoe forcing the 1 up towards the wall.
Contact.
Opening the door for the 12. The 19 clears the 1. The 12 comes up the inside line, trying to find a bit more room. The 19 losing out the rear tyre, should be able to clear him. And Briscoe's back into second position. But can he stop? Blaney coming through. He sweeps down low. They're still tight together on the circuit. Chastain's coming into it too. Oh, what a run! Jack, this is getting too tight for comfort, but Blaney's going to clear the 19 and does so, but the 19 goes back round the outside and clears him! This is incredible!
Yeah, Chastain is being an absolute nightmare for Briscoe to pass there. One of the most difficult... I've always praised Chastain's ability to be able to just be as difficult as possible to pass.
Unbelievable. Oh, look at that. Blaney trying to go in down low. Briscoe swings it round the outside again. And Chastain's backed off now. He's lost completely all traction. Blaney's trying to hold in through 3 and 4. Trying to get that low line. Drifts it up. Nearly scrapes the wall over the control line. And Briscoe now trying to close in the second to Byron, who's leading this race. And Briscoe's way off the track. He's left the door completely wide open. Now, was that a bit of a mistake there from Briscoe, JT? Because he went straight up the track, almost like he lost traction, out-braked himself. That was completely out wide.
Possibly. He's been doing that quite a bit the last 3 or 4 laps, though, as... Look who's up into 6th position. Denny Hamlin has clawed his way back. Look who's up into 8th position. Kyle Larson has clawed his way back. Your 4 playoff drivers. Byron 1st, Briscoe 2nd, Hamlin 6th, Larson 8th. Blaney, Chastain, Elliott and Logano in between them.
This is getting better and better all the time. Side by side over there in the States. Byron by 0.7 of a second. And again, Briscoe running up incredibly high through turn 3 and 4. Running the risk of getting a puncture. Chase Elliott right behind Ross Chastain over 4th and 5th position. Now these two battling is going to give Hamlin the opportunity to close back in. Elliott swings down low. Chastain also taking that line that Briscoe's using of running super duper close to the wall over the control line. What's happened to the number 11 in the pit stop? Well, 11 had a slow stop. Got back.
Jackman was slow.
Yeah, the Jackman was slow, but so that's why he's dropped down several positions. Byron now leading. Elliott and Chastain doing battle. Elliott has jumped Chastain for 4th position with a superb move on the inside line. Oh, 99 to go, boys. What are we going to have as a champion this year?
William Byron, quote, "This is about as fast as I can go."
He's not as fast as Xfinity Mobile, though. Oops, sorry, wrong series.
You don't have to say that anymore. It's all gone now.
I'm not getting paid $600 to say it, though.
That is how much they were actually being paid every single time they mentioned it. JB, by the way.
What?
$600 every single time they mentioned it.
Is that why they was doing it? Is he a $600?
Yes. Yes.
Do you reckon we get that same thing?
Oh, Larson!
Larson's blown a tyre! Larson's blown a tyre! 2 tyres! Front right and front left! Kyle Larson is the second of our championship contenders to blow a tyre. He was running in 9th position, and with 97 laps to go, the 99 problems suddenly become the tyres. You've got to look to Goodyear as to what on earth they're doing. We've stayed under green flag conditions. And JT, that's going to kill Kyle Larson. He's going to lose all these stops under green without a yellow.
Yep, they'll try and get the jack under the car. They do, but they're struggling to get it off. They do finally get that tyre off. They get the right two on. Now they'll get the left two tyres on. Larson's away. Briscoe as well.
Briscoe's blown the rear right. 2 of the 4 championship contenders. He's going to hit the wall. Oh, he almost took out Hamlin. He's got it under complete car control. Surely now we've got to think about throwing a red flag. Is there something on the track that's causing these tyres to blow out? That's 2 in the space of 5 laps.
I think it's just the tyres are degrading quick.
Yeah.
I think that's really it. They're degrading quicker than expected. I think.
This now puts Byron and Hamlin, but Byron's the only one who's not had a single thing go wrong all day long. Briscoe, for the 2nd time today, has a tyre blowout. Kyle Larson's running in 34th position. He's desperate to try and get back through, but without a yellow, they're in trouble. Larson and Briscoe are now a lap down. This is what happened to Kyle Larson. Listen in.
It's a wreck right here. I don't know how.
Once again, JT blowing out of turn 3 into 4.
Yep, which means he has to go around the whole lap to get back in. But 2 drivers in 2 laps.
Yellow's out.
Yellow's out. Place of Briscoe.
Yellow's out, JT. So I wonder if they want to sweep the track or something out there. I've seen the 77s going a bit slow. I wonder
Turn 4, apparently.
Well,
Turn 4.
I think Hocevar, because he's going slow and he's dropped a couple of positions out there. We're not sure why the yellow's come out, but it has.
Come on, NBC, get out of replay.
Hocevar! Yeah, I saw him slow on the driver tracker. Front right tyre for Hocevar's blown.
I'll see you all next season. Goodbye. Oh, that sucks for Hocevar, man.
Is that the same part of the track coming into 3 and 4? It is. Yeah, comes into 4, and the tyre just goes, and he brushes the wall.
He actually hits the wall, so fair enough, that is a caution.
Yeah, but it's the same part of the track. 77 comes in, and this saves. Now, who's the free pass? 19. Briscoe's the free pass. It doesn't help Kyle Larson. Larson will remain a lap down as things stand.
Larson said, Hocevar says he thinks he ran over something.
I just keep saying there's something down there at turn 4 for it all to be happening at the same part of the track again and again. That's now 3 tyres blown out in the space of 7 laps. Let's take a look.
Perfect.
Well, this is Briscoe earlier on. That's later on. That was the first caution we had for him. The rear right blowing. Then we had AJ Allmendinger into the wall hard, similar to what he did in practice on Friday. Then we had Kyle Busch blowing out on the low line. Austin Dillon blew out the front right tyre coming on the backstretch. Kyle Larson blew out turn 4 front right. And then the front right blew again for Briscoe. Coming in, yeah, rear right this time. Wow.
That's the 3rd tyre Briscoe has blown this weekend.
That's an insane good point.
What?
I can't, well, what on earth?
There's got to be something wrong with the car, I'm sorry. How has the same guy blown 3 tyres?
And they're all heading down pit road, let's head in.
Prior to the caution coming out, there was a report on the 24 of a vibration. They're on pit road. Kim Coon's there.
Yeah, William Byron, just a slight vibration. Didn't seem too concerned. He did say, though, slipping the rears, especially entry into 3. He said, we just need to plug in the back of the car to the racetrack. He felt like the clean air flipped the balance the other direction. They did make a slight air pressure adjustment. They reminded him, you need to manage your stuff, and told him the problems of both the 5 and the 19, Marty.
Denny Hamlin said the balance was consistent, but I absolutely, quote, abused the tires. I went down to the apron. I hated to do it, but I had to do it, and honestly, it terrified me. Hamlin with a terrific stop here. Said I could be freed up just a little bit.
Race off pit road.
It's going to to be the story of the day. Who can hang in there without any issues? Great work from Kyle Larson. Not to have a bigger accident. For Chase Briscoe, it's happened again.
Keeps on going, JTM's you.
Yoo-hoo! Big championship blowout.
Even Stumpf just said on Twitter, the tyres didn't perform when the lights were brightest.
Oh.
Amanda Smith, big in case you didn't realise.
I got it.
Yeah.
My God.
I mean, Zilich did the same thing last night in his interview. I guess the lights were too bright, he said.
If you didn't get my one.
Can we just point out, do you know, I don't believe this is right, but our timing screens put Carson Hocevar to the lead of the race. That can't be correct.
I would like that, but I don't think it's true.
I'm trying to work out, I think it's the 42. Judging by my monitor, he's out front. But Nemechek is back on the lead lap, so he would have passed the safety car. I would say it's Byron and Hamlin together. What do you think, JT?
Well, they'll head across the line and we'll get the updated list.
Yeah. We'll wait for them to cross over, that's the problem. For them all to change over.
Cliff Daniels tells Kyle Larson there is tyre rubber caked all over his brake duct opening, making the brakes hotter.
Chase.
Okay, here is Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, William Byron, Denny Hamlin, Ross Chastain is apparently your top 5. Josh Berry, Joey Logano, Christopher Bell, Alex Bowman, Chris Buescher, your top 10. We'll get more updates as we continue to go under caution, about going under caution. Chase Briscoe radio, check those left sides, I ran over something again under caution.
Let's head back to NBC.
It's championship weekend in the NASCAR Cup Series here live. NBC presented by BreastTree. A chance to catch breath under caution, and under caution for several reasons, Jim.
We heard the report. Denny Hamlin said he was using the apron because he had to, because of where he was back in the pack. Using the apron can damage the tire. So what are we talking about? So right there, when the cars cross over, see how hard the cars hit? You can see every one of them hitting the racetrack. That puts a lot of pressure on that left rear tire, Steve, or all the tires.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me as much on the initial start like this right here because you're still under maximum speed. It's not ideal. You even see the gouges in the racetrack. It's more the full speed laps that you're now making that transition probably 60 miles an hour harder, but either way, that is for sure an area that can damage the tire. But Parker, you're hearing potentially another issue on the 5 of Larson.
Yes, Steve. So what happened to him was he melted the bead on the right front, which usually is a heat issue. And the culprit was that we're seeing all this tire wear from these tires. Well, the rubber caked up on the brake duct opening on the 5 cars. So they actually cleaned that off. They got some photos here. Cliff Daniels explained it to Kyle Larson, and basically it overheated that front tire, Dave.
Thanks very much. Getting ready for the restart then, and we will go back to green here. JT, what do you think?
There's got to be something down there, right?
Yeah, I think there is something down there.
I just spoke in Morse code there, JT.
Green flag, we are running again, and this time Elliott gets a superb restart, but Byron sweeps it down low, and he's going to go on the inside. About half the field jump up the track to try and get through. Byron's going to take the lead of the race. He's going to try and come up in front of Elliott and Blaney. It's not going to work out. Elliott's got the advantage. Coming through then is Denny Hamlin as well. Elliott leads the race. Byron goes to 2nd position. Blaney goes down to 3rd. He's got Josh Berry coming on the inside line. Denny Hamlin's going to go around the outside. Now he's going to try and stop himself in the middle. Can't work it out. So at the moment, it's Byron v Hamlin for the race victory. Sweeping through, Josh Berry sweeps up the track and moves up ahead of these two into 3rd position. Hamlin's desperate now as the 48 taking that low line, trying to get ahead of Christopher Bell. Bell, who's battling with Ross Chastain on the outside. The 12 gets loose, nearly hits the 11. Coming out of 2 into 3. Hammond's on the low line. Sweeps down. They do touch, and they nearly spin the 11. The 12 nearly spins the 11 out of turn 4, JT.
Yep, it's lap 229 of 312. We've had 6 cautions for 46 laps. Your leader at the moment is Chase Elliott. We've had 8 lead changes here at Phoenix. 84 laps to go. Down the back straight in towards turn 3 we go. That's Blaney on the inside of Berry trying to take that third place away.
Berry getting a little loose, just touching the side of the 12 coming through. Hamlin is desperate. He's in the traction of both of them now. It's like a Hoover just sucking everything up in front of them. In towards the breakers over 3 and 4, just downshifting 2 gears. Hamlin slips on the inside of the 21. He briefs up high. Bell just touching the back of Berry. Chastain's in there too as they come through. Say that again, Jack. Oh, look at Chastain getting loose. Oh, with Bell hitting the side of Bell.
No, I thought the 21 looked unusually slow off the corner there. I wasn't sure what happened.
Yeah, it's got no traction.
Maybe he did what Hocevar did at Martinsville and just accidentally hit the kill switch on his car or something. I don't know. Which Hocevar did actually do that. I'm not even joking.
We saw that a lot of the time, didn't we, as well?
I don't know how you do that personally, but pass on Hocevar for you.
Power, 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 power. Push, 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 push. See what you've got. 81 laps to go.
We're not watching IndyCar. We don't need willpower.
He stays on this year as well, going back to Chip Ganassi Racing. It's on the inside line, and that's Blaine on the high line. We're on board with Hamlin. There was that touch, Jack. What did you make of it? Just the slightest of kisses to the 12.
Rubbin's racing, innit?
Rubbin's
racing. Just gets loose. Makes a little bit of contact, but as I just said, Rubbin's racing, man.
I've missed this action. We are off camera though, but I'm just going to keep standing up because this is getting faster and faster, 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 faster. Is Briscoe cooked?
No, his tyres definitely are after the amount of blowouts he's had.
Yeah, tyres maybe, but I have seen worse.
Hold on, I've just received a phone call here, guys. Apparently Briscoe is suing Goodyear for emotional damages.
I think he's...
Emotional damage.
Yep, I think...
emotional damage.
I think his lawyer is also that of Felipe Massa's. JT's cooked in the chat with let it go, tyres can't handle it anymore with...
yeah, he just sent that to me, God's sake.
That's very nicely done, JT. It's a shame that YouTube don't allow moderators and us to post images into the YouTube chat. That would be something for the future, please. Because that would be something that JT could just share all of the memes with all you lot today. We're on board with Denny Hamlin. He's managing that clutch issue. I've not seen him once on that lap, JT, change with the shifter. He's doing it all completely on his own. He's not using it, so he's really going strong.
Yeah, I just realised as Blaney at the moment can't get side by side. Never mind exit of 2. He tries to, but isn't able to. I just realised that Matthew Owen set his profile picture to a clip from Frozen a couple of nights ago. So I shall definitely send them to Matthew. Round the outside, Blaney attempts to, isn't able to. As we head through the dog leg, they decide not to cut it down in towards turn 1.
Jack, what are you making of it? Because Byron's going defensive, but Blaney, he's got the bit between his teeth. He wants to win here at Phoenix, and he's after Byron to get ahead. Byron will still be champion, but he'll have Hamlin behind him.
I will. Apparently, people are asking what's going on with all the tyre issues at Phoenix. This is the first time we've run this right side tyre at Phoenix, by the way. So maybe that's what it is. It's definitely causing some issues, but I think once you get used to it, I think we'll be fine. As Blaney is trying to get past Byron, just gets caught a little bit in the dirty air there.
Byron, we're listening with now.
You would think.
Go on, JT.
You would think that tonight is fireworks night with the amount of tyre blowouts we've had.
If you can hear over the commentary box monitor and the microphone all around, there's fireworks still going off where we are at the pubs and all that lot. It's nearly 11 o'clock at night on a Sunday, and it's half-term ends, so the kids are back at school tomorrow, unless I'm very much mistaken. Look at all the cars going down low out of turn 3 and 4, Jack. They are desperate not to get any punctures out there.
Yeah, random NFL thing I just saw. Cam Little just broke the record for the longest field goal ever kicked in the NFL. 68 yards.
Wow.
So, well done to him. FA. That is a long distance.
Side by side, we have now heading in towards turn 2. Back down in the mid-pack. It's Cole Custer getting involved. Now down in towards turn 3 we go. So lap 240 of 312. 72 laps to go. Suarez found the outside of Gibbs, gets that position. Now we cut back to Briscoe, who's on the inside of the 38.
Wow. Okay. I might have I might have found out what's going on here.
What's going on? Factors.
I think it's the lower tyre pressures. Goodyear reps and teams are running extremely low air pressures. They haven't seen a single puncture yet at normal pressure. Remember that lower PSI, pressure per square inch, more speed as pressure builds, but it risks structural integrity. So basically what they're saying is lower teams are running low air pressure, and that's what's causing these blowouts.
So it's the same situation we saw back at Bristol, isn't it? The temperature and the lower tyre pressures has burst them. It's another Bristol, but not as good.
Not as crazy as Bristol. Because Bristol they didn't burst. Bristol they just completely fell off all of a sudden and turned you from prime Michael Schumacher to prime Sergei Sirotkin.
Me, all of them, yeah. Me and Matthew Owens
Sorry, Sergei.
Me and Matthew Owens were struggling to keep up with what was going on there. 70 laps to go in the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series season. Byron is in second position, but he is currently the provisional champion. I think, JT, many people say that Byron, he won the regular season. It makes sense for him to win the playoffs, but not everybody, because not everybody likes him. But as Hamlin goes round the outside of Blaney to now make it third position, everybody, I think, would be thinking it would be nice if Hamlin can do it finally. There's a war going on between the purists who say that Byron won the regular season, he should win the playoffs, and then the people who, even though people go, oh, hang on, it's not the 48 coming down with a puncture.
Is that a puncture, or is that...
Yeah, puncture, 48, down pit road. So it's the front right for Bowman, and it's blown again.
They'll have to put some service on this 48, 68 laps to go. And the 11 now has got by the 12, and he's the next car in front. May say for second on the racetrack, but it is first in the championship running order. Can Hamlin find a way by Byron with 68 to go?
So still now, JT, Bowman now with another puncture, and he's out of it. So he's down into 30th position, but Kyle Larson's moved up into 23rd, back on the lead lap.
With all these Goodyear blowouts, please protect the Goodyear blimp at all costs.
Oh, the humanity!
Anyway, we can now see our two leading playoff drivers. Elliott is 8 tenths up the road now, 6 tenths up the road. They're gaining on him. Byron in second, Hamlin in third. This could get spicy.
Bowman still holding up. This is the battle for the championship now, and Elliott's in the mix, so we could have a right fight here. JT, this is going to be good. Goodyear quit in Japan, it's a paradox. Larson having tyre trouble, or is he just different gas station? Yeah, I like that one. No, he's had tyre issues.
In towards turn 2 we go. William Byron down the back straight, catching on Chase Elliott. It's the car in front of him. You can see the sun starting to get in the way.
Oh,
and
the
that's
force
number 1. It's the number 4 of Noah Gregson. He can't get down low. Can he just? Yes, and he does make the commitment line just.
So no need for a yellow, but Gregson into the pits with a blown front right tyre. It's always the front rights that are blowing today on the The lower tyre pressure, the maximum velocity is what it takes. And, well, JT...
Larson is screaming down his radio for a caution.
I'm not surprised. Track needs to be cleaned. This is getting a bit dangerous now. 63 to go. I would say probably a caution would be needed here. There's so much dirt out on the circuit. It's unbelievable. Look at this. This is on board with William Byron. He is not blinking, is he? He's trying to go on the inside. Even with the sun change, he is not blinking at all. So it's between Denny and Willie B now, says Ryan? Yes, it is.
Pretty much.
Because Briscoe's 15th, Larson's 22nd. They're too far back for now. Lando Norris is in the chat. No fun this weekend, so NASCAR will do. Lando, welcome. You lead by a point in the World Championship. Please make it as exciting, because after that, you're the only championship we've got left.
I'm trying to think, is there any others actually?
We've got the F2 still
We
to be
can't forget
decided.
the NASCAR Mexico. No, I'm joking.
We've got the F2 to go, really. But,
Oh, true, yeah.
And the Moto 2.
Who's everyone bet on for that?
I'm sure with F2, really.
Who's everyone's bet on to win the championship on F2, by the way, just out of
It's
curiosity?
Ivan on Elliott for the lead. Down the inside, does a big dive bomb in towards turn 3. Side by side for the lead as we come across the line. Who gets it? It's Elliott just by 33 thousandths of a second, but they're still side by side for the lead, JB, as they head towards 1.
Byron trying to come in. He's got the traction. Elliott lifts off, but he'll swing underneath him at the exit of 2. Puts the power back down on the throttle. Goes level with him at the exit. Byron knows he's there. There's a millimetre between them, but Elliott drops behind. Byron takes the lead of the race. Hamlin's coming in like a bag full of kittens. And he's still can't find a way through.
To be fast?
Have you ever had a bag full of kittens?
No.
They're fast.
Say I have.
Weck is still undecided too. That's true. That's next week, isn't it,
And one thing you've got to cover on the WEC race, Jensen Button's last race.
Yes. Well, we'll be covering it next week, live here on JB Motorsports, alongside the final, we've got MotoGP, WEC, and we've got all the action from the Sao Paulo Sprint. So it's going to be everyone. Bag full of kittens. Well, to be fair, you've had a Volks waffle. It's called... is that just an Anglo-Saxon thing? Never mind. Byron leading. Early in second, Hamlin in third. Let's have a look at Byron's race summary. Won stage 1, finished third in stage 2. He's ran every green flag lap in the top 5. And that, well, to be fair, that bottom one is a bit dodgy with the comments coming through, but yeah. Oh,
Only just reminded us F1 Academy to be crowned too.
Yeah, that's coming into it.
The championship's been really good this year. I've got to watch that.
Dorian still in the running order. So still going strong. Yes, it is an Anglo-Saxon thing. Okay. See, some of these sayings that I say, not even JT knows.
JB.
Yeah, Briscoe's closing the back. Yeah, go on.
Right rear is low.
Oh, not again.
His radio.
And he's running in 14th position as Hamlin's desperately trying to get ahead of Elliott now. That's SVG being lapped. Hamlin takes second position away from Elliott, down low, out of turn 2. And now the race is on to the front between Byron and Hamlin with 55 laps to go. Yeah, you see, I come
There's still an SVG there.
Yeah, well, he's out of it. See, I come out with expressions, and JT sometimes looks at me thinking, how old is he?
From the 1960s, of course.
I'm not that old, but some of the expressions seem to be. So it's an Anglo-Saxon thing, okay.
AB, how was the Moroccan Grand Prix?
It was all right. Fangio got kidnapped.
Forget about that. That did happen.
Yes, yeah. He sympathised, actually, quite a lot with them.
On Laura's great, by the way.
Chase Briscoe down the back straightaway, down towards turn 3. There's smoke up ahead, down in turn 3.
Caution's out!
Caution's out.
Who's in the wall? I didn't see who it was.
It was a Ford, I think. It looked like a Ford.
Cindric in the wall big time. He's going backwards. Rear crash structure knocked in on the right side. Let's take care of you. Well, it certainly did there. But I think Cindric's day is done, JT. Nothing he can do there. He's going to try and pull it down to pit road.
The discount tyre car is definitely going to be discounted after that one. And I think the tyres will be discounted as well after this race because of how selling that.
So, caution for Cindric. 50 to go. Again, guys, can we just tell where it is? Yeah, he's hit it. Exit of 3 into 4.
I think he spun. This looks different.
Yeah, I think he did spin.
I think he's gone rear first, a bit like Ryan Sieg did last night when Ekes spun him out.
Here we go.
But did he get a tap? No, he didn't.
He's 4th in class. Let's have a look. Front goes. It's
yeah,
puncture.
front went.
Front right.
Front tyre went.
Yeah. So it's the front left from our picture. It went down and he's hit the rear. Well, yellow again. And he's not going, JT, but now with the AMR safety crew right behind him, he's trying to bring it back in. Well, this is going to spread the field up once more. They'll pit again with 50 to go, and then they should be good for fuel and tyres. The magic cautions happen. Let's head down to NBC.
Taking some air out of that thing, thinking we might get more cautions going to come down pit road again. Or are you putting air into it to try to be safe? That 52 laps to go in the race makes it very difficult for them. If it was 15 to go, you know what they're doing. They're going to go as low as they can possibly go because it probably won't hurt the tire on that short of a run.
And I will say, very simply, regardless of the adjustments, if you don't have a flawless pit stop and you lose track position with 52 to go, there will be no recovery time.
Right.
So this is that moment. There you go. The last numbers are in. Adjustments happening.
Man, if you're
This is
hearing a
pressure
voice
packed
as well,
right here. This is just, you know, these pit crews started back in January, right? In the gym and in pit practice, and all of the pit stops, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pit stops, all kind of season long, both in competition and in practice. And it's going to come down to perhaps this being the final one. We may get more cautions, but I think you have to mentally prepare that this might be your last shot.
William Byron in this 24 car and the 24 team, they've come down pit road twice with the lead. They have yet to leave pit road with the lead. This is a step-up moment for this team.
One of the most commonly used words in NASCAR is execute. The driver has to execute. The crew chief has to execute. And the pit road crew have to execute. Now is that moment.
Pit road return soon. Oh, look at that. Everyone's really angry about the caution
That
coming
was
out.
Rudy Fugle at the last stop after losing a couple of positions. Here we go.
Pit road's
This
open.
may be the last one for the race, maybe the last one for the season. William Byron leads the field to the tied pit road. Dave Burns is standing by. Take it away.
From 27th to 13th, he's just a little free in the center. He said the balance, though, is the best it's been all day. Parker.
Kyle Larson said, I was sure my right front was about to pop, so we do 4 tires here and clean off that right front brake duct to help give him some longevity, Kip.
And for William Byron, he said the lateral hung on way better this time, just built tight in dirty air. Clean air, though, he was okay, so no major adjustments. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Snowco fuel, Marty.
Denny Hamlin said the balance is good, but late exit is where we lose our time on both ends of the racetrack. The 11 with what appears to be a bit of a longer stop, and indeed, they'll lose a spot here on pit road for Hamlin.
Byron, Elliott, Hamlin, Blaney, Berry, Bell, Logano, Kozlowski, Chastain. That's the race off pit road. So Byron leads off pit road with 50 laps to go of the 2025 series.
Papa Roach there, love that.
That was a dramatic stop. Caution's out. Well, anybody got any idea what's going to happen? Who's going to be our champ? Denny Hamlin, I think, now is back to being the net leader of this race, but we'll wait to see as they filter through. It should be Byron who gets the lead here. JT, this is a lot of fun now. Tension rising.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with Simon Patterson just here, who said, NASCAR doing a pretty good job of making the case, but manufacturer decided minimum tyre pressures tonight.
That is the case. God, the tension is palpable right now. We're 50 laps away from a champion being crowned, and the tyres could blow up at the last second.
Oh! Penalty!
What?
Chase Elliott!
Oh!
Chase Elliott speeding on pit road. He came out in second.
So that puts Denny Hamlin back to second, which means Byron and Hamlin will line up alongside each other when this race restarts. Oh, well, that's tasty. Jack, we've just been given the opportunity to go side by side. This is going to be brilliant.
Yeah. That's a huge penalty. That's going to hurt Byron big time.
A little bit nervous, to be fair. I think JT's moonlighting on USRN. As we wait to see what's going to happen. So then, Jack, give me a championship prediction. Who's going to win it?
I am going to stick with Byron.
I would ask JT, but he's busy. He still has. Let's head back over to NBC.
It's championship weekend. More specifically, it's championship day for the NASCAR Cup Series here on NBC, presented by BlueSky. Shadows starting to get a little longer down around the stadium section of Phoenix Raceway. But this is setting up for an incredible finish amongst the championship four.
It is absolutely going to be an epic battle, and the battle got a little easier for Denny Hamlin. He was third off pit road, but second off pit road, the 9 of Chase Elliott. Busted with speeding, zone 4, which is basically the beginning of pit road. Jeff, you caught something as the cars entered you wanted to show on the 9.
So watch Chase Elliott. You see the choose right here. The 11 picks the outside. Watch this. Watch the 11 car. They're coming onto pit road. He's looking at his tachometer. He thinks he has a little more speed to get. Watch him turn left right here. Gain on the 11. So he has a little more speed than the 11, and just that little bit is how he got penalized.
Getting ready for the restart. What are we going to make of this one with 47 laps to go? They're side by side at the restart. It's going to be Byron and Hamlin. Byron down low, Hamlin up high. Behind will be Blaney and Berry. JT, back with us?
Yeah, hello. I just I went over to the other side just to wish them a good final 45 laps as their final on the US event. So back with you as we've got Byron and Hamlin.
Could be the last time. Let's go for it. Let's give it one. Side by side for the title. 47 to go. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing for the championship, boys. Byron down low. Hamlin sweeps up high. No one coming in from behind, but they're jumping around like kangaroos just behind them as they go over from the banking to the flat apron. Byron on the low line. Hamlin's a little bit out of shape coming out of turn 2, but he's got the momentum to go side by side. Him and Byron battling each other once and twice coming into turn 2. Round the outside, Hamlin takes the lead away from Byron, and now Blaney's coming back in as well to try and join the party.
He got loose.
He did get loose, and that's going to allow Byron to sweep in. He's going to come up, hit the side again, just a little bit of contact into turn 2. Hamlin runs up high, gets loose again. You can see a little bit of smoke from the front tyre. Byron's now pulling side by side. Wheel to wheel stuff. They do touch coming out of turn 2 into 3 and 4. Hamlin will try and shut down Byron as hard as he can, but that low line, JT, it's super aggressive. Hamlin now cuts him off and leads the race.
Yep, into the lead, Denny Hamlin, 44 laps to go. 7 cautions for 53 laps, 12 lead changes here in Phoenix. Byron in second, Blaney third, Berry fourth, Bell fifth, Briscoe in 6th.
Right, if you don't get jumping around like a kangaroo, I don't know how much more I can say it. They went from the apron, jumped up onto the banking, and their cars were literally hopping along. Now, if you don't know what that is, that's exactly what was happening out there. But still, what a fantastic restart. Hamlin leads Byron, and now can Denny hold it in? What do you make of it, Jack? Oh, hello, what was that? There was a car going very wide. I think they've all made it through. What do you make of that restart? He asked Jack, who's not there. Well, JT, what do you make of it?
Good clean restart. 42 laps to go here now in Phoenix. Hamlin has pulled 6.5 tenths off of Byron, but Blaney's now starting to catch up with that 24 car.
I borrowed the boogity because everybody always asks me to say it. And I don't say it unless it's a very special occasion to honour Darrell, who I absolutely love, by the way. If it wasn't for Darrell Waltrip, I would not be loving as much as NASCAR's are doing. He really got me into it. I watched a documentary of him in Darlington, do you remember? Have you seen that? I seen that documentary, did you? The Darlington one? He's looking at me thinking, no, maybe not. JT really is locked in to come through.
That is what happens when you are across 5 different group chats, 2 different broadcasts, 10 different people.
That I'm not really surprised about.
40 laps to go, and it's Hamlin now around 9 tenths. Briscoe's wide, Briscoe's up wide. He keeps it clean, does he? Yes, he does. Just takes a wider than usual line. Got a little bit out there, did that 19 car. But still, round he goes under the start line, on board with him now.
He's got to check. He's back up into 6th position despite having 2 blowouts in this race alone. If you want any other question as to how good Chase Briscoe is, we doubted him earlier on, didn't we? Saying he was coming in as the slowest. Came in as the #1 seed. Let's not forget.
Yeah, he did. I don't believe Jack is here at the moment, so I shall become Jack as well.
Okay.
Briscoe. Definitely the surprise championship 4 contender, you could say, but well deserved for Briscoe. Once again, he goes up wide. Does he hit the wall? Does he brush the wall? No, he just keeps it out the wall, but that was centimetres away. He's really battling that car, is Chase Briscoe. We'll try and get an update for you about that.
Let's have a look at that.
That was very close.
So he drifts up, comes in, as you say, he just gets caught on that line. And how close?
Turn.
He does touch. He did touch the wall. He did touch the wall, JT. He brushes the O'Reillys. Oh.
I don't think he did. I think he just kicked the dust up.
He was as fast as Xfinity Mobile just keeping off that wall. You see how close he got to the advertising barrier.
Oh dear.
£600 in the bank.
I need to do the conversion rate. 600 USD to GBP. £457.
Incredible, that's how it was. Xfinity was rigged, said Sharky coming into it. Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Well, here is on board with Byron, looking back to Ryan Blaney, who is there, ready to pounce. Which, at the moment, he is not. But with 35 laps to go, it's Denny Hamlin, at the moment, who's in charge by a second over Byron.
Yeah, Byron's under attack from Blaney, just behind Zane Smith, Haley and Hocevar in a battle, because Zane Smith just swapped with Hocevar, and there's a position between them. Hamlin's just taken off now in the distance. There's so much riding on this now as well. It's unbelievable. You start to feel every inch of pressure with 35 to go. And JT, that pressure might be coming now because the caution is coming out on the track. I don't know why or where as of yet. The 44 slow at the back, don't know. Caution's out though once again. Why oh why? 44, yeah, JJ Yelly. I thought so. I saw him slow at the back of the driver jacket. Oh, guess what? Front right's blown.
Front right, yep. So, JJ Yelly with a yellow flag out there with 33 laps to go. And, well, what a surprise. it's another blowout.
I mean, I've lost track. We should have had a timer. To be fair, thinking about it, I think we've had about 7, maybe 8 blowouts. Are we going to run out of tyres? Possibly. Right, let's take a look. Third car in shot. Yeah, just blowout. Inside of turn 3, again, hits the wall. How many times have we seen the drivers at turn 3 and 4 blow out today? Somebody get them in. 2 hours, 48 minutes. And they can't get the tyre off because they can't get the jack underneath. Now they do. Up it goes. Tyre comes off, nearly. Come on, both hands, sir. Pull it, pull. I think he's broke the actual brake disc from the suspension, JT, because the way that wheel was moving around, it didn't look like it was stable.
Something did look broken there.
Yeah. Right, let's head to NBC.
How you want to manage these, Judy? I would put the stickers on now. You hate to lose the race at the end with having to put the scuffs on, but I hate to put the scuffs on now and have it the last set of tires I put on.
I wonder how many sets of stickers the 19 has. Remember, he had a tire issue on the green. He had to pit. You see scuffs going on the wall.
To your point, it might only be the only thing they have left. So scuffed tires for the 19.
That's probably the tires that they qualified on. That you can use those as your allotments. There's a really good chance that's their qualifying tires.
So the lap count that they're going to have to go on this next set of tires, Dave, is more attractive. It is less and more doable. But let's see how we go on this round of stops. Who's going to get the advantage?
You saw the biggest thing there was a tear off. A big chunk of rubber hit the front. 2 tires on the right side only.
For Kyle Larson in 13th, he said that's the littlest amount of grip I've had all day. The right side tires for him as well.
And for William Byron, he said, I was free there. Can't trust the back of the car. I have to trust the back of the car. These are sticker tires going on for William Byron. They will put 4 on, Marty.
Denny Hamlin said the balance was good, but the first hint of freeness early in the run for Hamlin. You see all those 2 tire stops coming through, but 4 tires for Denny Hamlin and the 11.
It was time for the 19 and the 5. You cannot continue to follow. You have to do something. Everything is on the line. 2 tires is really the only option, I think, for James Small and Cliff Daniel. I love the aggression. Backs against the wall. You got to fight your way out.
I'll do whatever it takes, even if I have to go through 100 sets of tires because of how many blowouts there's been.
It's been one of those days. Again, it's weird, isn't it? Well, here we go. 30 laps left. Jack, what have you made of all this?
This is going to get very interesting. Because, you see, Hamlin and Byron both went for 4 tyres, whereas Larson and Briscoe both went with 2 tyres. Who's got the strategy right? Briscoe's tyres aren't new, by the way. They're old scuffs he used in qualifying. So, we'll see how that ends up working out.
Yep, under caution, now inside. 30 laps to go. Are these Goodyear tyres? Or are these bubble wrap? Because they sure are popping like they are bubble wrap. I want to send that in the group chat, but I need to. What do Americans call bubble wrap?
What do the Americans call bubble wrap? The poppy circles, maybe.
Okay, it is actually bubble wrap.
Well, that's a surprise. Another lap behind caution. Let's go down. Pit road, Marty.
Full times this year to bring Briscoe from further back up to a prioritised.
Oh my God! Briscoe, Larson, Hamlin, and Byron are 1, 2, 3, 4 with 29 laps to go.
We're on the car earlier today as they were rolling around, so maybe a little. About this, we've run what 283 laps. 4 flat tires, a free pass, a wave around, 2 bad pit stops, and now they run 1 through 4. I mean, can you imagine this?
I hope.
What are you seeing? What are you seeing from the 5 there, Jeff?
Yeah, I saw a
What's
little
got
bit
your
of
attention?
smoke coming off in front of that car. I'm not real sure what that. If I'm Denny Hamlin or if I'm William Byron, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt I should have more grip than those 2 cars in front of me.
Right, let's restart then. 28 laps to go. Briscoe, Larson, Hamlin and Byron. The 2 here have had blowouts today. Briscoe's had 2, Larson's had 1. Hamlin's got a clutch issue. Byron's fine. Are you ready for a Cars time finale? They're all going in together. 28 to go, all out restart. Let's crown the champion as they are top 4. Green flag, we're racing again here at Phoenix. Good restart from Briscoe. Hamlin's going door to door with Larson. Byron's already got an attack from Brian Blaney, who's going to try and get in on the top 2 here as Hamlin falls in just behind. Larson hits
Blaney
the accelerator. Blaney's loose. Larson's going for it as Hamlin's going to battle with the Briscoe. They're 3 wide coming on the backstretch. Byron just stays behind. Larson takes the lead. Hamlin goes down low. Briscoe's piggy in the middle as they try and pinch him. The top 3, they touch. Larson's going in the wall. Larson stays out of the wall. Byron cuts down low and takes the lead. Hamlin stays in second. Back goes Larson and Briscoe. Up the inside, Joey Logano from nowhere to try and take in third. Hamlin now battling with Will Byron coming out of turn 2. Side by side. Logano needs to get out of the traffic. He's giving the toe to the 19. Hamlin surges through to the lead, JT. What a fantastic battle.
Lap 287 of 312. Denny Hamlin, your leader. We've had 58 laps of caution, spread over 8 caution periods, 14 lead changes, as we are nearing 25 laps to go in this championship race and this season here at Phoenix. Hamlin has already pulled away significantly. That looks around half a second. Logano looking to get past Byron. Could this be Hamlin's year?
Byron needs to have a little bit of momentum here to try and close back through. Logano is going to try and attack, so he'll swing up high, but it's Joey Logano with no allegiance to anyone. All the Ford drivers tonight are just praying. Is that Berry going a bit slow in the 21? He's dropped back a lot. Nice side by side with the 12. I wonder if he's dropped out of position a little bit. Hamlin leading now over the line by 0.5 of a second to Byron. 24 laps to go. The last thing you want here is overtime. You just want to keep it down on traction. This is so much fun. The Bible Explorer said, what do Americans call bubble wrap? Yeah, we just call it the poppy circle thingies. See, I was right. Brother-in-law is American. Oh.
I'm going to say about Hamlin's physical contact at the start there. That's called knowing you have better tyres.
This is it, look.
Look at this.
What do you think?
This is fantastic.
They were 4 wide over the line, separated by 0.2 of a second, all of them. That is just amazing.
Four wide throughout the championship.
We need that as a photo right there. Them all 4 wide. That's mental. And then Logano just there to bash the party. Hey guys, I could have been in this Champ 4 this year, but it's an even year. It's an odd year, I can't.
Still going to be pushing hard. This race is just amazing.
It's been one of the most entertaining Phoenix races we've had in a long time.
For a tire go down at the end of stage 2, and after the last stop, Steve, Chris Gale told him after the stop we noticed that we lost a wheel weight from the left front tire. If you feel a vibration, that is, quote, likely it. So Hamlin on his own now, certainly not coming back down pit road, but would that be a concern for Chris Gale?
Oh, that's going to be very strange. So the battle continues. Hamlin, Byron, Logano, Blaney, Larson, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Briscoe goes into 6th position. So look at this. There is Coach watching on. Just keeping an eye on it. Oh, we heard from him in our pre-race build-up show. So glad he's been able to make it out here. Denny Hamlin with 60 career wins could make it 61 and get that championship he's been dreaming of. And it's a bit of an emotional championship because Denny's father very ill at the moment. Denny was very honest in the press conference. On Friday, he said, this could be the last chance my dad ever gets to see me in a championship battle. It's extra motivation, extra pressure, extra power. And he is sweeping it. Whatever your opinions are, you can't deny, JT, Hamlin is up there and is just being fantastic today.
Yeah, absolutely. 1.6 seconds. Hamlin has pulled now on William Byron. It'll be 1.7 now as he crosses the line. He's just gaining and gaining and gaining, Denny Hamlin. But we've seen it in so many times. Late race cautions, late race restarts. Of course, the Truck Series, overtime. The Xfinity Series, overtime. Will we see it here today in the Cup Series? And well, that is definitely not
overtime.
Denny. If I remember correctly, yes.
I don't think we did.
Didn't we?
I thought we ran to the end.
Or was it another one where we had all three in a playoff? I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought we ran all the way to the end on Xfinity.
Yeah, it was that. Didn't we have a car go in the wall and it stayed green?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably why. Anyway, Hamlin, 15 to go.
He's going to be on course for the championship. Reminder, with 10 laps to go, we will close the poll of who you've said is the champion for this year. All your votes are coming in. We've had over 1,255. Chase Briscoe, 9%, Denny Hamlin, 43, Byron, 25, Larson, 23. That poll ends with 10 to go. Peter says, I mentioned about Denny's father being seriously ill. That's why Denny's in all-out brawl for the Marbles. He's looking to give his father the ultimate dream come true. And with that, you can always explain it. This is epic. And Denny Hamlin, he's wanted to give Joe Gibbs a championship for his entire career. He's got his own race team, 2311, but he stays with Joe Gibbs out of the loyalty that he's shown him over the years. And he's about to reward him. Go on, Jack.
Denny would be the second oldest champion in NASCAR history, by the way. Behind, I think, Bobby Allison.
44 years old, born November 18th, 1980. It's coming up to his 45th birthday. And he could be going through.
Nearly as old as you, JB.
No, people, Mag Pogo, so I say it's called a contract. No, because several times Hamlin's had the opportunity to drive for another team, to drive for his own 2311 team. He's always said, I am staying with Joe Gibbs Racing. It's a matter of respect. I'm the team boss. And
You've said this many times.
Yeah, he said, I'm the team boss and driver, car owner of the 2311 teams. But on Sunday, when that visor goes down, I'm a driver for Joe Gibbs Racing. He's always said it. He's remained incredibly loyal, and he can't deny it. He's 2.4 seconds ahead. Yeah, just like Gordon, yeah.
Gordon was with Hendrick for, I want to say, 23 years. Oh, yeah. Jimmy Johnson was with Hendrick for like 18, 19 years. So, some drivers just stay incredibly loyal to one team. And, like, regardless of your opinion on Hamlin or whether he actually wins the championship, I think you just have to respect the utmost loyalty. It's like watching Harry Kane spend all that time with Tottenham and never winning anything. I would know all that well as a Tottenham fan. Our greatest ever player, I don't care.
10 to go. The poll has ended. And the results are coming through shortly. JT, could you read them through?
Yep. 1.2 thousand votes. Denny Hamlin, 43%. William Byron, 25%. Kyle Larson, 23%. Chase Briscoe, 9%. Incoming. Rate this race.
One
Good.
board. There's Joe Gibbs.
I would vote good if I were you.
I'd vote, yeah, it's not been a
Not been
woohoo race.
amazing. But it's been entertaining, that's for sure.
After the checkered rate this season will appear as well.
And we're on here quite long for this one as well, because we'll be having all the interviews that we could possibly get from the NASCAR one, including our champion. Now look at this. Byron knows that he's possibly lost out the championship here, but Ryan Blaney can sense a second place, and he's all over the back of the 24. Can he have a go? That Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet is under the attack. Goes up high coming out of turn 2. And JT, it almost looks like he's letting Blaney go through. Byron's got absolutely no traction, but he somehow drives it out of turn 2. That's so weird. The top half of 1, he's got nothing. As soon as he comes out, pedal down. Oh, I've got grip again. Blaney's so fast into the corners, but Byron's faster out. Weird.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Blaney looks to the inside on Byron. Byron goes up wide. Blaney down the inside, looking to take that second place away. Isn't able to at the moment.
Nope, still can't do it. With 5 laps. Go on, Jack.
Can I provide a stat? Both the other 2 championships, it has been the winner of the season opening race that won it.
Yeah.
Just to remind you.
And that means that Hamlin might have to go out here because Byron won Daytona.
The second year in a row.
Wonder if they'll make it a third. But for Denny Hamlin, it's going to be apparently everybody's on their feet in the media centre right now. Everybody's on their feet everywhere they are. They know what's coming.
I'm just...
Oh, and there goes our TV picture.
Oh, we've lost TV. Hold on, let me...
That's...
Really, guys?
That's the way.
5 laps to go. Denny Hamlin, 3 seconds in front. Down the back straight we go, JB.
Good, we're good.
Oh, I've pressed the buttons, don't worry. It'll come
No,
back.
you haven't, never mind.
No, it'll come back. It'll come back. It'll come back.
JB.
No.
Come on.
It's fine. It's back. We're fine now. We're fine.
Come on, come on.
We're getting ready.
See, I go to Ringwood anyway.
So, we're all back then. Hamlin, Byron, Blaney, Logano, Larson. They're all finding it in to have some traction. We'll come up to Combo's camera. Caution's out! The caution's out! I don't believe it! I do not believe it! The caution has come out! And it's William Byron!
Oh my god!
William Byron slams into the wall with a blowout on the front right with 3 laps to go. And his championship dreams are over. We will head to overtime. And suddenly, Denny Hamlin's championship hopes could be all done for. Byron's day is done. Overtime is coming. And now it's Hamlin, Larson or Briscoe who could win the championship. I don't believe it. Expect the unexpected when it comes to the Cup Series.
On all cars.
It blew on the back straight. Could not even turn.
Yep. Of all cars to cause that caution.
I don't believe it either. Goodyear needs some serious talking to after today. 3 of the 4 championship contenders having a blowout. William Byron was the only
Denny
one
had one too.
of the... Yeah, Denny did have one.
One too.
But... No, not that. Byron was the only one not to have a single issue all day running. And now it strikes him with 3 to go. We go over to... Jack.
Do you pit? That's the question.
Oh,
I think you have to.
You're the 5 right there. If you stay out and Larson comes and gets tires and lines up behind you, this is just an absolute gut-wrenching decision that's going to be required from these crew chiefs.
Steve, there are times that...
This is it, JT. As Jack was saying, do you pit, do you not pit? Do you throw a championship away, do you not?
I think the 11's coming in, from what I understand. The 11's coming in.
You've got to come in. The 5's coming in as well. If I was the 11, the 5, and the 19, forget about winning the race. You focus on winning the championship. You box for new tyres. You don't want a blow-up happening because you don't know how long you've got for overtime. So the 11 is, well, see the 44's coming round. 3 passes the 4. Yeah, they're all coming in. Everyone's coming in. Hamlin's in. Blaney, Logano. Let's go down pit road.
James Small asked Chase Briscoe, what do you think of the 2 right sides? Only last time he said, I would have rather have been on offense. So expect them to go for 4 here. This is the qualifying set that he went 1 fast lap on yesterday, Parker.
Should be the same situation. Kyle Larson, you heard Cliff Daniels say, we're not out this. He does just right sides there for the 5 car, Marty.
20 years, Denny Hamlin has been trying to win a championship. He was 3 laps short, Parker, of making it happen. Chris Gale in his first ever championship 4 didn't hesitate for 1 second. He said the call is Tundra. They brought him down pit road. It's going to be 4 fresh tires. To Steve's point, this is what won the Truck Series championship Friday night. But Hamlin is going to lose a ton of track position here.
So many 2-tire calls, and at the front of them will be Blaney and Larson.
Oh,
it will
Larson's
set
got
up
it.
absolute required precision out of Hamlin now. He is a little bit back in the pack, and more importantly now the second of the championship 4 drivers with Larson taking 2 tires.
So this championship is going to be decided on overtime. Kyle Larson, who's been the outsider all day, now runs as the championship favourites. Jack, this is a nightmare.
Denny Hamlin will have to put in the 2 best laps of his career. Where does he restart?
Down the order. Larson's running second. Well, yeah, way down the order. Keselowski hasn't moved. This is all going to be about who stays where. We're going to have to keep across this very, very closely on the tracker. Larson 5th. Larson 5th. Hamlin's 10th.
It's possible.
Briscoe 15th. Byron 32nd. 2 laps down. Byron is out of this championship run. It's a 3-man dash for the championship.
I think Hamlin v Larson this. Where's Briscoe? 15. Nah, he's out of it.
Briscoe? You think Briscoe's out of it in 15th? Go on, JT.
I think he's out of it. I can't see him go ahead of Hamlin.
Anything can happen. It's only 2 laps or so.
Yeah.
But I don't think he'll. If we get another overtime and he stays out of it, then he could be back up there.
This is nerve-wracking. This is absolutely nerve-wracking. What do you do? There's Hamlin. He's behind Elliott, who's defended so much today. What happened to Byron? Blowout. Front tyre blew out. So much. Hamlin did do 4 tyres. This is the Truck Series race restart, JT, that you covered.
Look at Hines.
7 wide.
7 wide.
That's like something you'd see on like a Roblox race. It's literally like something you'd see on like Roadstock or something, bro.
That was backstretch battles if I've ever seen it.
Yes, it is. So they actually didn't wreck. We would.
True.
This is going to be quite something.
I see Omi has appeared, as we mentioned, backstretch battles.
Pit road.
Right, there's 4 cars in between. That's the focus, right? You've said it multiple times. You don't have to win the race.
That's right.
I look where Larson lines up. Where's he? Where's everybody else? And then I pick based on what Larson did. That's the only thing that matters to Denny Hamlin.
And those front 3 on old tires are really going to make the restart, not roll smooth. It's got the timing, the cadence is going to be very awkward. All right, here's the choose, Jeff. Let's see where everyone lines up, where they decide.
Keselowski's going to the top. They're going to split. Bottom top. Logano bottom. Oh, first opportunity. Oh, they both kind of split both rows. I thought for a moment that was going to allow Denny Hamlin to actually move up a row, but it did not. I like this move. I think if you're Denny Hamlin, this is where you have to go.
It's tense, JT. Palpable almost. What do you think?
Blaney is your first car inside row 2 who has pitted. Bowman, the 60.
And Lee
Go down low, don't hit it. Go on, JT.
Reese, Keselowski, and Bowman, they haven't pitted. They stayed out.
Larson looking to become a two-time Cup Series champion after winning it in 2021. Hamlin looking for his first after so many appearances. A total of 19 attempts.
We are not going.
Okay, they've called it off. They've called it off. That's because we've still got
Agree. Not going.
Okay, so the pace car comes back out. We'll go another lap around the board as the debris needs to be changed over. A lot of pace, a lot of traction still.
Little buffer in the 11 took 4. Let's go.
Love that information. Just keep in mind, Larson last changed left sides on 262. He's put rights on twice. So his car, I just don't know how much grip this car can make. I do know Kyle Larson has to assume it's going to make enough grip. He's got to be aggressive.
Looking at the 11 pit stop right here. Man, the 77 comes sliding in behind. That could have been bad for the 11.
Contact from the 22.
Here we go. They're lining up this time by. Keselowski could win here. He's on the outside. Priest down low. Bowman, Blaney, then Larson on the outside. Hamlin's on the inside. One more time. It's overtime for NASCAR in the 2025 Championship decider. It's between Larson and Hamlin. An outside chance of Briscoe. Let's go racing. Overtime, and Phoenix is green. Good restart from Keselowski. He'll get out ahead of Ryan Priest, but respectively all eyes on Hamlin, who darts down low. He tries to follow Logano. He's side by side with Larson. They're side by side because Logano's in the middle. Larson going up high but gets blocked by the 48. Larson's like a rocket, swinging around the outside. Logano gets loose. Larson's going for third position. He's taken it. He's going for second. Hamlin's getting cooked in the middle. The championship looks like it's going to go the way. The white flag is out. The next one ends the race no matter what. Hamlin sending it all. Kyle Larson still in the mix. It looks like Danny's going to lose out once again. Larson's going for the win. He's taken Blaney. He's going for Keselowski. But it's all concertinaed up. Hamlin's too far behind. Kyle Larson might do it. Hamlin closes, but it's too late. Kyle Larson is the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series champion. Hamlin finishes 6th.
Oh, I can't believe it. You got...
When the day looked done,
Larson completes a remarkable season. The underdog has come through. Kyle Larson is a 2-time Cup Series champion and steals it away from Denny Hamlin at the last possible second. And your heart goes out to Denny, who finishes in 6th place after leading the majority of the race. JT, I don't like that. I don't, because if it wasn't for the tyres in the overtime, Hamlin would have had that, and I feel like it's taken it away. That was Denny's year. Larson wins it, but it feels hollow.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan Blaney won the overall race. By the way, Brad Keselowski second, and Kyle Larson came home to finish in 3rd place. For your other playoff drivers, Hamlin 6th, Briscoe 18th, Byron 33rd, 2 laps down.
33 years old. From Elk Grove, California, the burnouts begin. Ryan Blaney won the race, by the way, so Jack got that one. Brad Keselowski finished 2nd. Kyle Larson 3rd, and that's all you need. He's champion of 2025. Your heart goes out to Denny Hamlin. The overtime steals it. But Hendrick Motorsport and Kyle Larson are champions. And Larson does it again. Let's send it downstairs to NBC.
as the Hendrick team are now with their man. Hendrick is up, dude.
second championship celebration run in. Second time, I have to say, apologies for any language you may have just heard.
Look at Denny.
I think Larson clinches the full season points one there, by the way. Because I keep track of that as well.
Yeah.
Denny Hamlin on the right was so close.
Good job, man.
Cliff Daniels and his driver, Kyle Larson, celebrate.
JT, before we hear from our champion and our race winner, I want to get your opinion. Oh, and, okay, never mind. Off goes Premier Sports for some unknown reason. I want to get your opinion, JT. Absolutely bizarre that last year everybody was saying, oh, Logano winning, we need to change the playoffs. They're looking at it. I think that was the final nail in the coffin that we need to change the playoffs because that was a really stupid way to win a title. Larson, he was one of the four, but that didn't feel like his day at all. He got lucky on an overtime restart. That we did go racing, but that feels very, very hollow compared to Hamlin, who dominated the day.
It's got a sour taste, that one, hasn't it?
Very much so. I don't feel like I'm going to leave the box. That was a brilliant battle, a brilliant race, and it ends like that. I feel like I've just eaten a sour lemon. He took advantage of it. It's a great thing. Larson winning, brilliant. Well done. Second career title, fantastic. He took advantage of the right tyres, had the better pit stop, went racing. That's it. No problem with that. He's the champion. It's just the spirit of it all. It's got a bit of a bad taste. For the pure racers that we all are commentating, it does feel a little bit sour, doesn't it? As you've mentioned.
I would agree, but I also say, as somebody who supports full season format, I think Larson gets that on full season. I can't be mad at that.
By 2 points.
By 2 points, my God.
By 2 points over William Byron, I imagine.
Byron dropped out a bit, yeah.
Denny Hamlin.
Oh, was it Hamlin?
Really?
That's Denny getting out of the car. Larson doing the donuts in front with the champion. And there's his kids. Son and daughter coming out. We saw them all throughout the month of May. At Indianapolis Motor Speedway as well when he did the double. And he ends it with a champion. Larson gets out of the car. Let's head down to NBC.
The restart of Kyle Larson's life makes him a two-time champion. And the family gets to celebrate. Owen, Audrey, Cooper, Caitlin, his wife, is here as well. I got a hat and a towel for you, champ. What an unbelievable restart. Kyle, was it the bracelets the kids gave you before the race?
I guess, yeah. We did the best job we could. And, yeah, that's the bracelet Owen made me. And I can't, honestly, I can't believe it. Like, we didn't lead a lap today and somehow won the championship. So, I mean, it just, 1 second.
Yeah, take your time. Got to get a breather after that one.
Really, I'm just speechless. I can't believe it. We had an average car at best, and then we had the right front go down, lost a lap. Got saved by the caution, did the wave around, and it was really bad that run. And we took 2 tires. I was like, oh God, here we go. We're gonna go to the back now. And it had a lot more grip than I anticipated. And so we got lucky with that final caution there. I was really hoping that we were gonna take 2 again, because I felt like I learned a lot on that restart, bombing 1 and 2 really hard, and thought I could do the same thing if we got another one. So just unbelievable. What a year by this Hendrick Motorsports team. Cliff Daniels, everybody, his leadership, his complete leadership just showed that whole race, and keeping us all motivated, always having a plan, all of that. So that's just the story of our season. So again, it's unbelievable. I cannot believe it. It feels, this is insane.
Kyle Larson joins Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson as the only drivers to win multiple championships for Rick Hendrick, Dave.
Marty, a moment ago, Denny Hamlin left the car and went over to the pit box and fell into the arms of his crew. Denny, what's going on inside?
Yeah, nothing I can do different. I mean, prepared as good as I could coming into the weekend, and my team gave me a fantastic car. Just didn't work out. You know, I was just praying that no caution, and you know, had one there, and what can you do? It's just not meant to be.
You ran away from everybody. The car had speed, and then the caution came out. What went through your head?
Yeah, I thought still okay, but you know, we took 4 tires, and I thought that definitely the right call, and just so many cars took 2 there, and obviously put us back. But team did a fantastic job. They prepared a championship car. It just didn't happen.
Can you do this again?
I'll try. I got a couple more shots at it, but you know, man, if you can't win that one, I don't know which one you can win.
Denny Hamlin, gracious in defeat today, guys.
He gave it his all. He led 208 laps. No one's ever led that many in a championship finale. And unfortunately, he didn't win the most important ones. Didn't lead them. What a day. Congratulations to Kyle Larson. Progressive post-race show coming up on Peacock. A whole lot to unpack. Coming up next here on NBC, Football Night in America, followed by Seahawks Commanders. Remember, post-race show brought to you by Progressive on Peacock. What a way to finish this season off. Incredible. Thanks so much for watching NASCAR on NBC. This is Lee Diffie saying farewell from Phoenix. See you on Peacock.
Well, we'll check in as well with some of the action later on and get some more of the driver interviews across the network. JT, what did you make of that one then? We're staying live, by the way, on JB Motorsports. Don't go anywhere. JT, what do you make of it?
That's just NASCAR, isn't it? But
yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I've done the math, by the way. Larson gets it on full season points.
So Larson officially is always...
So, quote, the deserving champion won, but it still leaves a sour taste in your mouth.
Yeah, on the screen that we're given by NASCAR Media, and I believe we have it on the stream available as well, it's Kyle Larson, 5,034 to Denny Hamlin, 5,032.
As the full series championship points coming through, with Briscoe 3rd, Byron 4th. So 5,034, 5,032, 5,019, 5,004. Bell would be 5th from Blaney, Logano, Elliott, Reddick, Chastain, the top 10. Wallace, SVG finishes 12th, ahead of Bowman, Cindric, Dillon, Berry, Buscher, Preece, Gibbs, Keselowski, Busch, McDowell, Josefar, Jones, Nemechek, Allmendinger, Gilliland, Smith, Suarez, Stenhouse, Haley, Custer, Dillon, Gragson, Herbst, Ware, Casey Mears finished on 0 points, as does JJ Yelley as well. Let's head back over then and join the boys at Peacock.
On championship day that had the most dramatic finish. It was a dramatic day, actually, maybe all bar stage 1, which was fairly routine and rhythmic.
Started calm, that was just to fool you, Diff, before we got a crazy second stage and that final stage and final restart just had everything.
So there's the champ on the left, Kyle Larson, finished 3rd in the race. Ryan Blaney made a late race pass on Brad Keselowski to win it here in Phoenix for the first time. But there's the champ. He was speechless. He couldn't quite digest yet what had actually happened. And a pleased race winner in Ryan Blaney. Plenty of drivers to talk to. Let's start with Chase Briscoe. Here's Parker.
Yes, Lee, he was the 3rd of the Championship 4 on a day where you guys had tire issues. You went to the back, you came all the way back to the front. How do you sum up this day?
Yeah, I mean, certainly eventful, right? But we never gave up. And that's kind of been the story of my whole career, right? Just never giving up. You never know what can change at any point. So, yeah, I felt like we were good enough. I mean, we came from the front to the back 2 or 3 different times and just had a really good Bass Pro Shops Tractor Toyota. Just wish we could have been on an even playing field, you know, at some point. We kind of got up there, you know, and was about to pass William and then blew another tire. So just part of it. You know, obviously thankful for the opportunity. Just so excited to be at Joe Gibbs Racing and, you know, be able to compete for wins and compete for championships. So hate that one of us didn't get it. I thought we were both certainly capable. This wasn't our day. So go on to next year and see if we can do a little bit better.
Your first Championship 4 experience, all the poles this year, the wins. How big was this year for you?
It was big, you know, just in the sense of you always think you can do it, but you never really know if you can. And, you know, for this year to kind of just prove to, you know, myself and certainly a lot of other people too that I feel like I belong here, right? So, yeah, just, yeah, looking forward to obviously building on that. You know, really this year I felt like we gave the field half a season, you know, head start, because we were just learning so much throughout the whole process. So, yeah, we're start on an even playing field next year and see if, you know, we can be a little bit better.
How do you build on this year? Can you get back here?
Yeah, I certainly think we can get back here. You know, I still, you know, James and I were just talking about it earlier this week. We don't even feel like we're at our full potential yet. So, yeah, I definitely feel like we can get back here. You know, we obviously have the speed. It's just a matter of putting everything together. And, yeah, I definitely feel confident that we can get back.
Very positive and big year from Chase Briscoe, Dave.
Second most laps led on the day for William Byron before really his only tire issue of the day. Was there anything different on that run, William?
I don't know all the details, but yeah, I'm just super bummed that it, you know, was a caution, obviously, and I hate that. But I hate it for Denny, I hate it for the 11 team. I'm happy for Kyle, happy for Mr. Hendrick. They deserve it, and yeah, it stinks, right? Like you're just running, you think you're just, I don't know, was it 3 laps ago? And I'm just thinking, okay, let me get to the end, and I felt something funny off of 2. And thought it might be a flat. I was hoping, you know, I thought at the time if it's left rear you can kind of get back, but it just went straight into 3. It laid down on the right rear and went straight. So I hate that. But yeah, it just felt like a passenger at that point. But proud of the team. We had a good day going. Had a shot to win it there, and just didn't quite have enough. But yeah, just regroup, go to next year, I guess.
Can you describe the fight that this team had in the latter rounds of this playoffs, which was a little bit weird at time for you guys?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we brought our best towards the end of the playoffs for sure. You know, the win last week was great, and today was really good too. I thought we were kind of right there, but not quite enough. But just thanks to Exalta, thanks to Chevrolet, thanks to all of our partners. It's been an awesome year. Wish we could have finished it off better, but we'll get going for next year. Take some much needed time off.
We talked to you 4 drivers before the race. 3 of you kind of had that thought of, well, if I can't win it, I'd sure like Denny to win it. Is that what makes some of this so hard for you?
Yeah, I mean, he was on his way to it, so I hate that. You know, there's a lot of respect there, and I obviously do not want to cause a caution. So if I had known what tire it was, or known that a tire was going down before I got to the corner, I would have done something different. But yeah, you just feel like a passenger. It sucks.
Thanks, William.
You feel for him in so many ways. Feel for him for the result, but also, you know, he feels the way that he impacted the overall thing. And you heard him say, I'm happy for my own team, but I feel for the man on the right-hand side of the screen there, sharing some pretty raw emotions with his fiance and his children.
So much to unpack. Diff, really. It was Denny Hamlin in control. Caution comes out. Pit stops happen. Here's the final restart. You see that 5 of Larson, 3rd car on the outside. I think the move right here is Denny has no choice but go to the bottom. Watch this. The 5 gasses up, and he jumps to the outside of the 48 right there. And I think that was really, that was it. That was the move that moved him up. You see the 11 kind of stuck behind the 3 wide. He needs something magical to happen down here. He needs the 3 wide in front to get cleared out. The 5 doesn't have the best corner. You know, the 12 kind of is there, but just the 11 could never get any traction. I still thought there was an opportunity for those two to get side by side, but then just right here, watch the 11. He's going to get tight. He's going to try, and he gasses up. Maybe it was even loose right there. You saw a wiggle. Matt killed the momentum. Now look at the front two cars, though. I was so focused on the 11 and 5. Look at this battle between Blaney and Brad Keselowski. The 6th leads in. Remember, on old tires, he can't get to the gas. Blaney gasses up, and a near photo finish. It ended up being Blaney winning the race.
Incredible. And that's why you saw that big smile from this man here, Ryan Blaney, earlier with the captain, Roger Penske, and Walt Zarnecki. It was fantastic. We'll talk to him a little bit later. And for now, it's time to go to the championship stage. Here's Marty.
Yeah, Lee, earlier this week, Owen asked his dad, Kyle Larson, hey, can I get a ride if you win the championship? The answer, Owen, was yes. They got a ride to victory lane. Kyle Larson and Hendrick Motorsports celebrate his 2nd championship.
Series champion, Kyle Larson!
This will go down as one of the more dramatic championship runs. Got a trophy to hand to Kyle Larson. Chatting it out with Cliff Daniels about how in the world they made this happen. And now it's time to hand out some hardware. Get Steve Phelps, the commissioner of NASCAR, up here to give Kyle Larson the Bill France Cup for the 2nd time. Steve, I'll let you do the honors.
Thanks, Marty. Kyle, what an incredible finish. What an amazing race. You guys battle all day. And, you know, quick shout out to the other championship 4, Denny and Chase and William. You guys battled all day. It was truly amazing. Congratulations to everyone on the 5 team, Cliff, your entire crew, to Rick Hendrick, and to Jeff Gordon and Jeff Andrews. Amazing. The partnership that you have with Chevrolet, it's incredible. So Kyle, on behalf of everyone at NASCAR, fans all the way around the world, I want to congratulate you on being a 2-time NASCAR Cup Series champion and present to you the Bill France Cup.
Kyle Larson is the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series champion.
What a family moment for the Larson family. Owen said, hey, if we win it, you're going to give me a ride. You gave him a ride, but we need to credit him with those bracelets they made for you. Wound up being a good luck charm, Dad.
I guess, yeah. I'm not usually for good luck charms from anybody, but it, yeah, that works. So I still am just waiting to wake up. So this is insane. It's the most unbelievable feat I've ever had in my career. So this is crazy. I just got to give it up for this team, HendrickCars.com, Chevrolet, everybody who's a part of this, all the fans for staying out. I love having this championship race here in Phoenix. Always so many West Coast fans cheering for me, so it's so damn cool.
You guys have been very vocal about all the adversity the 5 team went through this year. Does that make championship number 2 a little bit sweeter?
Oh, no doubt, 100%. And two, to do it in the fashion we just did it there. I mean, we just never stopped fighting. We had so much go on there in the 3rd stage, and I never thought we were in it. You know, Cliff always said, just keep fighting, and you know, we're not out of this, we're not dead yet. And I was trying to believe him, but it was definitely tough. But those cautions, the pit calls, it was the right thing. And I'm speechless. You know, I would be lying too if I told you I wasn't, you know, a little bit sad for Denny too. You know, I mean, as a competitor, and to see him, put in so much work throughout his career, and to put in a perfect performance there, and to just have it not work out there at the end, it's hard to not feel for him. But obviously, I'm happy I won the championship. But man, he's a good friend, he's a great competitor, and they have a great team too.
Very gracious of you to certainly mention that. Let's talk about your crew chief, Cliff Daniels. All the adversity, we just talked about it, that you guys faced this year. And you told us earlier this week, we got the best version of Cliff Daniels. He joins Ray Evernham and also Chad Canals as the only crew chiefs to win multiple championships for Hendrick Motorsports. How much did you want this for him?
Oh, I wanted it so much for him. He works so hard. He puts in so much effort, not only on this team, but on himself personally. And we all, I think, want it so bad for ourselves, but even more for him and his leadership and how hard he works at it. So I knew all 4 of our cars would be pretty equal this week. I knew our teams were pretty comparable, but I knew I had Cliff Daniels, and that's something that nobody else had. So we are very fortunate for him, and Mr. H too, having him and Linda here today, everybody from Hendrick Automotive Group. It's just incredible. Again, I've said it a lot, but I can't believe it. I really just feel like I'm in some sort of dream right now, and I'm going to wake up and I'm going to be upset.
It's okay. You can pinch yourself because you are indeed a 2-time NASCAR Cup Series champion.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, guys.
All right, Kyle Larson's going to celebrate with the family, and Audrey keeps bringing confetti, Lee, so she's going to make sure Dad is doused in confetti by the end of this night for sure.
This is a family day that those kids will never, ever forget throughout the rest of their lives. An amazing performance, and Stevie, it just rings true to the old adage of never giving up.
Yeah, 15 championships in 30 years for Mr. Hendrickson. Chase Elliott there to congratulate Kyle Larson. 3 wins early in the season. They had adversity through the summer, both on and off the racetrack, but for them to continue to fight, I think says a lot about the organization, says a lot about Cliff and Kyle Larson. And I think it's super classy to hear Kyle say that, he has that empathy for Denny. He feels for a driver who was so close, but Kyle Larson should give himself some credit because the restart on 2 tires could have just as easily gone away for the 5 car, but he found a way to be in all the right spots at all the right times. Known kind of globally as probably one of the best who have ever done this, right? Not just stock cars. We've seen him in Indy cars and sprint cars. His talent kind of knows no bounds of a racing format. Today, it wasn't on display leading laps, but when it mattered the most, he found a way to run the 2 nearly perfect miles here at Phoenix to make 2 tires work, end up 3rd in the race, but 1st of the championship 4.
There was a point in his day, in his race, as the 3-time champ, the outgoing champ, Joey Logano, comes to congratulate the Larson family. That's a lovely scene. But there was a point in Kyle's day in the 5 team where it looked like it was over. They rallied. Cliff Daniels, leading from the top of the box, said, "This is not over. We still have a chance. Go get him." And we still have a chance to bring you more in this Progressive post-race show here on Peacock. Lots more drivers to talk to and lots more to talk about.
Yep, a lot more to talk about, a lot more to analyse as well coming into this one as well. Jack, what's been your thoughts about the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series season? In fact, let's open up to all of the series so far.
I'm glad this is the last year of this format. I can say that. But I think, I'll be honest with you, this is just sport sometimes.
Yeah.
It's just heartbreaking for Denny. He had this one until Byron's tyre failure. I just think it's a little bit of an embarrassment that the entire championship race essentially came down to tyres. Now, whoever's at fault, if it's the teams at fault, I can't really blame Goodyear. The Goodyear initially blamed the teams, saying that they put extraordinarily low air pressure in the tyres. So, fair enough. If that's the case, fair enough. But I do think it's a bit of an embarrassment. We essentially came down to tyre failures. I do take solace in that the quote deserving champion won, in that Larson was had the most points. He beats Byron by 11, I'm told, on full season. But man,
30.
I'd love a full season format with these cars though, because no one really dominates a season in these cars anymore.
We've seen so many different pit winners this year alone as well. It's unbelievable.
I will say, though, congratulations to Kyle Larson and the Hendrick team. They put together a really solid year, stayed consistent throughout, come away with it. And I will also add that this is the first time in Cup Series history that the championship winning driver didn't lead a single lap in the final race.
Denny Hamlin's just said that it's the teams that are causing the Goodyear tyre issues. Hamlin, it's not the design of the tyres, that everyone in testing limits on the tyre pressures.
I would agree with him.
Yeah. Let's go down pit lane, join Ryan Blaney. He won today with Kim.
You had to survive an overtime restart. Walk me through those last laps in battling Keselowski.
Yeah, we were, good all day, and, I couldn't really fire on restarts very good. Some of those guys were way better than me, and I just kind of had to give way and then hope it would come back to me. And then, the last restart, Jonathan made a good call at putting 2 on it. And I just tried to back up 3 and just wrap the bottom, and I had enough drive to get under Brad at the finish line. So just a cool weekend. Obviously we would have liked to have been in the championship, but our goal this weekend was just go and try to win the race, and end on a high note and do the best we can. So proud of the 12 group for doing what they do, and great to get Menards and Victory Lane before the end of the year. Ford Racing, Ford Motor Company, Roush Yates Engines, Dex Imaging, Body Armor, the Worth Group, Dent Wizard, Discount Tire, Advanced Auto Parts, everything for what everyone does. Roger was here, so it was fun to celebrate with Roger. Congratulations to Kyle Larson, that whole 5 team for winning the championship. They were incredibly strong all year, and the 11 had it wrapped up before that last caution, but unfortunately that's just the way these things go. But 5 team put a great playoffs together and a great season, so congrats to them again, and looking forward to going in the wintertime.
You've talked about it a little bit, but what kind of exclamation point does it put on the season and for you personally as you enter the off season and are about to become a first-time dad?
Yeah. I mean, everyone wants to end the year on a high note, and with not being a part of the championship, this is the way to end it on a high note, is try to win the race. And luckily we were able to accomplish that today. And I look forward to getting home and, seeing Gianna and then getting ready for the young'un to come. So really lucky, really fortunate in all aspects, not only in racing, but, personal life. So I just can't thank everybody enough for all their support over the years. And it's going to be a good winter. Thanks everybody for tuning in all year. Appreciate it. And we'll see you in Daytona.
Congrats.
Thanks.
We're going to let Ryan get back to these fans. The 12 team ending the year on a high note.
Yeah, congratulations to Ryan Blaney, the 12 team, and everyone at Team Penske. But the talk will be after this race, the debate about what Denny Hamlin and his team should have done. Marty Snyder, Dale Jarrett, Jeff Burton, and Brad Daugherty joining you here. So, Brad, you were pretty vocal. As soon as I sat down, you said the 11 should have done what?
Should have stayed out. He was so fast, even on old tires. And if you look at that last restart, Kyle Larson only picked up 2 spots. I think Denny, if he gets a good restart, could have maintained and held pace. I think it was a mistake to come down pit road. That's just my opinion.
Jeff, thoughts?
Well, as it turned out, certainly pitting wasn't the right thing to do. I was thinking maybe probably 2 tires would have been the way to go. But look, we can always second guess. These are difficult decisions crew chiefs have to make, and clearly they will think this one through all winter. What's so frustrating for them is they had so much speed in the car. They dominated this race, but this is a team sport, and it's just that simple.
Denny with hugs for his crew. DJ, you feel bad for Chris Gale in his first ever championship 4, and Denny has talked about this a lot, especially in these playoffs. He truly made that 11 team better this year. I know he's going to second guess that call forever, but would you have made the same decision Gale made? Seeing what happened earlier in the weekend with 4 tires winning the race.
Hey, things are easier up here because no consequences for making the wrong decision. It is such a difficult thing. Steve Letarte talked about it in the pre-race show, just talking about what decisions do these crew chiefs make if it comes down to them having to do that. Chris Gale is phenomenal. He and Denny Hamlin have a great relationship, and I think that showed up if you listen to Denny Hamlin's interview, which had to be so hard to do, but he said, I think he made the right call. He still got his crew chief back, even when it didn't work out. It would have been easy to say, no, I wish I could have just stayed out. I had such a good car, or just 2 tires would have been great. He didn't say that. He stuck right with his team, with his crew chief. did the right thing. They had a phenomenal race car. They did everything right until that. And, unfortunately, that's sports. That's competition. I could have won more races than I did, I think, Jeff, if I could have had a second chance at a few things that we did behind the wheel.
Yeah, for sure. That was a difficult decision for the crew chief. But sure enough, the driver makes enough mistakes throughout the year. Well, I know I did, and cost my crew chief some wins as well. But, it's you heard the disappointment from William Byron. Like, he did not want to be that last caution, even though it played into the hands of a Hendrick Motorsports teammate. He immediately mentioned Denny Hamlin and how disappointed he knew Denny was going to be with that. And William Byron's nothing William Byron could have done. It's not a thing he could have done. But I got a sense from everybody that they were all disappointed for Denny Hamlin in that situation.
Brad, the talk after this race is going to be, is that a statement to say, hey, the championship round for the NASCAR Cup Series need to be multiple races, that the one-race system that NASCAR's been talking about all year long about changing, it just doesn't work?
Yeah, I think it's fun. It was a fun day today. It made it very, very exciting getting down to the end, but I'm an old-school guy. I'd like to see these guys race all season long for a championship, and I'd also like to come to a championship race where it's not tire dependent upon air pressure. I didn't like that all day long. I thought it was an issue that should not happen in a championship race. You shouldn't be worried about how much tire pressure you do or don't have when you're trying to run for a championship. That's just my opinion.
Jeff, your thoughts on the format may be changing? Is this kind of a statement to say, hey, I think that needs to happen?
Well, first,
you want to get that bug off Brad's shoulder?
Let me help you out, Brad. I don't know if you're scared of bugs or not.
I'm not there.
Good call.
You live in a desert, man. You're used to that stuff. Look, this conversation about the playoffs or whatever has been going on, honestly, for a long time. I think, it was clear when you listened to Steve O'Donnell talk that they were looking very closely about how to change it. They're listening to the fans. They're listening to the competitors. So, I would be surprised if there wasn't some sort of a change. NASCAR has a very difficult decision to make. They'll make this decision on what they think after seeing this for X amount of years, what they think is best for the future, what the fans want, what the competitors want. They'll make that decision. I suspect we'll hear that news pretty soon.
I'm going to say we had a great round of 8. How can you duplicate that and not take away from what happened? And we have a phenomenal race here today. I'm going to use a football analogy here. How many times have you seen a team desperate to do something to try to win when they weren't the best team all day and get 2 chances at a Hail Mary? The 5 team didn't get 1. They got 2 chances. Don't ever see that happen.
I think that's a great point. We're sitting here talking about what the 11 did, but we need to be talking about what the 11 didn't do what they did, but what did the 5 do? When everybody, including me, thought they were done, they didn't quit fighting. They didn't keep coming and trying to find a way. They never quit, right? So don't take away from them because they were in a very difficult spot and they kept fighting and found a way to get it done.
Well, what did Cliff Daniels tell Kyle Larson after their tire issue? Hey, hang with me. We're not out of it yet. I need you to keep fighting. He certainly did, and now they're 2-time Cup Series champions. NASCAR America Post Race is brought to you by Progressive, supporting you every step of the way. Visit progressive.com.
Well, the atmosphere is building out there as we have concluded the 2025 Cup Series season. I just want to take this moment to say this. The Ultimate Sports Radio Network has been broadcasting NASCAR for the past 5 seasons, and it has brought brand new viewers and all of the action into the motorsport world. Matthew, Matt, Seth, it's been an absolute pleasure to broadcast alongside you on the radio. Thanks for stepping in here at JBM, and we look forward to when you do that next year as you move over to YouTube for the Ultimate Sports Network. And next year, we will be in direct competition on YouTube. I can't wait. Bring it on. Boys, great call, great season. Good luck. Jack, still with me here as JT pops over to USRN as he's done so much for them. Any closing thoughts about this one yet?
I will give my thoughts on the playoffs just briefly.
Go for it.
I know I'm a full 36 guy, to make that clear. What I think tonight has really exposed the problem with the playoffs. Yes, you could argue that Kyle Larson was the quote deserving driver. He scored the most points throughout the season. But he kind of backed into that one, in all honesty. And you can see it still just leaves a sour taste in pretty much everyone's mouths.
Let's head back down
the
then.
issue with the playoffs that I've got. But excellent season, though. And, yeah, until next time, guys.
Well, we'll still be on for a while, as we'll send it back down to Peacock.
You know, just nothing William Byron could do. I mean, you know, a lot of people I'm sure will point the finger and say, what the heck? But this right here, you've experienced, DJ. Where that right front blew, there was absolutely nothing you could do at that point.
Yeah, and William felt bad, but there's, like I say, nothing you can do. And you explained the way Denny Hamlin handled that restart to perfection. And then here, Ryan Blaney handled this one to perfection. Thought Brad Keselowski might break that winless streak for himself, but Larson and his team did exactly. What he did with those old left side tires, I don't know how he went to the outside the way that he did and made the time that he needed to keep the 11 behind him.
That's his happy place.
Yeah, exactly.
Outside is where he loves it.
And
gets a cushion.
Owen asked Dad, can I get a ride if we win the championship? And Dad said, sure.
That looks like more than one.
He got all three of them in there. How about that? What a cool shot and what a cool moment for the Larson family. Owen, Audrey, Cooper, all hanging out with Dad in the car after winning the championship. Boy, a lot of celebration for Hendrick Motorsports. Dave Burns, the vice chairman, Jeff Gordon. A lot of reason to celebrate for HMS as Kyle Larson wins his second Cup Series championship, Dave.
Checking in with Jeff Gordon before he gets sprayed with champagne because he knows what that feels like and it stings the eyes. What do you think you're a two-time champion now up there?
Just never can say it's over, right? Never quit and never count out Cliff Daniels and Kyle Larson, this 5 team. I mean, you know, listen, it wasn't an easy call. Maybe a little bit easier for them in the position they were in to make the 2, but you know, Denny Hamlin and Joe Gibbs racing just class act, and what a great job they did. And I really thought they had us because we just could not compete with them today. Hated that for the 24. William, just amazing year, amazing race, amazing fight in that team. But you know, what a day! Just the tire issues causing the cautions and just chaos and you know, guys going to the back, coming to the front. But at the end of the day, just incredible day to our way to end this season, this championship. And I was just talking to Cliff Daniels, like this sums up their entire season, really. This whole race was like their entire season, and you just gotta love that fight. So they put themselves in position. He drove a heck of a restart to get himself up there to get clear of, you know, some of the chaos happening, and here we are as champions and him a 2-time champion. 15 championships for Hendrick. That's amazing.
You brought it up. You had to go talk with William, console the driver who not only was saddened that he hadn't won the championship, he was sad he brought out the caution, and then he lost the championship. What was the discussion like with William?
Well, and I think it goes back. I mean, first of all, the fight that they had to get themselves in this position. I'm just so proud and just blown away by that team and what William has accomplished. I'm a little disappointed, you know, that we just didn't bring as much of a fight to the 11 that I thought we were. In practice on Friday, I thought the 24 and the 5 were pretty evenly matched, but better than them. I don't know if it's just track position or what, the short run speed that Denny had, but you know, they were beating us all day. So, but you got to continue to tell yourself it's not over, it's not over. But yeah, I feel for you know, William has been here 3 years in a row and come up short, but he just gets stronger every year. So I think there's championships in their future for sure.
Thanks, Jeff. Go celebrate.
Thank you.
That sticker for John Edwards, who was the PR man for Kyle Larson, but really long-time PR man for Jeff Gordon as well, who passed away in the spring. And Jeff, so I want to touch on leadership with Cliff Daniels. Kyle talked about it. This team's been through so much adversity this year. John Edwards certainly being one of him. Does he stand out as one of the best leaders currently in the Cup Series as a crew chief in your mind?
You know, he always has a plan, right? He always has a plan. He never does anything without thinking it through. This summer he had a book club. He had all the team members reading books. Kyle Larson did the Cliff Note version.
That's right.
But
Chat GPT is what he told us.
But you know, I think, and he is always trying to figure out how to be a better leader. He's always doing research about that. And when you talk to Cliff, he is a very, very smart individual. He understands racing. He understands people. He understands the mechanics of all of it, but it is, at the end of the day, it is sports. And what sports is about motivating people and getting people to give their max.
Here's the moment we were waiting on. Caitlin
She told me she told me at an event Wednesday night she would do this.
How about that?
Heck yeah.
I think Kyle prods her on with that. Man. Brad, what does it say about resolve for a team?
Yeah, you didn't see this team much throughout the day. They were here and there, but they were struggling. They just did not have the speed to match the 11. But at the end of the day, when the smoke cleared, they were in great position to take advantage of the situation. And that goes back again to Cliff. He put Kyle in a position to be successful. He was able to maximize his potential by giving him everything he needed. Even going back through the race when they had that air gun, lose that lug gun. They were prepared to handle the situation, and it went smoothly. So it's about being a first-class operation, a high-functioning operation, and great leadership.
I'm going to say this about Cliff Daniels. When he first came in, this guy, I love to talk to him, but he was just a hard ass. There's no other way to put it. That's just what he was. He expected perfection, and anything less wasn't acceptable. And he was, difficult to work for and around, as I'd been told, but he was just trying to get the best out of people. He has found a way to go about these things differently. He was telling as we called the best race driver in the world, Kyle Larson, a number of times, how to drive the race car so much that I think it got into Kyle's mind a little bit. He has completely changed. He is absolutely phenomenal at what he does. I respect that man for everything that he's gone through, the way he came up through, and the way he handles this race team. And today, they're standing there celebrating this because of that man, Cliff Daniels.
Brad, we talked about the bracelets that the kids made for Kyle Larson. His good luck charm today, and Audrey wanted to make sure Dad had it on when he got out of the car. When the kids do something like that for you, you gotta celebrate a little bit. There they are there he is getting the bracelet.
That is absolutely
Audrey wanted to check. Hey, Dad, I put work into it.
That's right.
Still on?
That's us. Let's get that bracelet on.
Just a little advice. Yeah. Don't take it off.
Yeah, that's right.
But DJ, you talked about how critical family is in this sport. You had your mom Martha, dad Ned, certainly, but and there's the ride in the car as well. These family moments, how significant are they?
We've seen Kyle Larson, and what we knew as he came into the Cup Series was this was just a guy, all he wanted to do was race 364 days a year. I think he took Christmas off maybe. But that's all he wanted to do. And what the change that we have seen since he got married, they've got these 3 kids now. I had a great conversation with them the other night at an event for the Phoenix Raceway. We were downtown Phoenix. And just to see him and to see him smile and talk about these kids and what they mean to him, we all know it's a lot better to celebrate when you have that. And they're also there, they don't change when you don't win. They still love you to death, and they're there just to help pick you up. So this is just a great family. I'll tell you the other thing about Audrey. She plays hockey, too.
Yes, she does.
I was shocked when he said that. So he said she likes to drive a race car, but she loves to play hockey.
Watch out.
So Owen asked for the ride, Brad, but I love how he's holding his little brother Cooper there. Gave him a kiss. You see that?
That is
how cool is that?
That's as good as it gets. And speaking to Kyle Larson and his family, you better watch out. This guy wins a championship by not having his A game, but he's maturing as a husband and as a young man. Oh, my goodness. He could get into a comfort zone, and he could rip off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 championships because he's so talented.
If I was riding in the car like that with my 2 brothers, I'd come out black and blue. They'd have beat me to death. I don't know what all this hugging and stuff is. That didn't happen in my house.
They wouldn't have been as nice as Owen holding on to Cooper.
Yeah, and one other thing, I think we've seen this week and heard talk about, now Kyle Larson's folks, and I think Cliff Daniels brought this out within their conversation, talking about, when Denny won 60, that got Kyle Larson thinking about that number. He really wasn't ever thinking about numbers. Kind of got him thinking about that. That's 10 more years for this young man to drive. Three per year, and he's over that 60 number.
That's right.
So I don't foresee that not happening, really. Yeah. And as you talked about, more championships for sure.
Brad, isn't this the same team that during the summer, early fall, everybody was questioning what's wrong with Kyle Larson? What's wrong with the 5 team? How in the world did they turn it around so quickly in the playoffs?
Yeah,
Because Kyle Larson had zero top 10s in the first round of the playoffs.
Oh, yeah, you're going through the 16 races before the last 5 races. He didn't have any. He didn't have anything. They were out to lunch, and you're like, this guy has had a miserable season. But, again, you go back to Cliff Daniels. You go back to the pedigree of this organization. Having time to talk about it through Rick Hendrick, through Jeff Gordon, spending this week, knowing what the expectations are, and coming here well prepared. Okay, it wasn't their greatest day, but at the end of the day, they made the right decisions, all right, made the right calls, and gave their guy a shot. They gave him a shot, and he took advantage of it.
I will say this. I still have not seen the Kyle Larson that I expect to see, because I believe he's the best driver in the world. And this year, the last 2/3 of the year, we still haven't seen it. I think this team, it's hard to say this about a champion, right? But I think this team has got to take this offseason and find some of that speed. We did see it start clawing back, but still, that guy right there, you expect to dominate races. You expect to see him leading the most laps, qualifying up front. I mean, that's what you expect from that guy, and we did not see it this year in the last 2/3 of the year. So I think they know it. They have some work to do, and I am convinced Hendrick Motorsports knows how to do it. I'm convinced that Cliff Daniels knows how to do it. But even today, they did not have the best car. They had the 3rd best car in my eyes, and don't get me wrong, they found a way to do it, but it wasn't on speed. They had a little bit of luck. Kyle Larson put it on his shoulders and said, give me the outside, made it happen. But I still think there's some speed they got to go find.
Yeah, I won't disagree with that, you know, and the one thing I'll say is, you know, through the years of the New England Patriots and even just like 2 years ago, I think it was, when the Kansas City Chiefs were on their roll, but they didn't have the best football team, but they went and won the Super Bowl anyway. That's what championship teams do, is they find a way. But you're exactly right, Jeff. They've got to make some changes somewhere along. I'm not saying personnel. They have to figure out what they have to get Kyle Larson, because he should be leading more laps and winning more races, or at least the opportunity to win more races, and they'll figure this out.
DJ, real quick, do you remember your champagne moment when you and Todd Parrott got to pop the champagne in Victory Lane for your championship?
Yeah, I think Todd and I drank more than we we were pretty excited to be there, so why not put it to good use?
That's right. I know you did at the banquet. I remember that.
I remember that banquet too, and I know you had quite a bit. You know,
I remember bits and pieces of it.
I had to go back and watch some of it myself.
Brad, I love it because Kyle was asking where the goggles are. They're like, I just popped the champagne. Who cares where the goggles are? But they're celebrating here in Victory Lane, winning the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series Championship. Not a sweeter drink than that for Cliff Daniels and Kyle Larson. They are the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series champions.
Yeah, the situation looking rather nice over there as well. Jack, as we continue in, just a couple more to go, and let's get your thoughts on the Xfinity Series, because I think we've had a couple of championships that people have been a bit motto about as well. What do you reckon about the Xfinity race and how that championship's turned out?
Everyone is under the same format, and I will say that Jesse Love, he put in one hell of a drive last night. Not only is it his first win on a non-super speedway track, but also he went from having one of the worst cars at the Champ 4 to one of the best. The adjustments did it really well, and I would argue he probably deserved to win that race. I don't know where he finishes in full season points, but at the end of the day, I really felt for Connor.
Yeah,
I really felt for him, because he had arguably the best rookie season in maybe Xfinity Series history.
What about the Truck Series then?
Yeah, the artificial Game 7 moment did happen with Heim going 7 wide.
Yes.
But again, I don't feel like this creates excitement for me, this format. It creates anxiety, stress. It doesn't create excitement. That's my...
Yeah.
I will say about Heim getting it, I'm very thankful Heim got it, because it would have been scandalous if he didn't. He arguably put together the best NASCAR season anyone has ever seen.
Looking good though. Looking on time.
And he doesn't even have a full-time ride next year, man. He doesn't even have a full-time ride.
Yeah. That is even worse.
No. I don't think, I know NASCAR wants their Game 7 moments, but I mean, last night with the World Series, that was a Game 7 moment, and that was fantastic. But this doesn't feel like a Game 7 moment. This feels like it feels like when you're in the playground playing football, and someone shouts, "Next goal win."
Yeah. It's a bit weird, isn't it?
I did that a lot, because I was terrible.
Let's get out of pit road and join Peacock.
So, Marty's out covered in Champaign. Cliff, we've been asking the question. You came up to me and said, I don't even know where we finished. How did you pull that off?
It was a team effort, and really all year long, I fully acknowledge that this was an ugly race, very much for the 5 team, but the beauty in it is all year long, our team stuck together. We had a lot of ups, we had a lot of downs as the season went along, and all we had to do was believe in each other. And to me, this shows the resilience of a team who believes in each other, who never gives up. And yes, we took rights twice. I mean, there were Hail Mary calls. We had to do what we had to do. And the car was good enough. We got Kyle Larson behind the wheel. You know, he put it up there up top. And once I saw the restart, I closed my eyes, just trying to take it all in. I assumed we finished like 6th or 8th or something. And Kyle's like, man, we almost had a shot to win. So I didn't even realize that. But testament to everybody on the 5 team and everybody at Hendrick Motorsports for a resilient season. At times we were down, at times we were out. We weren't even part of the conversation. We were doubted. And instead of doubting ourselves, the team stuck together. And that's what we showed here today, was a team that believed in each other all season long, and we brought it home.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Guys, obviously elated Cliff Daniels down here, Dave.
Mr. H is on the stage. The trophy's over there. He's got about 25 different handshakes and things he's done here, but 15 now. 15. What stands out to you about this one?
Well, most of the time I have a little bit of a warning that it's going to happen. This time I had no warning, and I was like almost went to my knees, and I feel bad for Denny and Joe, but that's the way it happens, and I've lost some that way, and can't believe it's been 30 years since we did the first one, but now 15 that's a pretty good ratio. So guys worked hard. It was an unbelievable race. I've never seen a race that had that much action from tires and so forth, but man, I don't even think it's sunk in yet. Yeah, it has. A little bit. Yeah, it has. Yes, it has.
We just talked to Cliff. He kind of mentioned sort of winning it ugly, right? They had an interesting year. It wasn't always 5 at the top all season long, so I imagine that, too, was kind of one of the things that sort of surprised you.
Yeah, you know, they had a rough summer, and, you know, the Indy thing, and we came back to Charlotte and crashed first lap, and it just wasn't the 5 kind of year. And then toward the end, we started running really good, and our guys did a lot of work on the short tracks and the flat tracks, and it started showing up. William had an unbelievable Martinsville, and, you know, he had some rough luck there toward the end, but, hey, man, this is a crazy sport. You just can't, it's not over till it's over, and that proves it today. I mean, it just, when you bunch them all up like that, it's chaos, and we were just fortunate to come out the other end. But if it's going to be a green-white checker and you got Larson anywhere near the front, he can get it done.
He did today. We're happy for you, Rick. 15 now. He's out of hands. He's almost out of toes after this, Kim, but a great championship again for Mr. H.
Yeah, and Dave, we talk about the sacrifices that family make to let their loved ones race. Caitlin's familiar with that. You come from a racing family, but what's it like to see Kyle's hard work pay off? And not only that, just get to celebrate with the kids.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a big week. He started off his week on a big bike ride and getting focused, and then the chaos with the kids and stuff when he comes back. So it's great to see the payoff because it's been a little hectic and overwhelming with 3 kids, and just trying to get him his focus in, and so yeah, it's been fun.
And then I gotta ask, your signature move is a shotgun. Does the beer taste better when it's celebrating a championship?
Well, I haven't done one in a while, so I would say it tastes really good because I'm only doing it now when he wins championships.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy it and celebrate with the family.
Thank you.
Oh, look at Caitlin. She did not hesitate at all to shotgun that beer, did she? I want to get a couple of final closing thoughts from you guys. Brad, you know, Cliff called it winning ugly. I mean, how many coaches have told you, hey, an ugly win's an okay win for us?
Oh, no doubt about it, because it is a team sport, just like DJ mentioned earlier. There's so many other pieces and parts besides holding the wheel that goes in to making holding that wheel magical, and that's what you saw with that 5-bunch today.
Jeff, how about the 15th championship for the New York Yankees of NASCAR, Hendrick Motorsports?
That's wild. Half the time, right? 15 out of 30 years. That is incredible. And it's just amazing what Rick has done. Surrounds himself with great people, holds them accountable. But also, I think the wisdom in Rick is that he lets them do their job. He holds them accountable, but he's willing to let you fail as long as you're working hard.
DJ, the accolade certainly will go to Kyle Larson at the end of the day, and deservedly so. But, you know, Denny Hamlin told me this week the most pressure is on us. I'm not going to have many more shots to win a championship. So where does Hamlin go from here, knowing after this season is wrapped up, which it is now, he's got 2 years left in his contract and he's retiring?
Yeah, you could kind of hear it in his voice in his interview right after the race that, you know, he's crushed right now. Denny Hamlin will come back because he's just the ultimate competitor. He loves to win. He loves to compete. And it will take a while to get over this, though. I mean, this is not something that you just let go of. Hey, you know, we did everything that we could. But when it doesn't happen, it's just crushing defeat. And but we can only hope that we see the very best of Denny Hamlin once again and have this opportunity come along for him, because, you know, you're deserving, but there's nothing guaranteed in this sport. Jeff Burton, you were deserving of years that you had that you could have won the championship to. You know, I know I feel very fortunate that my time came and we capitalized on that, but there's just, you know, you're not guaranteed anything in this. And, you know, I'll go back to Cliff Daniels for a second. He made those 2 calls. Could he do that with another race driver and win, besides having one of the best in the world?
That's a great point.
Not sure that could happen.
Great point.
Fantastic season hanging out with you fellas in the championship race.
Wow,
certainly delivered today. What an incredible final restart. Kyle Larson is now a 2-time NASCAR Cup Series champion. We'll leave you with the sights and sounds from Championship Sunday here in Phoenix, and we will see you in 2026. Who will be the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series champion?
It all comes down to now. Proud of all you guys to this point. We got one more in front of us. Pretty simple, all right? Only one lap that matters. Appreciate all you. Love you all. Let's kick your ass.
It's championship day. Let's go.
Clutch pedal is long. Best I can tell you is pumping it up. You know what I mean? Hang on to it. Lock it down. Lock it down. Lock it down. Just won't fire. It's got half power. It's not acceptable. So many problems with this. Tire down, tire down. Copy, caution, caution, caution. Bring it to us, bring it to us. This, dude. I'm done with all this. I think we might have a tire going down.
Disaster for one of our championship 4 contenders.
I got a tire down. I swear it's just debris out there, so I don't know. There are 3 white out the front.
William Byron makes it 4.
Flat. Yeah, it's broken, man.
2-shot, baby! Let's go, Steve! Let's go! I can't believe it. You guys are the best. Holy
Well, the champion's been crowned and everything's done and wrapped up here as well. It's time for us to say goodbye from this season. And JT, looking just a little bit emotional out there. What's been going on down there, mate?
Is this going to be please tell me this is going to be less emotional than USN's. My God.
Oh, 100%.
Okay, good. We are back in the same place next year. Nothing's
changing.
Good. Other than Birch just turning up a second before live. Yep.
Yeah. Where are you?
Yeah.
Anyway, there you are. Not looking great though. Give me a second to get you sorted. Go on.
What have you done to my camera?
Wasn't you? It's just weird. I'll fix it. Go on.
I know everyone has their opinions about what just happened. And Matthew put it very well. He said, if you came into this weekend ready to hate about anything that happens in this weekend, you didn't like it. But if you came in looking forward to this weekend, you liked this weekend, and it was entertaining.
Got it. Hello, everyone.
Now,
it was definitely entertaining.
Yeah, this weekend we knew that the playoffs the playoffs needed change. This weekend cemented that playoffs needed change. Yes, overtime is a part of NASCAR. Yes, the playoff system is the major part of NASCAR, but it shouldn't be down to one race.
Yeah. I'm with you on that.
Because whatever happens outside of that one race, it's like it doesn't matter.
We've just wasted 36 weekends of our year, effectively. That's why it's a bit of a sour taste. Congratulations to Larson for winning, but the way it's been won, that's the problem.
And we all know next year, Joey Logano's champion because it's an even year.
Yeah, pretty much.
So we go again for Denny Hamlin in 2027.
His last year of the contract.
It's likely going to be his final year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, guys, he's actually said to Bob Pockrass in the media that at the current moment, he's fun.
He doesn't want to race.
Doesn't want to race anymore. His fun meter's gone. He doesn't want to race. And I believe him. I really do.
He'll get back to it. I think he'll come back.
I don't know.
What else did I see? If I quickly.
Part of me
scroll
don't
down.
think he will come back. That's just a cynical part of me. I don't think
Said
he will.
though.
Yeah.
He said though that he doesn't want to leave. He said before the race, if he were to win the championship, he would be happy to retire on the spot. But he says he doesn't want to leave his team in a bad spot, which is Joe Gibbs. He's too loyal to Gibbs.
Which is what we were talking about earlier on about how loyal he is.
Did we?
Yeah, I mean, they made his career.
Yeah.
William Byron and Denny Hamlin in the media centre.
No, what happened?
Yeah, I have seen that.
Byron walked up to Hamlin in the media centre, put his hand on Hamlin's shoulder and said, "Hey, sorry, bud." Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not the best thing to say, is it?
Yeah.
That just shows how messed up this.
It's like what I said earlier.
Yeah.
It's like what I said earlier. I don't know if you heard it, JT, but it is literally the quote-unquote deserving champion won, and it still feels bad.
That's why this format is terrible.
That's why I don't like it.
Yeah. I think
Like,
I
it
agree.
still feels bad. Like, it's like with Heim. Yes, he, quote-unquote, deserved to win the championship on Friday night, but realistically, he shouldn't have had to go 7 wide to win that.
Even though it was... Yeah. Go on.
One full season championship was at least decided this weekend. Again, congrats to Trevor Huddleston on the ARCA West title.
The one problem I've got with this is that for the first 24 weeks of the year, nothing matters. And then we go into the last 12, and then all of a sudden everything matters. And even then, it just feels like nothing's really been decided at the end. Larson won it. Well done. He's played it all well. He got in the right position. He made the right calls. Hamlin made the wrong call on that final restart. But sometimes it does come down to this. It comes down to one final change, one final action. But the whole spirit of it, it's wrong. It shouldn't come down to you are champion because you finish ahead of somebody in the race. He finished third, and Hamlin finished down. What was it, 5th, 6th? It shouldn't come down to that. It's a wrong system. Let's actually, I've got it on the monitor. Yeah, Hamlin finished 6th. Kyle Larson finished in 3rd. Briscoe was 18th. Byron was 33rd and 2 laps down. It just feels slightly messed up.
I actually still think, and I'll maintain this point, a full season format would benefit this car massively because no one really dominates in it. Like, if I look at the full season points for the entire history of the next gen car, the championship's every single time gone down to the final race.
I'm being told we've got to hurry up off air because the Grid Network show is starting in 2 minutes and we're being redirected to there. So, Jack, final thoughts on you on this season, please.
Solid season. Congrats, Kyle Larson. Looking forward to next year, in all honesty, and whatever that may behold.
JT, what about you?
Good season. 30% voted good, 26% meh, 23% bad, 21% epic. Good season. Didn't really like the way how it ended, but that's just NASCAR. We just have to deal with it and move on. That's just NASCAR. There is luck involved in it.
I want to thank you, JT, for a stellar year covering NASCAR alongside me as well. It's been absolutely epic, and I couldn't have done it without you streaming all the races.
Can I have the minute by minute for the clash, please? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I'll get to you in about a month's time. My thanks to JT, my thanks to Jack, my thanks to Joe Sammiego and Tuomi, and my thanks to Matthew and Sethies and Matt White for their company in the commentary box this year. And my thanks to all of you at home. NASCAR has become one of our top broadcast moments here on JB Motorsports, and long may it continue. We've had an absolute amazing season, and it has been amazing. It really has. The finale, though, was still something to be decided. But hey, all's fair in love and war in NASCAR. That's the way to go about it, isn't it, in this season? My thanks to the boys for an amazing year. We will see you when NASCAR returns at the Clash at Bowman Gray, and then we'll be underway again in Daytona for all of the action. Thank you for 2025. You'll now be redirected to the Grid Network wrap-up show for more analysis on the championship race. But from us all here at JB Motorsports, thank you for your company here for NASCAR in 2025. We shall see you in 2026. Goodbye.